Hello. I love solo queue. I love solo queue. I love solo queue. I love solo queue. Hi, sir. Big fan from India. Hello. From Malaysia. Hello. Morning from India. Hello, hello. Hello, big fan. Hola, soy panda. Notifications when they work properly. I have the thing pulled up here, but it's not starting for like another 10 minutes. And even then, the game doesn't start right away, I believe. A few minutes till it actually starts. I just realized that. Don't do it. Solo queue is hell right now. Oh, I'm doing it anyway. I couldn't hear extra casting today. They
Don't do
won
it solo K as hell RN.
Brawl, please. Do I just brawl? Solo queuing like this? Who's Batman? Oh, that's Shark. Why is his name Batman? The fuck? Why Batman? I'm confused. Batman? Batman? We're going NACT. Most likely TOB or OP, whatever you call it. But I believe BTK still has a chance. These are such boring picks. Fwyd is so brain dead. Whatever. He's so brain dead, but I'll play him anyway. Because Lolita has a bat. Batman. That can't be the reason. That can't actually be the reason why. Batgirl. AC timing is so bad. Hard to stay up and watch. Almost 3 AM now in India. Yeah, honestly, they schedule it for NA time. I wish it was scheduled later because then it would have more viewers, because Asia viewers. But they don't. They're not like. They want NA viewers. They don't really want. They don't care for the Asia viewers. In terms of grow, they want to grow NA. You know, they don't want to grow the Asian audience for NA. They want to grow NA audience on its own. Get what I mean? Get what I'm saying? Oh, he gave me the thingy. Interesting. Why brawl? I sat in queue 5 minutes waiting for a rank game, and by now, rank would take too long, so I'm just playing brawl. Because it starts in like under 10 minutes, and if I'm waiting 5 minutes for a game, draft takes like 3 to 4 minutes, and then games like 12 to 15 minutes, so I would just be in the game by the time the draft started for the game, so just decided not to. Oh. Yeah, he's just this isn't fun to stomp like that in brawl. Or Fwyd isn't really mechanically challenging, so he's not very fun to play in brawl. Oh no, I got bonked. Just kill me. Game will start in 30 minutes. Actually, they started pretty quick yesterday. I would say it starts in like 10. Unlike the other week, unlike like the regular season, they didn't really delay it that much. Oh, I dead. Was waiting for your stream. Hi, hello. Come here. Stop. Stop it. Stop it. I'm dead. I'm a dead monkey.
Won't be my end.
Predict today's match? I don't know, man. I feel like it might go to a game 5 or it's gonna be a 3-0. Either or. If BTK, they can't be as sloppy as they were yesterday. They were pretty sloppy with the CAG picks and whatnot. If they play like that, they're just gonna get swept. But they had good moments and bad moments. Hi. Yes, ult. I'm dead. This is such a boring game to play. I'm playing Phobius and Brawl. What am I doing in my life? Phobius and Brawl is just so mind-numbingly boring.
You hear the darkness speak its whispered tongue.
If you think Bodge does a lot compared to Shark, of course, Bodge is different, like not really a relative comparison. If Bodge makes plays, honestly, if Bodge actually make plays and not fuck them up, they could win. Because he chokes a lot of the plays. I'm just dying on repeat now. I don't really care that much though. When is the match starting? Soon, I believe. Don't want to see another CAG game? Yeah, I don't either. Oh. Come here. I don't know, man. They don't have a lot of dashes, so like I just ult in and then nothing happens. It's like they don't have dashes.
Our turret is under attack. Launch attack.
Chicken? Hello.
You don't pull the strings here, Astaros. I do.
Killing spree.
I gotta still have the flooring thing. Surprised he gave it to me. Whee! Hey there, Rich. Oh, he bonked.
Your team destroyed a turret.
My power ends all will.
Bonk. Alright, get me out, please. Oh my god, I fucked that up. Can I end the game beforehand? Nope. Hit the base, bro. Come on.
Victory.
The stream started, but they're not playing the game yet. I'll probably play another brawl. Athena Radiant against Joy. It's more about if you're a squishy, if you're a tank. If you're a tank, go Radiant. If you're a squishy backliner, go Athena Shield. You're not playing ACT? I think about it a lot. I don't know. Stream started? I know the stream started, but I don't know if that means the draft started. I know you got damage nerf, but I'm gonna use them anyway.
Feed, destroy, and conquer.
Black bug instead of dragon.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Oh, I should buy an item first. I don't even know what to build on Zask anymore.
Enemy reaches
Feather?
the battlefield. Smash them. All troops deployed.
Resistance is pointless.
Mana boots? Might not be a bad idea in Brawl. Shit. Well, ye, bro? Seriously? Well, he's gonna molest us. We're all gonna die to a low E, bro. Let's face it. Bro, I haven't gotten a single bit of gold. Oh my god, I do no damage either. Oh my god, what is my damage? I knew 18% damage turf is like ridiculous. Just let me get 4 please so I can ult. Please get a kill. Playable. I could have waited until I had enough for feather. I literally just got enough. No, will you stop?
Stay focused when
Dude, you see how bad this DPS is? Holy shit. Does Zask really need to be nerfed this bad from Brawl?
How about paying a visit to the sword?
There's no way Zask is really that OP. I don't really want to be the one to engage. I feel like they'll just melt my turret. Nice, nice. Inspire, go. Inspire damage. Clear the wave. Take the minions. Funnel me the gold. I don't care if I die. Just let me get the gold. Kill me. Hit the turret. Go minion. Tower damage. Okay, has the draft started yet? Nope. They're having someone talk. This person named CJ. Who is this like a fan? See, like whenever they bring these cameos on, like people, I know they probably explain it, but I don't know. I wish they had in like the corner or something, like what the background is. Like, is it a player in the community? Is it a fan? I'm not shitting on them. I just want to know, like, who are they and why are they here? You know, some lore to the situation. Nice, give me that kill. Oh, my turret has healing. I didn't know that. I think BTK wins at least one game. I don't think they get swept. Not a single caster thinks they get swept. I don't think they get swept. Hope they win at least one. They did a caster vote here. Everyone did vote for OP, which is fair. It's like they did win most of the games of the regular season. I think BTK stole the shot though. Inspire damage, go. Wait, someone actually bought anti-heal. What a miracle. Rubies are usually so hard to deal with because no one fights anti-heal. I did not mean to do that. I wanted to get out and then use all my skills. Oh, whoopsies.
Either submit to me or get devoured.
Initiate retreat.
Oh,
Killing spree.
take that. Take those.
Stay focused.
Get him, turret. Get him. Oh, the draft started. Draft started. Yeah, give me a moment. I'm gonna finish this game.
Is pointless.
Fine. I'll say fuck the game.
BTK haven't been able to catch a series against Outplay at all yet. They lost twice in both
Surrender?
round robins.
No, I play.
Outplay undefeated completely. Can BTK pull this off?
And I mean, if we're talking about, you know, especially with those predictions, the improvement from BTK, I absolutely do feel like they could get this done or at least keep it competitive, right? Because what we're hoping for is a game 5 at bare minimum, nothing less, full series. And you know what, Trex? Right on time with that
Cam.
there, I want to introduce something I want to call the PPP. Now, what is that?
PPP?
You might ask.
All right, man.
PPP.
Oh, what is it?
Call me Bob
Yuzong
Ross.
ban is interesting. They don't like his Yuzong, I guess.
Perfect picture. We're gonna try to run
He
down
does work on the YZ very good.
Bands are coming out. The ideal conditions for either one of these teams to win, right? And we've been talking about BTK versus Outplay, and one of the main matchups that we kind of want to key in them was that position 4, position 5. Who are those players? Yato, Hoon, Shark, and Joy, Bod, your mid lane, and Rome. These guys are kind of going to set the pace for either one of these teams. We're talking about the prio in the mid lane. We're talking about the rotation, the setup for those early neutrals, whether it's the turtle or the ganks to some of those outer lanes. I really feel like from top to bottom, we have to start talking about those.
Oh, my music's still playing. Shit.
Specifically your trends.
Most definitely. I mean, we all know. Hoon and
Just wait for the draft to go on for a bit before making
I
any,
feel like
before I
they've
talk about it, I guess. Nothing's really certain with just bans.
Paced the game for their team. Now,
Actually, I'm gonna use the bathroom really quick. I'll be right back. Hopefully when the draft has progressed as had.
They're great players, but they're not always the ones to set the pace, especially when you have someone like Zane, who is an aggressor. He is the one who wants to set the pace. So they either need to keep up with him, they need to move around him, or they need to find a way to combat against Hoon and Shark so that he can move freely.
And you know, Hoon, man, honestly is he's the #1 mid laner currently, right, in NACT. He came in with that title, and he came in with a bunch of other titles, right? Fall NACT champion, winning in NASL Season 3, M4 top 5, professional in multiple MOBAs, right? And that's a hard opponent to kind of visualize when you're talking about Yato over there. This is his first time competing, right, for a global qualifier. So it's a lot of pressure on him, and that's why I feel like on top of even just in-game, like the mental aspect of this, that's a hard pill to swallow coming into a series, kind of on the undercard, right? There's a bigger guy on the other side, and that guy's on Outplay, so I really want to see if they can get Yato comfortable, get him into some comfortable picks where he feels like he can make those plays you're talking about, working around Zane, making those optimal plays for them to keep them competitive in this series.
Yeah, I feel like Yato's still kind of trying to find his way in all of this. He definitely, you know, he has some experience in tournaments. He's played in NACTs, but like you said, there's never been this much on the line. It's never been MSC, IESF, real deal, Holyfield type stuff. And now we're starting to see some of those cracks come through. So tonight he needs to pull it together. And I think, as you said before, he needs to match Hoon. He needs to at least match Hoon, right? He can't get stomped by Hoon because that's what happens. That's what happened in the past games. Yato, Joybaj, they're getting picked off, and then Shark.
All right, first pick glue from Areshi. T gets Wapu, and you get Farsa on
now that we've kind of talked
Yato,
about
which is good.
It seems like both of the teams are kind of
All right, I'm gonna tell my
outside
dad.
of EXPs have been locked in, Glue and Lapu. I really like the Lapu in T's hand. He is a monster with the Lapu. I really feel like that's when he's at his best, when he gets that Lapu. T in the 1v3s with that Bravest Fighter stance. Something else though to kind of note here, Tricks, I really want to look at. They've already put the Farsa and Yato's hand back to that comfort thing that we're.
My dad's
talking
playing
about.
guitar in the
All getting
background.
picked up. But
I had to
look
close
at
the
this.
door.
Eve, Valentina, and Paramus have been banned, and I do note that when that
Kajo Wedwed
kind of likes to opt in for that Kagura, and it will go really good with this composition. They already have Kaja and Glue for the pickoff. Kag seems like the jelly to the peanut butter.
I think they should go Atlas.
Lock it in immediately, and if I'm BTK right now, what's gonna? We already got.
Actually, Atlas sucks first win. Franco would be good if they know how to utilize it properly.
This time,
Franco would actually be good. He could counter blue.
Kagura's going down next.
When Grok could work.
Next. Since they banned the Eve, they banned the Valentina. I mean, I like the way that Yato's sitting right now. He's in a comfortable spot. Faramis is also gone. Maybe we see something, if the Cog gets banned out, maybe we see something crazy like the Gushin.
Or they get the Marksman, so they can't ban out the Marksman. Getting the Marks might be a better idea. Get Beatrix here. Oh, they're gonna get Lolita. I guess to counter the Wan, but I feel like they shouldn't be worried about countering the Wan. They should just get heroes that are good versus Kaja, so they can't utilize the Wan.
And you know, they locked in that 1-1 twice in yesterday's series up against.
I haven't seen.
No surprise there.
Kufra would have been good too, but I haven't seen like Bodge do good on Lolita before.
Like
I don't think it's good putting Bodge on Lolita.
And something that the side of BTK likes to
Fanny Van
is that Beatrix. They like to repeat it. He played the Beatrix twice.
Yeah, I've not seen Bodge do good on Lolita before.
Both of those marksmen got used twice,
well,
so maybe
we'll see how this goes.
can return the favor on some bans.
Zane will probably go Lancelot.
On Fanny here. Oh,
yeah, they're gonna ban Beatrix and Melissa.
And I think they do continue to hammer onto ISO. Honestly, his Beatrix.
So what are they gonna pick? Carry? Oh, they're gonna
misses those snipe shots.
They're gonna ban Lance. Interesting. I thought he would try to pick it.
But I get it. Hoon, the Kagura is gonna be open.
He's doing it over for Fredrin.
Fanny is gonna be a problem, and they don't want to have to waste. They've already locked in a roam with the Lolita. They can't pick up the Kufra at this point. They're a little bit more limited. So I think it's a solid ban. Lancelot as well. Now with that. Fredrin, what's Fredrin still open?
Indeed.
I'm gonna get some more water. Get back.
Bloodthirsty Kings will have first pick after this ban phase, so I think Fredrin's a definite possible pickup unless Outplay bans it.
And I like it, right? I like to see the Fredrin. It goes really good with the Lolita. You have some extra engage, maybe to kind of distract, because Lolita really can get hammered away, right? Trying to go for the Numian Blast, it can be difficult if you're the only engage. It's an easy, little bump, little shoulder tap, if you will, to knock that off course. Speaking of knocking off course, they're going to get the Yakai out of the way, trying to limit the pull back up against Zane. But again, the Fredrin you're talking about, Moba Zane is the man when it comes to Fredrin, the walking petrify. So I definitely like it. Link, yeah.
I'm thinking maybe Ling here from Outplay. I'm like, why do they ban the Yakai? I'm like, with the Fredrin open, I'm like, they got to know. Oh, we saw this yesterday, right?
Mm-hmm.
But we didn't. I don't think we saw
it
from Best Player. We
Fredrin.
saw it from Kush yesterday, up against BTK. So they're going to be comfortable with this. They know what they're up against at least. But the Hellcard actually, like so far since we've seen it picked, has had a decent win rate, right? It's not picked all the time, but when it is picked, it doesn't do bad. The passive can work well against the Fredrin. You got to get up close and personal. He pops a skill, and he's
Hellcard kind of screws over Fredrin when he goes on him because of the silence.
It can work. Vision coverage. Yato's got to be even more careful now when he pops his ultimate, so I'm not completely against it.
And it's super strong.
Lilia.
Wow, they're really pulling out the bag of tricks now. The Lilia. I'm feeling it, right? Now that gives them some great opportunity for that.
I feel like Outplay's draft is a little unorthodox.
Now you're talking about,
and if they lose early, it's going to be really rough for them. Outplay has to win the early to make their comp work, because BTK scales with the Farsa Claude quite well.
Throw off that 4-minute farming pattern from Claude to pick up that DHS, kind of put him behind a little bit.
Well, Melissa, because Melissa gets caught out easy.
Composition.
Yeah, I think the Claude, I do kind of like the Claude here just a little bit because of the mobility. I'm glad he didn't pick up something like the Bro.
Over under OP gets called Ohio Brothers in game.
The Claude should
I'd say it's pretty likely. Who says over under? I never hear that. Is that a Canadian thing? Over under? I get what you mean, like, is it more likely or less likely? I think that's what you're trying to say. I've never heard someone say that. Hi, Klaus.
So it really just comes down to who comes down and help, and if Basic is just going to get the better of him overall. But
over opt
here we are, Deku, and here we are, everybody watching this. Make sure you turn the volume up, like I said before, because we are jumping in to Game 1. This is Outplay up against BTK in the upper bracket finals. One of these teams will be victorious tonight. Let's see who it is.
Okay.
You know what? Speaking about victorious, we definitely got to set the pace.
BTK with the faster clear. They are pathing the EXP. I'm not sure I like that. Or he's just trying to get the secure the scuttle thing, I guess. Maybe that's what he's doing. Or actually he's scared to poke out because they don't know where Farce is.
Yato wants to do for the lane rotation, and that's great.
Who doesn't know Yato's here?
Yato matched up with whom, but he forced him to adjust already in the draft.
I'm a gambling man. It's more
This could
a
be bad for
gambling
Hoon.
term.
The side of BTK to kind of lead things in their favor. You adjust
Yato didn't go for it. I feel like Yato should have went for like a poke there as soon as they saw Hoon. It would have been a nice play. Force him to use regen.
The tricks we do know, BTK likes to go for those EXP lanes first, so that could be their option. Speaking of EXP lane, look at them grouping up already.
They are grouping up down there, but Outplay grouping up on the top side. And I've been watching
Well, I should be a bit more careful.
He's been up there this whole time, and you mentioned it. Gold lane's going to be important if Basic can get ahead of ISO early on. It's going to be trouble, and Outplay knows that right now. Everybody huddled up here. I was worried that Joybaj wasn't going to make his way up, but he finally
Hellcurt does a lot of damage early games. So he should be a little more scared of the Hellcurt committing on him.
And you know, something else we need to watch out for here, Trex, we were talking a little bit about BTK's side. Over here on Outplay's composition, while it does look very good, it looks very nice. You have a lot of pickoff, you have some good mid lane prowess. Something that can't be overlooked is they lack a lot of range here, Trex. If he's looking for these engages, they're going to
might commit onto Reshi, but Lapu going down that early would not really be too good. He's in a weird spot where
can be a monster, so they're gonna have to be very wary of that.
Okay, so he's zoning him.
Speaking of engage here, Trex, clash with the turtle.
Yeah, definitely a little bit of a clash with Turtle. Best player is getting stunned up. It's going to give Zayn the advantage on it. Able to
okay, nice flicker from T to go back over there.
The feathered airstrike, and that is another one.
It's a free turtle for BTK. Not much of a goal lead though.
It's going to be a little bit troublesome for Outplay to make their way into that.
And that Farsa, I feel like, could be the key to victory.
Nice zone. Yeah, it was good zone from T. And he got out. Pajo was going to try to go over the wall to ult him, but he flickered over timing. Surprised Shark didn't try to flicker over and ult him, but maybe because Carlos didn't want to commit or they were scared. So I feel like they would have killed T if they did that.
Unless Outplay wants to try to bum rush you and go for that 5v5 commit, that clash, they're going to have to lose some HP before they do it. And I think Yato is the key to making that happen.
Joybaj should not just walk in his face though, because he'll just ult him and then Hellcurt would jump on him.
He just needs to play a bit more in the back
I think Zayn got that. Yeah, he did. Nice. Whoa, Yato with that ult.
He gets a little up too
Weird.
close and personal, and he needs to kind of be a bit more delayed.
Bodge should respect him a bit more.
He's up front, he gets caught by Shark, he gets caught by this Hellcurt.
Because they could just ult Bodge and then all commit, and there's no turnaround. So Bodge is like disrespecting him too much. What the fuck, Yato? Yeah, I don't know what Yato's doing.
You know, something
way to weird.
I'm not quite sure where best player's gonna go with this, but if he's looking for that kind of that damage Hellcurt, something else we could end up seeing is those neutral pits aren't gonna be long and drawn out. Loba's names are just gonna have the HP pool we know.
The later the game goes, the better it is for BTK.
Best player
so Outplay not doing anything early is like good for them, but it's still just a very minuscule lead. It's almost like nothing to complain, nothing to say about. They're basically even goal.
Entertainment, because these teams love to put on a show around that lore.
You gotta clear that mid bush. Oh, Shark could beat up anyway.
That I have to expect that'll happen again between number 1 and number 2 here in the NACT spring.
Sounds like a new record label, man. Wall Wiggle Entertainment. I swear I saw that somewhere in a club when I was younger. I don't know. But we are going to have a little bit of wall wiggling right here because the turtle is up. Zayn
resetting. Reshi and T both cutting waves. Reshi might be there first though. T might want to leave. Okay, they both cleared about the same time. Though mid lane did get cleared for BTK. Like for BTK's wave, I mean. Garage ult, but it doesn't matter. Early wall. Nothing happening. Shark flicker ulted, that's it. They get the turtle for that.
That's right.
Nothing happens.
He's already been cleaned.
I feel like Bodge, like he should be ulting from bushes, not from out in the open. I don't know why he's ulting out in the open. If he just ults in a bush there and flicker ults, maybe they could have turned that around. But he telegraphed his ult so obviously. Zayn trying to make a play here, getting a little low. Oh, big bonk. Oh, it hits Hoon. Hoon has to back out. Eso's 1 HP. Iso going in. Gets best player. Hoon 1 HP. Oh, almost gets sniped. Oh, he gets sniped. The passive from Farsa kills Hoon.
That's 2 kills for the side of BTK at 5.5 minutes.
2-0. And they get a mid tower? Oh, they're going to commit for this mid tower. I think they get it. Nah, they're not committing for it.
Late game scaling marksman and one picking up a first blood. You're talking about getting those items faster, right?
That was a big bonk from Zane. I don't think he meant to ult him, but honestly, maybe he did. I don't know. It was either auto aim or it was a big brain play. I don't know. But either way, it was a really good ult to go for Hoon. It basically made his ult meaningless, and then Yato picked him off. Seems like they are doing some heavy mid prio here. They are swapping lanes. T won't even die 1v2. Even if Shark ults Shark does not have dominance, I don't think yet. So T could just sustain off a wave or off of one of them, honestly.
I don't think we can. That darkness falls, like you were talking about at draft. It's so good for being able to provide that vision denial. Even though Moba Zane has the B tier jungle, the retribution can't really come.
Not looking good for Zane here. There's 2 people. Shark looking to ult someone, but he can't get the ult off. He's refusing the flicker. He should have just committed for the flicker. If he wanted to ult someone, just use the flicker. He greedy not using the flicker there.
Both teams, I think, know the seriousness of it, and they're not trying to waste.
Iso split pushing towers. This is a fine turtle to give. They don't need to force this. Oh, they're committing on the. Wow, that auto. T with the flicker on the best player, killing him.
Gets the kill.
They're trying to help T out. T with the stun on the Shark. Shark gets stunned. Follow up. Shark flicker out. Shark flicker out. But he's dead anyway. Ult goes off on the Hoon. Hoon stays there. Doesn't do anything. Dude, the insane engage, killing Hellkurt. Iso 1 HP. They're actually even using flicker to try and kill Iso, but Iso still gets out. Well played. Who flickered? Okay, I think it was Joybot flickering out. I didn't even notice. Okay, this is a good lead for BTK. Nothing too crazy, but it's still a lead. They've thrown this kind of lead before, so I'm still. It's not a done deal yet. The game is not over.
Most definitely. I mean, at this point, map's starting.
It's very easy to throw a lead. There's one wipe.
I mean, he's taken 1 death. Basically as well, though, hasn't taken a death, and neither has Yureshi. And these are 2 players. They're on the off lanes. They haven't been as involved, but it does seem
stun on the Shark. Shark has no flicker.
Has taken one of those points that you talked about. They're starting. They were able to take.
Shark gets stunned out. T with the stun misses. Shark 1 HP dies. Best player 1 HP has to flicker out. T with the ult. Is it gonna matter though? Or not T. Crossbow Tang from Basic gets T. Not too great. I wonder what Joybot used his shield for. I feel like Joybot is a very inexperienced Alita player.
5-1 in favor of BTK, and they had a solid goal lead.
Oh, ult from Iso. Onto Basic, but Basic has no ult, so he's dead anyway. Well played from Iso. He knew Basic doesn't have ult, so he didn't care about getting all his marks hit.
This is a great start for the side of BTK.
This is more than a great start, Trex. This is starting to look like a little bit of a landslide here, and this is what BTK needs. Get out here and punch outplay in the mouth, because Trex, they have experience to start.
Committing on the Shark here. Shark has no flicker. Oh, ult goes off. He gets stunned.
There's a problem for Shark.
Big ult from Yato. Shark 1 HP. They're not going to commit for the mid tower though. Why? That's such a free mid tower. Why not commit for it?
BTK is moving like a well-oiled machine. They're coming down to the bot side. They're going to clear this wave, and they're looking for their next.
Outplay's going to be at the Lord first, since T's clearing top. They might just try to trade the Lord and go for T, but doesn't seem like it. Joybot does not have ults for this turtle, so not turtle Lord. They should chill. Oh, flicker ults from Shark onto Yato. Yato is dead. Joybot defends the tower. Iso tries to go for a play here. Nothing really happens though. Backs off. Kind of a waste of the Claude ult, not gonna lie. It's a really poor choice to use it. Poor timing, I mean. He should wait until they went on the Lord or something, then go in with the ult. He wasted sprint too, which is not good. Yato should have ulted that way from afar. It's very, like, when you have no vision on the enemy team, you should just play safe with your ults.
Is the one on the back pedal of a match. They came out the gates with a great game plan. They came out ready for those early skirmishes. They came out looking to be on the aggressive side and not be on the reactive side. So what Outplay wants to do, BTK making them play to their game. And you know something else, Trex, Yato looks very comfortable, and so does T.
3K goal lead for BTK. Nothing too crazy, but it is a lead.
What you get here, a great.
Neither team is really playing for the Lord. Both teams are just playing safe. They don't want to show because Kaja.
This is almost exactly what we saw game one in their second bout at the end of the second round robin when BTK went up against TLB before, and we've seen Outplay on the back burner. We've seen their backs push up against the wall. They know how to
Basic,
draw out a
half
game.
HP from
Like I
Yato.
said, Basic
Yato
only
can
taking
just
one death.
demolish
When
Basic.
you have the 1-1, you never know what can happen.
Oh, T getting committing on Basic here. Basic has to Inspire to get out. That's really huge to get his Inspire out. That's a lot of mobility he just lost. They might go for the Lord now. Basic has to reset. T has no ult though. Iso getting top tower. They should just stall this Lord. Let Iso push. They don't have to do anything here. Just reset it or hold it. One or the other.
Speaking of great shape, though, Trex, a little bit of a wall of entertainment going on.
Yeah, and look at Joybodge. He's got a good position.
Joybodge! Why? Lucky flicker. Oh, but they're all committing onto him. That's why 1 HP dies anyway. Shark has to flicker out to live.
Best player falls, and the rest
Iso getting ulted by Positive. Doesn't matter. He sprints out. Yato gets the Lord. Reshi in the middle of the team. Can they kill him?
Hits the drip and takes out
Not really.
They want to try to make him pay for that. Reshi wants
It's a 1-for-1, but BTK does get the Lord.
Immobilized onto Mobazane. They're going to be able to back off. That will be the
Bodge, man. It feels like he's whiffing so hard. Like, he has these really free decisive engages, but he's whiffing really hard. Oh, Hoon getting demolished by Yato. Big ults from him. Reshi ulting for Zane. Not going to do anything with it, though. Going to back off.
He needs that Nicolette positioning, as I like to say. And he is definitely doing a good job. He's not being too aggressive. He's hanging out in the bushes. He's not showing his face. And Shark just doesn't know who to grab right now.
You know, right in line with what Yato's doing, man. That's that confidence.
Should be a free mid tower for BTK.
This is good. He came out here. He's surpassing Hoon right now in the mid lane. He's been so proactive. He's nailing these win conditions.
Oh, I think they know he's here.
He's going for the poke.
He's running.
He's setting up a lot. Look at this right here.
They know he ran. Are they going to try and catch him off guard? Doesn't seem like it.
Falls. He thought he was going to get a tower, but he's out of here.
T, not wise to try and continue. Good, he backs off. They need to get something done with this Lord. The Lord died topside for no reason. I think he kind of... It was a good play from best player to kill the bot wave because they all tried to chase him and they didn't get that mid tower off of it. They're gonna get this tier 2 bot tower, but
so melee heavy, they have no option but to respect the threat that Yato
they do have the
has
Farsa ult to siege. That's such a huge power tool for sieging.
Right now. Outplay, like I said, for the first time we're seeing them on the back.
They're just having the Helcurt split.
Taking one tower, or this might be the first tower they take.
The Helcurt pick has been useless.
This Helcurt pick has been useless.
Yeah, tad.
Against BTK right now, but they're being very grouped up, and they're a team that wants those angles.
BTK has to just like group for these objectives. Outplay's gonna try to split a lot. They have to like choose one or the other, either group or stop the split. But they're like they don't know which one to do, and it doesn't look too good because of that.
Player 1 ain't keeping up with player 2 right now. Mobazane is having a great game, and best player is struggling. He's 0-3-2, hasn't came up too huge on the.
He might look for a flicker ult. Nope, gonna back off.
3 actually, the 2 turtles, 1 Lord. He's only picked up 1 turtle since the start of the game with that Darkness Falls. Ever since then, though, been a pretty quiet game for someone that has been touted as the best jungler so far in NACT.
Like, Joybot should not be using his shield there. He needs to save his shield for if Lamlin gets stacks. He doesn't need to use his shield there. There's like zero reason to.
Another team against one of these two teams, and you had almost all of your towers gone compared to only taking 2. It would be like a 5, 6, no, maybe a 7K, though the gold lead has just jumped to 5, so I can't count myself out too early, but still.
They're giving so much pressure, like map pressure to outplay.
They're way up. They're actually pushing BTK back a little bit right now.
So that's so dumb. They should be the one applying pressure, not the other way around.
For the composition right now.
I guess it's because they have Kaja, but it's still like way too scared, you know.
Outplay do. We kind of talked about their composition. They're very strong in the pickoff. You have Reshi on the glue. He's phenomenal in engages when he gets the proper window of opportunity. You have the Darkest Falls from
the game. The longer the game gets, the more meaningless the lead is. Shark Mask. Not sure if they saw. Joy Lodge. He's in a good spot. Okay.
They need to secure that -1 on the
he just wasted his shield. Like they just saw that.
We're talking about a real good game, baby. But they have to be wise enough to find it. They commit to the 5v5s. BTK is going to
Mask from Joy Lodge. Not sure if they heard it. Maybe they did. They're clearing back their bushes. They see them topside here. 2 of them. Shark is fleeting time.
They need to get Yato. They need to get someone important, maybe ISO, and they're looking for it, but they're just getting denied consistently.
Wow, they're slow
BTK's
pushing.
Positions right now on the map are better than I think I've ever seen them throughout NACT. The way they're using the conceal to rework themselves around this Lord pit, no one's sticking their neck out, and now once again, BTK hanging out in this bush. They have a great position on this Lord, but we've got to
See, Outplay a vision on their entire backline right now, which is not good for BTK.
Mention something about Yato though. That is the range difference in between them. Hey, oh, you're rushing.
Like, see, they knew he was there, so they're gonna commit onto ISO with a big ult onto the backline though. Can you get anyone out of that? TP's back. Basic is 1 HP.
Comes Wind of Nature, able to get away just in time. Basic looking for more. T tries to get the stun.
Reshi might get ulted on here. Alright, Reshi, you're trying to ult on T. T getting pulled back. Flicker's back. Oh, dashes back at the perfect time. Reshi has no flicker. Getting melted by ISO. And he's dead. That's 2 dead for Outplay. Zane still has his red tree. Best player used his. He'll get it back soon though. But he has no ults to try and like sneak the Lord. ISO almost out of mana. Not too good for him. He might run out of mana before this even happens. They see best player. They should back off here. T, just go on the best player. CC him. Fuck the shit out of him.
Look for the stun. ISO finds Basic.
Best player got the red tree.
Best player though. MLBB able to take out best player, so that is an expensive Lord.
They coin flipped the Lord and lost the red tree.
For that Lord right now, even though they lost it, BTK should be able to get some ground out of this.
Expensive Lord, man.
That's what they get for trying to burst down the Lord without knowing where Helkert is. Zane has a problem where he tries to 50-50 the Lord a lot and he egos it instead of just securing it 100% by knowing where the enemy jungler is.
So far in this game, but he just added 2 to his collection, and I have to tell you that's pretty important right there. That's like a what is that? Like
that's a really important Lord because they could have gone like 1 high ground tower with that Lord. So them losing that is not good.
It's definitely a class. It's a banger, man. That's a luminous Lord on your side with all members up or getting ready to spawn in. They can make
Yato getting committed on again here. Flicker's out. Doesn't seem like it's gonna matter though. He might be dead either way.
No one wants to attack it. Will he get the finish? 1 tap, 2 tap.
Yep, he's dead.
Yato down.
They don't have ISO here to kill Yato, not kill Yato, kill Reshi.
Trying to back off. Reshi's getting a little too thick. They just can't do the damage. And now,
oh, whom being committed on here, backing off.
T able to get back involved.
T getting ulted by Kaja.
ISO though. Basic does have the crossbow tanks waiting to pop it off. In it comes.
T is dead. Joy Bog losing his ammo. ISO's pushing mid.
All fall, and next will be Joy Bog.
Zane has to run. Not looking good for BTK.
On his lonesome, it's 5 members marching down. Oh, the turnaround. This could be bad.
ISO trying to make a play here with the Wind of Nature. Zane with the big bomb killing Shark. 1 HP though. Yato up in 3. No wave for Outplay.
ISO on his lonesome. Not enough minions, and the finish will not happen.
The fuck?
Outplay though.
What happened, bro? Yato getting caught out way too much. How did he even die there?
Goodness, Trex. We almost seen that go all the way to his house from Outplay.
Same with AW Ego.
You know what they did to start that out, right, Trex? Well, we were talking.
Now Outplay has the momentum.
You said they need Yato.
They fought without ISO. Yeah, ISO is clearing all the waves. It's like Lord waves. He has to clear the waves. They shouldn't be up there that far though without ISO, which is 100% true. They need to play as a team.
I think that plays duet from ISO is really what saved them. Getting those minions out the way, getting those HP bars lowered, especially with MLBB trying to hold down the fort. Obviously ended up falling, but it was just enough to hold this down. And I have to tell you, this is a great game. We're getting closer and closer to that 20-minute mark, Trex, and I'm hoping that this keeps it up all through the series.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, the gold is even. Both teams, I will say BTK down a little bit because they have lost that inhibitor, and we know Outplay does have the macro game.
They're about even goal. This late game. Goldie doesn't matter at this point.
Luckily,
no, it's just macro.
Does have a lot of mobility. Let's keep our eyes on Joybaj and ISO.
They're not going to be able to burst a glue unless Farce is there too. That's the only case where they'll actually be able to burst him. Zane getting ulted here. Winter Star Punch, but it doesn't matter. He's dead. Can they try and trade Reshi? Doesn't seem like it.
Yato hits the big wall.
Zane died.
Tried to pop the wings by wings, but does not find us. So it's a 1-for-0 trade on the map.
That couldn't have went any worse than it did. Imagine trying to set up for that pick and then having your own jungle.
Helkert soloing the Lord here. Outplay pushing.
Starting to get shoved further and further back here, Trex, and I don't know if it's the experience from Outplay knowing how to win, because let's be honest, they haven't taken a loss all in ACT, and it seems like they don't want to take one here. BTK is going to have to focus up, and you know what else has to happen? Yato, he cannot fall anymore. Every time he drops, it is a negative to BTK for those team fights.
Yeah, I mean, another big problem is your Reshi right now. He is just, nobody seems to be able to get him down.
Let's see if BTK can tower defense this. They only have a Farsa that's really good for tower defense. Claude isn't too great because his damage is limited to minions. Yato has MO. I'm not sure it's gonna make a difference though.
Ballsy when he goes in for these pickoffs.
You know, you're talking about the pickoffs. You mentioned Yoreshi, and I have to say, man, kudos to him. He's been taking Yato on some piggyback rides, and he's been getting it done. The moment he got the first one, things flipped. He got the second, things got to where they are now.
Not looking good for BTK here. They need to kill them if they want to defend this. They can't look for a wave clear angle.
Drop the feather airstrike. Hoon trying to go to the backside, drop a couple glooms. Looking for something. Yoreshi as well trying to make
Outplay doesn't really have waves here. Shark playing really far back. Uses the mask now. Can he get a pick? He's looking. Oh, ult from Joybot onto Shark. Caught under tower. Shark's dead. Loses his Rimo. But it seems like Outplay's going to focus the base. And it's GG.
Damage, and they do not last. That is it. Game 1 in a best of 5 will go to the side of Outplay.
My goodness, Trex. BTK couldn't see it in the darkness falls, but we can see it clear as day. The
Man, what a throw.
Ignored the fight and went straight for that crystal base. I have to say, man, Outplay really showed exactly why they sit in that #1 spot, because for a while, this looked like a game BTK was poised and ready to take. But the difference, man, especially starting from Yoreshi, starting to find Yato, we were talking about it. They had that pick
what
off
a throw.
If they could get to him, they could turn things around. And that XP laner for Outplay stepped up huge for them in this one.
I mean, just so many
Yeesh.
things.
Like the stream, chat. Like the stream. If you haven't already, I appreciate it very much if you do.
Towards the end, he started getting found. He started getting hit, and that from there was just the downfall of that game for BTK. And at this point, it's looking a little reminiscent of what we saw last time.
That's right. And speaking of things we are looking at, we're starting to look at those items, and you know what? Best player went for that full damage Hellcurt, and while he didn't have the best KDA with it, he still came up huge with some pretty well-timed retributions. One of those retributions leading to the siege we're seeing here to try and end this game. They had the Lord going in. You can see BTK was trying to peel that off. They were trying to chunk down that HP bar.
Yato wasn't time high solo. The Yato died like so stupid. Like the 2 Yato deaths just threw the game.
Ultimate, he flickers. Okay, that goes to CC. He was about to join the fight. You saw the hesitance. Then he popped the Darkness Falls. Let's get this crystal base. Forget that 5v5. Let's go up 1 series in this best of 5.
And you could see them both just, I mean...
The other cost that match, it's not even about losing the red tree, chat. It's the fact that they committed onto the lore when Hellcurt's still missing. All they have to do is hold the Lord and then look for Hellcurt. Like, clear the bushes.
Let's take a look at ISO. Had a great game. The rich guy, the carry. Mobazane taking the most damage throughout the whole series, and Hoon, the forgotten one, with a total assist of 8. But I think the real thing to show here is all these bars are kind of favoring BTK, but Outplay still secures the win, Deku.
You know what? There's a famous saying, they like to tell you numbers don't lie, but I tell you what, Trick, Outplayed might have been the one to beat that one, because this time the numbers did lie. All of it points as an indicator to a win for BTK, but not so fast. The Outplay from Outplay, able to buckle down on the comeback, get it done game 1.
So like, when we got to the middle part of that game, maybe around, like, I want to say maybe
GG, game 1.
Like that, when the Lord
he was getting Haru Yato imposter. Yato, like,
after
a fucking monkey for what he did.
Isn't able to get one, but still, they started playing back a little bit. They had like a 5k gold lead, I remember saying it, and they started, it's almost like they were still nervous, and I feel like that's where they gave too much map presence back to the side of Outplay, and it was just a major mistake. When you have that lead and you have the composition you have, I feel like they should have just kept hammering in, but I think at that point they were so used to playing safe, and they played too safe, and Outplayed got the outplay. Now we're in to game number 2. Taking a loss like that, how is it going to affect BTK's mentality here? Are they going to be able to pick up the pieces, or are we looking at a big landslide from there?
I mean, that's a strong, important question. I really think that's going to be the make or break for this game, too. Do they take game 1 in stride and say, well, you know what? We came out the gate swinging. We know we can put the pressure onto
3-0
outplay.
mental
Matter
is
of fact,
gone.
we were the pressure. Like
They
you
can
said,
still
leading the
do.
way.
They can still
All the
come back.
stats,
It's just a one
everything was
game,
checked
but
in them
like, man,
that
that's such
late
a
game. It was the adjustment
bad
from
first game
outplay
to
really
lose.
that shone through and got them the win.
I am
But
out. I
BTK
won't
was
support
definitely the
BTK
clear
until
leader
you
for the
plays.
majority of that match. You have
Thanks,
to be
Adana.
able to realize that and go into game 2 with a better mindset. You can't let that loss shake you. This is outplay you're going against. If it was going to be easy, they wouldn't be here in the first place. You got to bring your best game, and you have to remain consistent to finish off those matches with them.
Yeah, I will say BTK does have the stamina, right? We saw them last night go 5 long, grueling games against Ackerman, and it wasn't like you won 2, you won 2, then we won. It was back and forth. They were playing ping pong with the scoreboard, just 1, 1, 1, 1. And then finally BTK comes out on top. So we do know they have that stamina. We do know they have the ability to come back. I think if they won that game, it would have been huge for their mental, for their, for their
Crazy BTK lost a late game
morale.
comp.
But now, with the loss,
It's just
like
like
you said, they got to brush it off.
they
gotta
play the
come
team
back to
fights
this.
so
I
weird.
think Outplay had a pretty rough draft last game, but
Like, they
still
just have to
come in
play to
clutch,
bait.
And once they got to the late game, the composition worked very well.
They have to bait someone
early
out,
on,
because
I think
Outplay will
BTK
always commit
could
to
have
someone
gone
they
for the
see
same
alone.
thing, but
It's
they
so
gotta
easy to
know
bait them
they can
out.
Finish it, man. They got to go for the throat when they have a 5K gold lead.
They definitely do. You can't take your foot off the pedal because, like you said, as soon as they kind of started to regress, got a little passive, outplay, sniffed the blood in the water, they could see the weakness and started punishing on it. But you know what? Not too much on BTK here, because while they did make a lot of mistakes to throw that game over to the side of outplay, outplay didn't have the cleanest decisions either. You know, obviously that's why they were kind of on the back end of the match. And I think it really was a lot at draft. We saw them kind of adjust the pick. Normally in that position, Hoon opts in for that Kagura. You have a mage killer in your hand for that Farsa from the start. You're not waiting on Ureshi to get to a point where he can do it for you. But they went for the Lilia, tried to match the rotation. And while that's good on paper, rotating without profit is nothing. It doesn't matter if you beat somewhere there first. If you're not doing anything across that finish line, what's the point? So I'd like to see maybe Outplay adjust that a little bit, or maybe just try to keep things open for Hoon. But you know what? BTK is trying to get those things off the board. They've already banned the Faramus, banned the Valentino. We might see Hoon have to adjust it yet again in that position forward.
Double mage ban for BTK, Faramus, Valentino.
You said it when all this first started. He's a major issue for every team that faces Outplay. So I think it's not a bad deal, especially since they get first pick here. You could essentially just really hammer into it, maybe pick up the Farzer again. The Arlot's still open though. Shark as well on the Kaja. He's not able to play something. He's not able to play as aggressive. So we still haven't seen like Hoon and Shark in their aggressive mindset where they're going to play on your side of the river. You know, they're not playing on their own side. They're playing on your side of the river. They're keeping vision for you. So once we see that from them, there's definitely going to be a slightly different vibe, and Yato and Joybaj are going to have to adjust to that.
And I love that you actually pointed that out, because that is a great point to kind of talk about, right?
Hey, the
Shark
super
was
chat,
off of
Atome.
those picks that he's normally able to be super aggressive on. He's on the Kaja. It's one shot, one kill. If it doesn't connect, that's all you have. Now you
BTK's first pick. They don't want to go for the
he normally has the
Arlot.
tank
That's interesting.
Even if you don't find the big ult, you have a little bit more in your kit to work around with, a little more pill, you know, just some things to kind of bounce back and forth in those fights. Didn't have that with the Kaja, and you had Hoon off those traditional picks, because Hoon is really big on those top three, man. He loves that Valentina, the Faramus, and the Farsa. That is what he likes to go for. That's the bread and butter. When it comes to meta, Hoon sticks to it like no other. And you had a great opportunity to take the win from them, and I think that's why they had such a great opportunity. We were talking about that mid lane and roam battle coming into the series, that would dictate the
Like, Issa does better on, like, Beatrix compared to Claude.
But you kind of sold your great opportunity there. Now, Outplay can adjust, especially since they get those counter 2 picks. And I actually think that Yuzhong is geared up for potentially a Farsa into the hands of Hoon.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's something you can pick without picking up the Farza, right? And still know you're prepared for it. Also, I think this is probably one of T's best EXP liners. We literally saw.
All right, they first pick T's Yuzhong.
Everybody, it's literally that's his pick right there.
It's like
He likes it a lot, apparently. I know he likes it a lot,
He's up against Ureshi.
but it'll be
You know what I'm
very
saying?
interesting to
Ureshi's
see
like
how
one
much
of
it
these
actually
people that
does.
just, give me whatever. What do you want me to pick? Hilda? I'll run it. You want me to pick this? I'll run it right down their throat. I mean, he's totally comfortable with whatever EXP lane you give him. So T's going to be on his best right now. How is Ureshi going to answer it? Basic is going to pick up the carry up front. And then we get the Fredrin, which honestly, speaking of Ureshi, this could get flexed over if they want to.
It could. You're talking about Ureshi. I like to call him Urekmi because he is a dominant force in the XP, especially when he's left
Harry and
alone for the
Fredrin.
1v1s. He can really he can turn that weak side of the map into the strong side of the map very quickly for a team. And I really love what we're seeing here, right? We're talking about the YZ. Maybe it's a deterrent, especially since Farsa's up. That normally would get picked up right away. Instead of that carry, it might have been a Farsa Fredrin. But that YZ, I really think from BTK, kind of pushed that away. And now we're seeing a bit of mind games here, a bit of battle over priority for the mid lane. Because now this allows Yato to be able to pick this up, right? We're not heading into ban, so it's still going to be on the board. And you have the YZ now. You potentially like
They might put Fredrin EXP though.
But no.
They might flex it. Eve and Claude. Fanny.
Oh, best player. Gonna pick up.
Yeah, I kind of figured they would flex it.
So what do we do from here, right?
The dynamic has shifted.
Now the dynamic has definitely shifted. Luckily, I will say this: they haven't picked their roam up. Plenty of possibilities. Right. You already know outplay though. There goes the Kufra. Next is probably going to be the Franco. Let's just put that out there. Kaja's open too, so maybe they ban out the Kaja. My guess though is possibly the Franco. I don't know. One of the two. BTK are going to go for the Diggy because they need some hard CC coming in. So what do they pick here? If the Kaja, I mean, they have two options, right? Kaja or Franco. I think either one could work. And then MLBB.
Saints a lot, no Farsa for Hoon. I feel like it was pointless to ban. Actually, it's not that pointless. You can work with her quite well.
So he needs something. Maybe
it would have been a good setup.
I don't know. It's tough.
I mean, you know,
could
something
go for
else we can see. The Lance.
Yeah,
he could go for the Lance. The Akai's gone. The Kufra's gone. They probably pick up Franco or that Kaja. So you either deal with one or the other. I think we could. There's a good chance we do see MLBB Lance pop out.
And no Farsa for
worst
whom?
option. I think it definitely fits in pretty well. You have the assassin versus assassin matchup, obviously, with the tank side into your favor. Kadena ban's interesting though from the side of BTK.
Yeah, they leave the Farsa open. I think Kadena would have been better to give over to whom, but hey, whatever. You do give up. I mean,
yeah, it's interesting banning Kadena.
Faith and T. That's true. You're right.
I guess it's because Farsa can get countered by Yuzong. I guess that's fair. They don't want to give Kadena because Kadena can get sneaky picks. That kind of makes sense.
ISO as well can deal with that with the Claude, right? I mean, they have a couple things that can deal with that.
I feel like that's exactly why we didn't see it potentially, right?
We need to see Boj Atlas.
Especially like earlier on up against this Kagura. Maybe even the Claude if you catch him off guard with the Petrify. Even if you don't catch him with the knockup, the Petrify stopping the Blazing Duet, I think that's a fair enough trade, a spell for that dangerous ultimate. But like you said, you have YZ and Claude. They might.
I think it's Fanny. They banned Kufra and Kai. They could go Franco.
Option, especially if
they could go Franco.
Makes an appearance tonight with the Lancelot. So these teams are doing really. I like both the drafts so far. I feel like they're playing this extremely well from both ends.
Yeah, Outplay is definitely checking all the boxes. I didn't even think about that. I'm like, why did they ban the Akai, not the Kaja? And the Akai works, but they get to pick the Kaja for themselves. Yeah. So now the only thing really left for BTK is the, I didn't expect that, but is the Franco for Joybaj here, right?
Is your own bad here for BTK?
Almost a necessity.
I wouldn't say Fanny even gets countered by mid-C roam.
I don't know why they're taking the time. Maybe
because she can like dash through it, you know?
But how do you feel about the Paquito?
Paquito is probably tank, not damage.
I mean, it's some damage, but given the performance we've seen from Xanon Lance, I really would have loved to see him
pull
that out here, especially against the Fanny.
I think it's good.
I'm not a huge fan of this Atlas. I can't say this is something I'm very keen of. But what I will say though,
the only thing is the pre-4 map pressure is gonna be really shit.
Is roam bad here for BTK?
But with them all being so pretty close range, Bosch can find some opportunities for sets. It's just that outside of Fanny, outside of Hoon this Farsa, you're banking on trying to catch basic here, because anyone else you're talking about, Kaja, Fredrin, not really a great set, right? You need at least Hoon or at least basic to make that set really make sense for the side of Outplay here.
Yeah, everyone's gonna have some assignments here, right? I think Joybaj really his focus is basic here. T more gonna be focusing onto Hoon, and MLBB trying to get the reap off, trying to get some big burst damage. But all that aside, even with those fatal links, one person he's definitely never going to catch is best player. So that is the box that they really need to check here. Are they going to play aggressive in the early game? Maybe try to take a purple buff? Something
He
like
could
that?
catch
Are they
best
gonna try
player.
to
He'd just be
hold out
really
for a
well
mid-late
timed with his
game?
ult.
Right.
A lot of questions to be asked because best player is definitely going to be an issue. So let's see. Because right now we're going into game 2. BTK at a 1-game deficit in a best of 5, trying to get a win up against Outplay.
You know what? They definitely do need this win because if we let Outplay go up 2-0, that could be disaster for BTK. That would be a huge momentum swing, right? Especially after giving them like that
Map pressure definitely going to
even if you take the win the next series,
Outplay with the Farsa. He needs to be a bit more careful though.
It's almost a necessity, right, to keep their mental in check, keep them momentum.
Not good for him here.
Oh, this is going to be a problem. T already very, very low. Is gonna get
He's trying to get an HP reset, but it's not going to work. And T is dead. It's a Farsa. You can never be that aggressive versus a Farsa. Baj is going to catch the minion, but not a good start.
The wave, and with that, we got some nice targets on the board for best player already.
Maybe thinking a little too much of Yureshi. You thinking they're both classy, traditional gentlemen looking for the 1v1 Western style, but no, the rest of the team comes for that early rotation, coming to punish the XP, and that's huge tricks, especially because when you're talking about that first neutral.
You so should have bought steel plates first. If you didn't, it's kind of troll.
Then 40 seconds here. You have a bit of an issue now because T has taken a depth. If he doesn't hit level 4 on time with that Black Dragon form, you can pretty much pack it up and ship it off about that first turtle and just let Outplay have it, because without that level 4, that YZ really can't offer much to you for that wall wood.
He didn't cancel the recall. He could have. They need to shove that wave top.
He was gonna die. He's like, let me try to get a minion here, something, and then I'll respawn fast.
He's gonna die to burn.
Run back to base, but Hoon's gonna get a big pick onto Joybaj.
Dude, they have to play safe versus the Farsa. They're not respecting the Farsa at all.
Different game than what we saw last time.
Definitely a little bit different right now. Look at the pressure. This is another visit to the XP lane, but this time from the side of BTK trying to right the wrongs. But look at best player.
Mobazane a little bit of trouble. Best player's got to be careful against Mobazane because he's still going to pack a punch. If he gets a knock up on a best player while he's standing still or something, it could be a problem.
Oh, good catch out. Best player being caught out here. Best player's dead. Might be a free turtle. T going in. Cancel Hoon's bird. Hoon had to purify.
Holding up the aggression.
Free turtle for BTK.
This turtle over to the side.
They might go for the Luluf too. It wouldn't be smart though. Just take the turtle and be done with it.
Shark and Yureshi though are coming in. Yureshi does have level 4. Gonna maybe look.
Oh, petrify onto Hoon. Hoon is dead.
Take the turtle, but down goes Hoon.
T. Not a good spot though. Quite low. Can he get out? Shark had the flicker onto T. T's dead. I would say it's fine though. Shark flickering for that kill. So now he can't flicker for a pick. And a kill to a tank is kind of meaningless.
I'm not mad at that because Mobazane's still able to pick it up. I was talking about, I thought maybe they'd be at a bit of a disadvantage, but able to correct those mistakes from earlier and pick up that objective. That's still huge. That's some nice
BTK with a tad bit of a lead, but now they're about even gold, despite, you know, them getting 2-0'd. Reminds me of, you know, when last game BTK, when they got those first 2 kills.
Yeah, and they're actually
and they started throwing.
Farm of Outplay right now. And like, don't get me wrong, Zane's got a great farming rate. His gold rate is amazing. BTK is known for having a pretty good gold discipline, but Outplay on the other hand,
Outplay does have double purify, so it's really good for Claude here because he can chase Farsa and carry so easily. So if Claude makes really smart plays and baits out the Codral, or they bait Codral on someone else, and then he dies backline, he can do a lot. But if he waits till late game when they already have like Wind of Nature and Winter Trunch, it's gonna be pointless.
From the gold lane, able to now maybe potentially have some damage. Best player right now doing a lot, but not a lot at
Carlos probably expected Shark to ult him there, but he told him he doesn't have flicker. It seemed like he was going to cable onto Zane, but Shark doesn't have flicker to pick out Zane there. If Shark had flicker, he 100% would have ulted Zane, and then Who and Carlos would have bursted him.
It's like he's hunting. He's looking for the usual mistakes that he's finding. He's checking that mid lane.
Looking for basic here. He does have Purify, and you can see if they're all missing. They probably all path top, so he's going to play a bit safe.
Because he's not finding anyone, he's losing a little bit of time. You know, he's not able to farm as fast. Right now, BTK, Mobazane, he's able to clear his jungle already, and now he's able to look for picks. Luckily, Basic knows it's coming, so he backs off.
You know what?
T's like really scared bot side after that first death.
Eye on that bot side of the map. Yureshi is cutting that wave with the Fredro. We might see him join in on this clash, and
he'll definitely be there for that fight.
T can, because he's clearing in the middle.
The thing is, T is dragon. You know, T can catch up with his dragon form very easily. Areshi's gonna try and like prevent him from going in. Oh, Joybodge gets flicker ulted by Shark and bursted before he can even use his ult. Now BTK, they should do is play this slow here. Shark getting jumped on quite low, but best player gets the retry.
It's another objective over to the side of Outplay. This time it's 1-1 for Turtles on the map.
T-Show just ulted past Fredrin to go to the Lord, or not Lord, Turtle. But at that point, they might have not just focused it. It was kind of a rough spot for him. He was trying to try to catch up with Fredrin, but Fredrin made a smarter play by trying to stop him from rotating.
In North America, it's all about getting out there and asserting dominance, and having a gold lead is a great way to do it. Outplay not gonna let BTK stay comfortable for too long.
Yeah, Yato once again playing comfortable though in this early game, not sticking his neck out too much. He did the same thing last game, and he started to get a little.
It's really rough for Joybodge to engage because they double purify. Like he can't just wait for their purifies. Is the thing though. It's not gonna do much.
Zane making his way down, maybe look for the wave clear. He's gonna dash to the tower, try to get that left jab over onto the minion.
But he should just force purifies and then reset.
You know, it's funny. I was actually going to say something about best player not having a pop-off game, if you will. Normally, at this point, he's picked up at least 4, maybe 5 kills. But he's at a respectable 2. And for the side of BTK, kind of like...
Oh, he whiffed his ult.
Hold on. Did you see that big whiff from Yato? He popped through a manipulation the wrong way.
Oh, Zane.
Someone's going to find a way.
He got his blue.
The best player forcing him out of the jungle.
Just nice.
I think did he take that purple buff? I think he took that purple buff.
I would love to see if we could get an eye on.
Eye on best player would be.
Shark does not have ult. He used it on Joybodge a second ago.
Over to the mid side.
Joybodge should ult Shark right now while they're all mid, but chooses not to.
I think it was just the turtle buff around.
That would have been like a nice pick. They might have lost top tower if they did that. To be fair, maybe not. Maybe it's not the play.
From Zane to be able to take that purple buff, and kind of was talking about kind of keeping best player in check. He's not having the great. Ooh, hold up. Back up.
T's falling behind. Now he's going to get pulled in possibly. Luckily, does have the Black Dragon. Go home, T. Go home. Give up the tower. Go home, T.
This is bad.
He decides to stay, but Hoon
T has to reset. Zane's probably going to go defend bot.
I'm waiting for best player.
Oh, they're getting mid tower here, it seems. Oh, he gets out some time.
He gets away.
Oh, they get mid tower. It's a good trade.
Wow. Man,
they lose top tower, but mid tower is huge in terms of prio.
Too far, but Yureshi.
Not only that,
Yato just reverse ult? Yeah.
Yureshi, always the looming threat, sitting at 1-0 and 2, and that's a good spot for him.
Did Yato just reverse ult LMAOOOO?
Gonna once again be holding down the front.
Say looking for the retry here. The thing is, best player with being Fanny has. Oh, Zane gets the retry. Shark with the ult onto Zane. Zane not in a good spot. Oh, follow up from Iso though onto Hoon and Shark. Shark having to flicker out. They're not gonna give chase though. Hoon Purify Shark flickered. Joybodge did waste his ult though. I feel like he didn't need to flicker ult.
Right, count them up, man. Those are some great objectives securing from BTK side, specifically into the hands of MOBA Zane, man. He's been keeping up and sometimes seeming even better than best player out here, at least as far as retribution goes. It's still pretty even in between both of these teams, but speaking of even, man, we finally get a moment to look at some of these items.
Axe a bit more gold than Fanny, but oh, Bodge is dead. What happened there? Oh, he got ult Shark ulted Bodge. They did get bot tower though, so I guess it's a trade.
He's not looking for damage.
Oh, Hoon!
But hang on.
In a weird spot here. Does he get out? Iso standing still. I don't know what the fuck just happened.
Is there? Outplay, save the day, basically picks it up.
That was such a weird thing to watch.
Having their way right
and Yato's dead.
There's the cables we wanted to see, Deku. There's the cables we wanted to see.
There it goes, and you know, basically
well, that was such a weird skirmish.
Towards that mid game, he should start to taper off a little bit, but it seems like he's starting to pick up for whatever reason. That's even after losing out with some of those neutrals, losing out on a purple buff, and not really having.
He probably feels really useless.
Type of game.
It's hard for him to ult onto anyone on their team because he has to match like Fredrin the whole time.
Teams fear this Fanny. This might be a setback for BTK.
Yeah, but BTK, during all this chaos, because we've just been jumping around all over the place, mid tower does go down for Outplay.
It's like a 2k gold lead for Outplay.
Like last game, when BTK never got too far ahead, Outplay also has not gotten too far ahead. It's just below a 2,000 gold lead. BTK definitely still in this, and around this 9-minute mark, MOBA Zane should start packing a punch here.
He definitely
flicker ult from Shark. Yato's dead. Like, Yato was just walking way too close, bro.
It was like
Where'd
a
he go?
magic trick.
Red
Houdini.
team's turret has been
I just noticed the death counter. Yato's down, I guess. Laying on the ground in the mid
He's
side.
playing so
Best player
far
hunted
up.
Down ISO as well. The Lord is up now.
Ooh, Joybodge looking to make a
Joybodge, I already know second skill, a little rough. They're lacking a lot of damage without Yato there. It's just Iso's damage. They're heavily relying on him. His carry does have wind, so T can't really like fuck her up. If anything, it has to be either T or Iso, one of each other trading off on carries wind to nature, and then they commit on her. Because Joybodge can only bait the Purify, he can't bait the wind.
The best player still up, full energy bar, ready to go. He's had his Wheaties this morning. He wants to play. MLBB there as well, though. Got the passive ready to proc. The wall
Yato is alive here.
entertainment is here. Let's see who comes out on top. Best player swinging.
Joybodge looking for best player, but nothing's gonna happen. Shark.
Waiting for the hit.
Oh, Iso with a flank. Can he get anyone though? Shark 1 HP. Petrify from ET is not going to do much though. It's outplay quite low here. Joybodge might be looking for a follow-up play. Best player getting picked off from Iso. Might be a free load for BTK. Reshi taking some big damage. And he's dead. BTK seems like they're going to get a free first lord.
My
Iso massive that he got Carlos there on his own.
Now he's doing one, and I actually believe he got a shutdown there, did he not? Overthrow best player? That's some huge economy boost over the goal lane for BTK. This is exactly what they need. We're talking about what else they need. How about an extra team member? That's 5 players plus 1 with the Lord. We're talking about a 6v5. All members on the map here. Trex things could get dicey for the side of outplay.
What is with Barnes using weird ults? Yato did this shit last game. Now who's doing it this game? Like, why am I so confused?
Marching on down. BTK, I think, want to try to hold the mid side.
Is this a bug?
This tier 2 in the mid, maybe
is this a reoccurring mistake? Like, what's up with that?
And you know what else is coming to conceal?
Oh, Joybodge. Clearing all the bushes with conceal. It's not gonna happen though. Like, Hoon does have Purify. Basic will it soon as well. Oh, MLBB committing onto Hoon here. Hoon has no bird. He did Purify though. Basic being caught out. Basic has no Purify. Basic gets picked off. Basic's dead. Hoon's also 1 HP and has no Purify. They might commit onto him.
On the rise right now. Best player decides not. Maybe I don't want to move in on it.
T with the Petrify, but it doesn't connect out to anyone. Bot tower quite low. BTK gonna push mid wave here. Hoon does not have his ult, but he might get it back soon. Joybodge looking for a play. Best player though clears the wave. BTK can't really push much. Can they get the bot tower though? Bot tower is quite low. Big ult from T comes off. What's gonna happen though? Can they get the bot tower? Best player kills Yato. T 1 HP has to get out. T trying to go back in.
Best player finds the double.
Best player gets 2. BTK hard overstaying. They don't have anything to do anything.
Needs to get out of town quick along with MLBB, and they're just able to.
That's such an overstay from BTK. They greedy for that bot tower. It's so hard. Oh, Outplay's gonna lose their top tower, but I don't think it's gonna matter.
That's a lot of damage on Yureshi.
Oh, Shark with the flicker ult. Tries to get Iso. Iso gets out just in time. Like, that's a really weird bush camp right there. Like, you have two people dead. You're not gonna get that kill, especially on a Fredrin no less. That was a flicker ult from Shark though. That's gone. Outplay. Reshi with the flicker out. Seems like they'll still get him though. No turnaround play on the Shark. Shark doesn't have ult though. They could have done a turnaround play on the Shark. Because Hoon used all his combo and missed. But they played it safe and back off.
Some of the most back and forth action I've seen in a long time there, Tricks. I don't know how you're holding up.
The thing with Outplay is since they have an assassin jungle, their comp is very squishy. And if Shark has no ult, he has 0 peel for the backline. And it's all reliant on Reshi peeling. But Reshi has to split push and match all the waves. So if Reshi isn't with the team and Shark wastes his ult or gets ult someone that doesn't matter, like Outplay's backline is just fucked.
And these teams are trying again to assert that dominance. BTK made a couple mistakes, right? In that last kind of bit of a clash, a little bit of skirmish. They were on a hot run for it.
Okay, now I think it's going to be Carlos splitting the whole game. But the thing is, he's a Fanny jungle. He has the right tree, so if he dies, it's not good.
Able to respond, right? Able to even things up just a little bit. BTK still has a lot of matches.
Bod should not be showing himself here. It's just a very weird decision. Oh, Iso 1 HP. Can best player get him? No, he gets out. He haven't used wind though. Kind of rough for him.
Now best player's got to go back to base.
No wind is kind of rough to engage on basic then. And now Fanny has room for re-engage. Oh, Zane getting ulted by Shark, dying. Yeah, T getting top towers, but it seems like Lord's a lost cause.
I think he's going to keep on hammering in. Needs
That's
to try
right.
to do damage. Back to the Lord Pit though. Yureshi
Seems like base is going to reset for some health.
able to push him away.
T's committing onto the top tower though. Bodge, oh my.
Down
There's no follow-up though.
Joybaj able to get the fatal links onto several members, but no one's there to capitalize. Yato now on the run, and T.
What a sloppy fight. It was a 3-man ult from Bodge, but Yato was not ready to commit. And Yato doesn't even have the damage to make it commit. And then Claw got one shot by the Fredrin ult.
And this is heart-wrenching, man. It seems like time and time again when BTK is right there, Outplay moves the goalpost a little bit more. Got to be a little bit faster than that, man. And BTK just keeps stumbling and tumbling. It's almost there, man. It's so close.
Flicker onto Zane. Is it going to matter?
Not again. Zane,
Full HP. Can get out here, though. Best player. Not a lot of energy. Still managed to fly out, though, because Fanny blue buff.
His life. If he would've got taken
That was a
out
flicker ult from a Shark, but Yato did use his ult. Not too good.
Trying to outclass game 2.
Yeah, man, if he would have failed, that definitely
Battle
was
of throws.
6v4, and we all know basic math, I hope. And that would have not have been
I feel like
a
Bodge,
great
like,
equation for BTK to be able to stay in this game.
If he dashes in, the team has to be ready to commit. You can't dash in just to check stuff.
Still play those tricks. We might see an engage from Bodge. Uh-oh, they found it.
Hey, this is a good play to get Reshi with the ult. At least use the Bodge ult on someone. But Basic's dead. Iso looks like he's gonna follow suit.
Jungler for the side EXP. Best player on the top side. Lord still
Best player on the base here. Kenny Allen on his own. Petrify goes off.
They gotta stop it here. Lord
1 HP gets out. Seems like Outplay is gonna commit for the bot tower though. Might be GG for BTK. They don't have a lot of wave clear with just the mage alone.
Game 2 on the edge.
Ult goes off. Bodge is up. He does not have ult though. Hoon uses Winter Trunch. Basic loses his ammo. T though, quite low. Can't dodge it. Shark. Ult's Eve. Is it gonna matter? Iso's up in 5 seconds. Basic, he's back. Gonna back out though. They can defend the mid tower.
They're swinging, and they'll live to see another wave.
Speaking of swinging,
live to see another wave. That's clever. Live to see another wave. I like that. That's a clever one. Live to see another wave.
Darkness falls. Almost pulled another play to go ahead and look for the back door, but BTK able to.
He lives to see another wave
and keep them from ending that game and keeping us here a little bit longer. And that's exactly
give
what
it to Iso.
We want. Speaking of what we want,
hello.
Let's take a second here to look at some of these items. Most of the
they ulted on the Shark here.
To those final items.
They're committing. Can they burst him though? Shark flickers out. Iso uses Wind of Nature. Best player.
Best player to the backside. Look for Iso once again. He does use that Wind of
backing
Nature.
off here. Big slows from Eve going off.
Down to about 10%.
I feel like with Claw, it's hard to burst with the Atlas ult. Like it's much better with like a Beatrix probably.
Back to base as well. Lord gonna be up in 24 seconds. Outplay holding about a 5,000 gold lead right now.
You know something? My goodness, you mean to tell me Hoon didn't already have that holy crystal? He's been sending napalm strikes out there with this Farsa, and he just picked that up. He's been doing that damage without this item, and I have to tell you, Tricks, with that Lord spawning in, this is scary hours, man. You have Hoon, one of the best, if not the best mage in the game on this high ground, this artillery Farsa for this evolved Lord. He has great positioning. He's only died one time, has the Purify if he does get caught out, and now with that new power spike, that new item spike, he could really make some dangerous plays, man. Really burst out a single target from BTK, and that's all they need, especially with best player, who's almost been able to pick up the kills. He's almost getting it every single time. Almost. Very close. The Wind of Nature from Iso, but if you drop the Feather Airstrike with...
Nate is alone on the Lord. They might try to ult onto him, and Joybot can't really do much to stop the follow-up.
They might be able to make a play. Speaking of plays, look at Iso here.
Nice job for Iso. Oh, Bodge. He doesn't ult in there? I feel like, can he ult a Fanny mid-air chat?
Both teams still.
I'm surprised he didn't ult there. I feel like it would have been really, that was like a free pick to get Fanny.
definitely in the air right now because this Lord will most likely decide game 2. Conceal play is
Bosh.
coming out. Looking for Urashi possibly. Anybody at this point, but they're not able to connect.
He can't. He can. Yes. No.
Well. So let's take a look at outplay. They're trying to get
flicker from
damage here.
Shark, but misses.
Misses it. That's
Oh wait, he iframed the Cloud ult.
No divine judgment.
Or the Hydra ult.
Hoon dropping down the bomb. Joybaj very low, able to get the fatal links. Mobazane maybe looking for the finish. Decides not to engage.
My
Best player
God,
to the
just
backside. ISO instantly
bursted.
deleted. Don't know where it happened. Don't know how. But he's gone. Lord now into the.
Bro, ISO got
favor of the
one
side
shot
of
by
outplay.
Farsa.
BTK. Mobazane
Literally just obliterated
isn't gonna
off
try
the
to go
map.
for the steal on this. T does have the Black Dragon, but it's getting brought down way too fast. They're not going to go for it. They're not going to do it. They're going to see if they can defend.
That was so anticlimactic from ISO, man. I know Sprint is
I feel
kind
like
of the
Bodge
glue that
could have
goes
gotten
with
Fanny
Bob, but I
there
know in that
when she was
moment he
midair.
had here,
Like, she wasn't even
as soon as
cabling.
he jumped in with that BMI,
I'm so surprised he didn't ult that.
pop-up, and that damage we were talking about from Hoon, picking up that Holy Crystal, that's the magic trick that you
Reshi
saw to
knocked
lead
up? Oh
that
yeah, you're right.
game
Reshi also
out
just knocked him
existence.
up right away.
Send him up here with us at the caster, Destress.
You know,
All 3 waves are
BTK,
pushing. They do have an
I get
Eve.
it, they
Eve is
put
really
up
good for
some
tower
great
defense.
fights, great fights in a
But
game
whether it's
does not
enough, I don't know.
matter If you can't get the win, and Yato brought down to about 10% already.
T with the ults. Iso with an ult as well. Petri goes off from T. It's not going to matter. Reshi 1 HP. Can he live though? Yato's dead as well. Seems like it's GG game 2. GG. Yeah, the first pick Yuzong probably wasn't the move.
Victory!
Man, oh man, Trex, we were talking about.
I like the Atlas pick, but it was such poorly executed.
Favor of outplay right now puts BTK in quite the hole. This is a sticky situation, and they need to try to correct things, especially for this game 3, man. Everything is on the line, literally. They are going to be heading into an elimination match. And Mobazane and company are going to have to quickly adjust. You only have one more chance, potentially one more draft phase, potentially, to get things right up against outplay.
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of saying at the end there, like, definitely BTK has given outplay the best games we've seen anyone give outplay so far, I feel like. And not just 1, but 2 in a row. But all those skirmishes, all those little fights throughout the game don't matter if you don't get the win, because at the end, all the outplay fans are going to say is easy, GG. Doesn't matter how hard you fought, doesn't matter if
He's so solo
minutes,
game.
30 minutes, whatever.
I feel like if they played around gold and made him snowball, he could do really good.
You know, speaking of taking these games one to another, let's take a little bit of time here looking at these post-game stats. Let's look kind of.
But the Eve was so useless versus their comp.
That win, a couple things standing out.
Like Fanny, you can't really slow a tank. Like Eve is really good at slowing tank jungles, but with a Fanny, you don't have that option. You can only really slow like Kaja and
he was able to find
Fredrin.
a lot of the pulls and consistently get it done. Best player as well on the Fanny, man. We were talking about his early game didn't look as strong as usual, but boy, did he make up for it somehow in the late game. He put so much pressure on ISO, even without getting the kills, sending ISO the gold laner in a late
picked Eve before they picked Fanny. I know. But I'm just saying it's
But this right
unfortunate.
here,
Like his pick. I'm not saying he shouldn't have picked Eve. I'm just saying it doesn't work well versus that comp.
Super sandwich, man. This is a BLT.
So they kind of counterpicked it.
Bacon, lettuce, and the tomatoes, and that was ISO's getting put in a coffin.
I feel like prioritizing the Farsa they did the first game was really good. Farsa's like a really good snowball hero if they get a lead, even a comeback hero. But Eve is more of like a kind of a very much well suited for tank jungle. Sucks versus assassin.
Nothing but OPs on the board, as you can see.
Like the stream, would appreciate you guys if you do. Would appreciate you guys if you do. Would appreciate. That sounds wrong. Would appreciate you guys. I would appreciate it if you like the stream. That sounds more better.
A lot of damage, but still with a very clean KDA. Best player though with 22% team fight, and Hoon with 34. You know, when we're looking at a lot of those fights, BTKs, they think their job is to find Hoon and find Basic, but the major problem was is every time everyone dived in for that, what happens? Best player happens. He gets into the back line, he takes out ISO, he harashes ISO, he gets into the back line, he harashes Yato, and at that point, you got T and Mobazane all committed. Nobody can peel for him. Joybaj is dead because he tried to hit a fatal link, so he got some feathered airstrikes dropped on top of him.
Yato stinks. Give us Demon, damn.
US Demon PLZ.
It was definitely fatal from Baj, but the links weren't connecting, and that's why things kind of spun up against them. I'm glad though that you mentioned that pressure though, or the committed, because a lot of that open opportunities for best player on that Fanny, we almost saw him end the game with them putting so much at stake there. But speaking of things at stake, Tricks, here we are. We're sitting at draft for game number 3, and the stakes couldn't be higher if you're the side of BTK.
Yeah, Outplay right now is looking like they got a clean run to the grand finals. BTK is trying, man. They're trying hard. They're definitely sweating right now. They're putting everything they can. But Outplay, I feel like, is also sweating. I can't just give it over to them easily. But if it ends in 3-0, like I said, when people go to Liquipedia, they check the scoreboard. It doesn't matter how long the games were. It doesn't matter what the drafts were. Outplay's about to 3-0.
That's a funny way to put it. When they go to Liquipedia.
Undefeated throughout the season of NACT.
You know, it's a great point to make because only thing in those columns are wins and losses. There's no such thing as an almost or this close, baby. This is esports. You get it done or you get none. That's how the slice of this apple pie break down, Trex. And it looks like Outplay.
Lapu ban. I think T did much better on Lapu than he did on anything else.
Cherry there. Looking to have a nice dessert.
I don't really like the first pick you used on.
BTK could still have a seat at this
I
table.
think EXP is the pick they just don't need to prioritize.
But it's going to take a lot, right? Mental fortitude from them.
I'm running to the bathroom. Be right
back. BTK built for this moment. We know one guy who can rise to the occasion, and hopefully he can lead the way for the rest of those 4.
I mean, he's trying. A couple of weird plays last time. I think he got pulled a few times from Shark. I think Mobazane also needs to maybe not play as aggressive, not leave his team behind, because this is continuously the downfall of them. They do so well when they kind of work together, but once they start to split up, Outplay just breaks them apart piece by piece by piece, right? So coming into this, I think their drafts have been okay. I probably would have liked to see the Franco last time, but overall the drafts have been very clean from both teams. I think the real problem is here is BTK in the game. They need to just tighten up a little bit.
Yeah, it's absolutely things on BTK side that they need to do. You really don't have to worry about Outplay because Outplay's making their own mistakes. They got to worry about Outplay as well, right? I really think if BTK can just hunker in. At this point, it seems like who can make the least amount of mistakes. Outplay has just been coming up a little less on those because for once, like you said, it really does seem like Outplay is putting their all out there. You can see the struggle, right? They're making some bonehead plays. They're making errors. BTK is capitalizing on those said mistakes, but they have to do a little bit more. It's not enough to try to go even with them. You need to exceed what they're putting out there. Break the expectations.
Ban Arlot. Outplay banned Yuzong, ban Lapu, and ban Valentino.
This is the moment to flip that narrative. Take this game and give us a prolonged series here.
Definitely so. Match point, right? Match point.
Do or die.
What would be the Vegas odds of BTK taking 3 of these back and somehow taking the win? Once again, I think if BTK could just get a win, I could see them maybe getting 2 in a row. I don't know if they're going to be able to bring it all the way, but at this point, it's like I see them doing so well in the game. I just want to win, man. BTK, just take us at least to game 4 or something here, man. Because it's so good. I want to play by play. I want to say BTK is taking game 3, but it's just might not happen tonight because Outplay is in prestige manner. Hoon's gonna pick up the Faramis, keeping it simple. A lot of stuff still open for BTK.
And that's scary because we've been talking about Hoon, right? He's kind of been a little
first pick Faramis on the side of Outplay.
He got put off onto the Lilia, right? Second game, he got a little closer to those hot pocket 3 picks. He got the Farsa, right? Now he has Faramis, arguably top of the cream. If you're, either you're a Valentina that likes to take the Faramis, or you're the Faramis that likes to play into the Valentina. Hoon right now is
there's no Valentina to copy the ult either. Voidball is going to get the COD roll, but I feel like it's kind of meh versus when you have a Faramis to counter.
None right now.
The Faramis can save the Kaja with his ult.
Man, it is something.
Or can save where it gets caught by the Kaja ult.
Right now, we're talking about BTK in a do or die situation, and the Kaja gets locked in. I am not sure that is something I'd be confident to throw in Shark's hand with the series on the line. So many more options that I feel like Shark excels in outside of this bird.
Yeah, well, Joybaj getting the Kaja. Joybaj.
Oh, Joybaj, yeah.
It's all right, but honestly, it's literally the same as I did because I was thinking the same thing. Not only that, it's a pretty squishy early game roam, right? And I was just about to say, if Shark picks up something a bit more aggressive, something with stuns, and you got Hoon as well, all this the past 2 games we've seen Shark on the Kaja. And honestly, I think it's one of the reasons why BTK has had a decent laning phase. So now we are finally turning the tables. Outplay.
Do you have the
He's
most
gonna
toxic
have a
chat in
more
NACT?
aggressive mid lane here. Nice wave clear.
What was the dono? I missed it.
So
Let me
Yato and Joybarge are going to have to play
pull
very,
up Stream
very
Elements.
different. They pick up the E, okay wave clear, okay mobility, but still.
Do you have the most toxic chat in NA? Oh, probably Zane's.
Once again, going to be very prime targets on the side.
No, the most toxic chat in NA is whenever a Ghost member gets kicked or leaves Gosu.
Because now you at least have some utility.
That's probably the most toxic chat in
That's
NA.
what Hoon is going to bring with this frames with that Cult Altar. Now, instead of having that extended life, you have some good zoning, right? You can create space. You can maybe split up members, maybe isolate a member that goes in for that charge first. I mean, if you rush, let's say, you know, he likes to really gun.
Best player face
Can't
reveal
wait
at
to see
finals.
best player face reveal at finals.
Immediately take the charge
Yeah,
first if you need
that'll be
to.
interesting.
And that could be an opportunity where maybe he overcommits a little bit, maybe he overextends.
If you don't know,
drop
chat,
that real
in
world,
Wild
kinda split
Rift,
up him
there was
and
a
the rest of the
tournament,
team,
a
and
LAN
how you
tournament
can
that the best player
punish, maybe get
qualified
the
to,
rest of the team
and he
go
just
that
didn't
4v4,
go.
you know what I mean? Or maybe just commit onto that one. Get
And
that first
people
pick.
were saying
Now
he didn't
you're
want to show
talking
his
about a great
face,
opening
and
for
he
a
wouldn't even
team
tell me
fight.
like the actual reason. He
That's
just said things came up.
That's
But I
execution.
thought that was funny. I always joked him about it, like, okay, so you're gonna come up with a reason to not go to NACT, and then he keeps like saying, I don't know, other stuff. He keeps like telling me to fuck off.
Maybe they're just like, no, let's not run the Claude here. But I think this is a time where the Claude actually still kind of works. I think at this point, it's really just like the reason that the Golds, why they keep losing to Basic, is just his positioning has been so key, and Best Player has been such a distraction, and Basic has just been able to bide his time, and then when his time comes, he knows when to pop off, he knows where to be. ISO is having a little bit trouble in that.
Is the stream quiet? Did he actually get quieter all of a sudden, chat?
I'm not
Why
sure
the hell is he so quiet?
if I agree or like that.
All of a sudden, he's like decibels quieter.
Right? Can you kind of stretch?
Alright, drafts, Kaja, Eve. I don't like BTK's draft already. I don't like the fact that they went Kaja and Eve.
And that one
Eve could do good versus Fairness, which is true, but it really depends. I hope they go. I don't know what direction they're gonna go here.
But that one really starts to tilt.
Because Kaja needs some sort of burst to accompany his ult. You know, whenever Outplay picked Kaja, they had Carry and Wan, which are both really good with Kaja. But Claude is not good with Kaja. It seems like they're forcing a Claude here.
That's why they banned the Brody. They're like, all right, yeah, we're gonna give you the Claude again.
They might go a Mage Gold.
Because BTK can't pick up the they can't pick up the one.
Right.
You have
Oh, they took the Claude.
and you have the
Now
Lolita.
Outplay's gonna
Both
take
of these
Melissa.
is just nullifying anything the one wants to bring. So
I don't know. I feel like Outplay's comp is probably is a bit better. Because they have like a strong Ube comp around Melissa. If they take the Melissa with Faramis ult, Lolita shield, it's like hard peel for Melissa. Oh, they take Hayabusa. That kind of counters Eve and Claude too.
And you know what? If that one comes in, that's gonna be hard because Joybot is going to be put in the middle of a rock and a hard situation.
Oh, they took the Wan. I forgot she was open.
Do you go for Haya? Do you go for Wan? You only have one pick here.
Wan's
so
okay here.
Able to deal with
I feel like Lolita's the only set for Wan. He has to get marks on his own.
Free, basic on the 1-1.
Someone said best midget
player
one.
on the Hayabusa. This is like the lesser of two evils. But I like that adjustment.
Best midget one.
That is a great way to clean the tail end of that draft.
It also helps,
Didn't even
I think,
see that.
dealing with Yureshi a little bit, right? It helps dealing with Yureshi a little bit if he tries to come in and get some, you know, I don't know if he's on top of
Best midget one.
if Glue is.
Mincy.
Feel I'm crying. Someone said best midget one.
I don't know what Mincy here. It can counter Wan, sure, but he's gonna be caught up just zoning Glue the whole game.
Right.
And are you safe in the King's Calling if he wants to grab onto you?
I hate the name of Glue skills. Grab, go. It's like, oh, I don't know. It's like grab, something. It just sounds like the most like baby names, and it sounds so baby-like that it feels weird to hear out of grown men's mouth. You get what I mean?
That's the case.
Like, holy shit, this guy used grab.
Into game 3. This is
like, it just makes me. I'm just I mean,
BTK looking for some redemption, down 2 games. Can they get the reverse sweep?
with
or
the
will
split,
they be sent
the
down
slam, the
lower
grab.
That is the question indeed. And you know what here, Trex? I have to say, BTK has been playing extremely hard. And if they
it's not like,
if they take this,
I'm not saying it's weird for the caster saying it. I'm saying it's weird just the fact that the Glue's it's the Glue's kit name.
Ackerman had to do from day one.
Because it sounds so goofy.
They're gonna have the extended matches, and that opens up a whole different door of possibilities. But staying in the line of reality here of what's going on, BTK needs to find this win. Needs to keep this series going because, again, like you said, this is an elimination match. Everything on the line.
This is not an elimination match. What is he saying? They're still loser bracket. After whoever loses this, they go versus Ackerman again, right?
Scenario here on the bracket.
Yeah,
BTK,
they go into lower bracket. Why does elimination doesn't make sense when it says elimination match?
They really cleaned up things with that.
But that's just a nitpick of mine. Seems like they're setting up a dive bot lane here. He doesn't have a dash either. He's kind of fucked here. He's just most likely a goner. Shark gets the kill. He wasted his monkey dashing in like that. If he dashed out and then used sprint, he would have lived. That was like a mechanical error from ESO.
I mean,
or game sense, whatever you want to call it.
Little bit here. You remember in game 1, right? Take that back to game 1. We had the same matchup, Claude onto the 1-1, and we were kind of talking about, right, being able to stop the Claude from getting to that Demon Hunter sword around.
Claude's already, you know, behind his shit,
mark, and getting
dying
that
there.
Right there on ISO is one way to prevent that and keeps Basic in the lead. And we know what they like to do with Basic: get him the lead.
Ureshi jumping on Yato here. Yato's dead.
Oh, Yato gonna get taken out next. Ureshi takes him for the ride, and best
T
player with the shadow.
getting pulled back. Has the ult. Not really gonna matter though.
Able to get that
Flicker
kill.
from Ureshi.
Looks like nice and mobilized onto T. Numion Blast gonna come
Shark
down,
with the
stun
ult
up
onto Zane.
Stun up T. Slam. Down
Joyball's
goes
getting
T.
pulled
Joyball's
back.
on the run, both get shadow stampeded back.
Bonk from Zane. Hoon is low. Backs off.
Not enough damage just
Ureshi
yet,
doesn't
but
commit to
all
Zane
this
though.
is happening, Deku. Turtle will go over to the side of Outplay.
This is not good. Most of these games we've seen BTK Turk that early momentum at least keep it consistent, right? Keep it stable over the mid. But right now they're letting Outplay
2K gold lead already for the side of Outplay. Holy,
that corrosion side.
that's huge.
With that one assist and with that one,
The thing is, BTK is just hard scaling. They don't have like any early game. They just got like Hodge ult. That's about as much as they got for early game.
One that gets their best foot forward first normally is able to
Flicker onto Yato. Yato ults. Oh, Joybot with the ult. It's not really gonna matter here. Hayabusa with the ult. He's dead. Best player 1 HP. Can Joybot catch up to Joybot? Does that flicker? No dash though. Iso's too busy watching his bot tower to really help him out.
Shark and Basic working their way onto ISO. Out comes Crossbow of Tang, decides not
ISO sprints out.
Doesn't want to get pulled too deep.
I feel like he didn't have to. He most definitely does not have to reset here.
Oh man, Trix, another kill, right? Netted by the side of Outplay without any answer, without response to BTK. They're down 2K.
How does Joybot die? What the fuck?
Another one.
How does Joybot die there? That is weird.
Getting Basic ahead in the game, letting him start to rotate. He's already a super threat.
Yato.
The first item,
Not in a good spot here. Getting ulted on by Haya, and he's dead. See, he's rotating through the most obvious way, like through the most riskiest ways possible. It's so weird.
Best player 2-0-2. Take us through the items, man.
Looking at the items, like I was saying, man, Basic getting that early lead.
Why does it see? Why does it say T has 2 boots? Saying 1 HP here. Big bonk goes off, but it's not gonna save him. Hoon quite low as well. T ult on to Haya. Can you get him? 1 HP, but the cold altar goes off. Cold altar kind of saving him to get out here.
Joybot looking for something, decides not to use the Divine Judgment there onto Ureshi. Don't know if that's a bad call or not.
I wonder here, right? Now that we're sitting 7-0, 4K gold leads the side of Outplay. Was this a bit too much reaction going in from the draft from the side of BTK? They went for a lot of answers, but they still haven't solved the question as ISO finally picks up his Demon Hunter sword here.
I mean, Outplay denied the answer to the question, right? They immediately attacked ISO in the bot lane, immediately sent they're moving so fast right now. Hoon and Shark are all over the place. This is exactly what we were worried about.
Yeah, I don't think the Kaja Minotaur is really a good combo. It's like, I don't know. You need hard damage to back up those two, and Eve is not hard damage. To have only those 2 damage sources be even in Claude is like not enough damage at all. You need like a Beatrix or a Farsa.
Whatever it is, I don't
Thing is,
know if
Claude
it's
is he can't finish people
BTK
off. He gets them
losing
low,
or Outplay taking
but
another
very
team.
hard for him to finish off because that's not how DHS works.
Right now. This doesn't seem like the series that we've been watching.
And then Eve is just like so much. It's just utility. Oh, they got Haya. It's nice. They got a pick. Is he not gonna pull him under tower?
Should happen here. Down on the boss side though.
Okay.
Still a little bit of action going on. They're able to save that tower in the gold lane. ISO just hanging on by a thread right now.
Saving the tower, but Trex, you pointed out Yato. Who's gonna save him? He's 0-3, and we just
The double boot strat. Beatrix is bad. Yeah, but they should have. It's like outplay first 3 their marksmen, and BTK waits until the second phase to get theirs.
Start from series 1, we talked about how important
I feel like their hero priority is weird.
How important it is that they keep Yato's confidence in check. 0-3 is not a way to keep someone's self-esteem high, especially up against Hoon on one of his comforts in the mid lane. Someone has to start healing. Someone has to correct the wrongs. Start giving Yato some breathing space because, like you said, Outplay's been moving so quick. It feels like Bloodthirsty Kings has their head spinning in every single direction except the right one.
And here's the thing, Outplay, like, they pick a target.
It's not gonna flicker ult on him there? That would have been like the most perfect flicker ult ever. Saying trying to catch Hoon off guard. Hoon flickers out.
We give him a rough
T dies.
phase. It's gonna be huge. Now T goes
Flicker
down
from Hoon and Areshi. Hoon 1 HP here. He gets out though with this called alternate flicker.
Not a problem at all. He's still able to output the damage.
Joybot still has his ult, bro. Like he needs, as a Kaja, you need to utilize your ult whenever it's up. When you saw Shark playing it, he's always ulting when it's up. You can't just hold on to it and wait for the perfect moment. You need to force something with Kaja. He's like holding on to it, just hoping it's like an opportunity is gonna fall into his hands.
He's already hopscotching his way.
But he's too like
near this turtle side, but
optimistic.
The rotation as well. Maybe this is the bait. I'm just gonna handle both sides of the map. But look at the top side right here.
Yeah, we do have a little bit of a battle going for this turtle. In the midst of 3
members.
We're able to get it. That's nice. A good play for them. Can they find something else though?
But Rushy here.
Trying to get the stun. Joybodge still holding on to this.
Gonna jump on Joybodge.
Divine Judgment. Just use it at this point.
Ooh, a flicker. Joybodge ulting Areshi back under the tower. Areshi has no flicker either.
But it might be too late. T will bring out the team's calling.
Oh, misses the pull though. Areshi's still dead though.
Finally going down, and T picks up the shutdown.
Why didn't
ISO
ISO
getting a bot tower, it
just
seems.
press basic early?
Right, I think they get that tower with this cannon minion here
Okay.
as well, and they do. So some
BTK's doing things. Maybe not over.
Down a level, mind you. Level 10.
About a 3K goal lead. 2.5.
Facilitated with that
Give or take.
Wrath as well. So
all right.
Really good on that. Very great on the trades here. BTK showing some signs of life now, and this is
T got DHS. Okay, I think the item issue whenever they show the items is whenever someone builds DHS. Because I remember at the beginning of the season, like Bodge, it said he had 2 DHSs as like Chow Tank. I think it was just like for some reason there's just an issue with items leading up to DHS and DHS itself. Whenever they show the items, for whatever reason there is an issue. Oh, 4 top for BTK. They're gonna collapse 5 though. T does have ults, but Reshi's on him. Oh, huge ult from T. That's why it's caught out.
You're actually able to pick it up in the backside.
So is Areshi. BTK trying to go on the play here. Basic though.
Shark with the
turnaround ults. Basic gets his ult off.
Along with the crossbow of Tang. Basic not able to find a full target.
Yato has to flicker out here. Basic with the chase. He dies for it though. That's not really worth. It's a bounty trade. And it seems like ISO might get the mid tower if he commits for it.
And the good part is Yato at least got a shutdown there. He gets his first kill in the game after 4 deaths. I don't know.
They're gonna commit for it here for sure.
Get him back in the zone, get him back in the groove of things. As BTK is looking to take this tower here, but
they're gonna back off.
Out of minions. Now Lord spawning in along with
oh, ISO with the re-engage. Can get anyone though. Oh, and he gets picked off by ISO. What a play.
PMI's out into safety.
Ooh, an insta respawns, but still, it's huge. It's a free kill for ISO.
To go for it. ISO taking the risk in this.
I was not expecting that. It was well played from ISO.
Talking about paying off. Trex, they were
BTK and our outplay. Same gold now.
Went from 4K to 400.
I'm actually amazed they're still in this game.
Now we have a game on.
They turned around such a bad start.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's like really well played.
They need it, man. The revival here the spirit, the will to stay in the game, but up in the top side, someone
Not
might
expecting
stay.
to win,
Oh,
but please
T
no
with a
feet.
solo kill on basic in a 1v2 situation.
Side of BTK, get that 1-1 off the field, but I'm not gonna
Now
lie,
BTK should apply pressure for the Lord, but not entirely commit to it. Wait for a kill. Wait for a kill opportunity. Come on, BTK. Don't make the same mistake you did game 1. Get it low and then turn around for a fight. If you leave it to be coin flipped, it's so risky to win that. Reshi with the flicker ults. Out to Yato, but fucks up. Yato gonna try to cut him out here. Hoon getting focused by ISO.
Hoon brought down to about half health. ISO trying to get the finish.
ISO taking that tower though. Who gets the retreat? The best player gets the Lord again.
But he finds it. Nobody goes down on the side of
Like, they gotta
Outplay.
stop coin flipping it, bro.
On the backside, looking for Yato. Wants to hit
Yato
the right. One Yureshi,
getting it died to
one
Reshi
Yato,
here.
And Yato will go down. Best player wants to
One
engage.
Big
Shark
stun
able to
from
get the
T.
stun.
Can they
This
get
could
back?
be
They
bad.
have best player.
Shark in the
Shark
mix,
is
and
1
best player
HP.
goes down.
What was they? Not a good spot here.
Here comes Basic. Crossbow
Basic on him.
Ready to go. Mobazane.
Wait, Mobazane gets pulled on an awkward angle, though.
Basic want to use it just yet. He's waiting. He fires.
Crossbow Tang. I don't know why T stayed. He kinda just killed himself.
Looking for the triple, doesn't connect. But still, the turnaround happens again, and Lord is coming.
Dude, it's so weird why they keep forcing it. Just like play smarter with it. You can hold it and turn around for a fight.
This is the siege. ISO will be able to melt it down. Still going to be hanging out there. Still looking for it, but Outplay controlling the map once again.
Man, I'm honestly, Trex, I honestly really want BTK to pull deep here and get this. It seemed right there. They were so close. It would have been so nice for them, too, especially after losing that Lord.
I was able to lose retry. It's just a 50. It's a 50-50.
Trades in the ensuing fight.
He's losing his 50-50s. You could say it's unlucky or he sucks, but he shouldn't. They shouldn't be forcing a 50-50. They have 1 kill on Outplay. They should be forcing a fight and securing the Lord and zoning them off. But they're forcing the Lord, and that's so weird to me.
Can still play in the jungle.
Seal play coming. They don't find any
Flicker ult goes off from Shark, catching Zane off guard. Zane falls.
Spot will get taken out. Best player able to pick up the kill. And there it comes. Outplay feeling confident at this point. They drop down another tower. The emotes, the recalls, the TP, whatever you want to call it.
Bot trying to flicker ult here, but fucking up.
He's in the backside, looking for the kill.
No.
Iso backs out here, barely though.
Trouble. Crossbow Tang
goes off, kills Joy Bodge, but no one else. ISO 1 HP. Somehow got out there. Clears the mid wave.
Good macro.
He should keep shoving it though.
We're ready. We want to try to force it down.
Nah, he's gonna back out. He would die if he kept shoving it, to be fair.
And the rest of the team might just be next.
I like what ISO did there, man. That was a really next level, very professional play there. All
Crossbow, dang.
Fight, but the push no longer available down the bot
so
side.
stupid.
Cleans up that mid lane. It won't let Outplay be able to recover and maybe go for a secondary siege. That's all you can hope for there when it seemed like things were going bleak for BTK. But you know what, Tricks? They keep things in a little bit longer. They need to not make.
They're actually in a spot where he wants to catch someone off guard.
13 minutes into the game,
It might work. I don't know.
Last one, but
The thing is, when White gets wind of nature, it won't work.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Boston Tea Party.
Oh, Boston Tea Party. They burn it down.
What? Boston Tea Party? Is that what they say? It's a 1-for-1. Okay, they got the jungler, so they can win this. But the thing is, they have Cold Altar. Cold Altar, Elite ults, they have some heavy teamfight ults. Oh, Iso's not in a good spot. Oh, good ult from... Massive ult from Joybot on the Who, but best player with the flank. Or not best player, Basic with the flank here. Iso gets out, barely though. Yato not in a good spot. Winter Trunches. Zane just focusing the Lord like he should be. It's smart for Zane to just focus the Lord. He lost the Lord!
Hoon takes it right out of his fingertips. There's nothing there for Mobazane to grab. And Outplay able to secure it. Once again, he had it by the threads, but it slips away. This could be game 3 for the side of Outplay.
There is no way that just happened in 4K right in front of us. Not Mobazane losing the retro, but look at this.
On ISO looking for it. He's in a bad spot. He's making
He lost the Lord?
And that is another mistake. Joy Bodge and T on the backboard trying to bounce back, but this is Shaq looking for the finish. T goes down. Shark into the back with a double stun. Able to hit one on Joy Bodge. Best player looking for another, and they've made it to the base. Mobazane up, but the base is going down way too too fast. And ladies and gentlemen, Outplay
I can't believe
will
he
be
lost
our
that Lord.
first team to make it to the grand finals.
Grand finals tricks. They made a grand entrance from game 1. They made a grand exit in game 3. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, like Trex has told you at the end of that game, you will be seeing Outplay in Las Vegas in the HyperX Arena. BTK just got sent down to the lower bracket, and you know, it was heart-wrenching, heartbreaking to not get the series we maybe all wanted for that full 5 series.
I can't believe he lost the Lord.
BTK winning the series. It's about giving us a game 4, giving us a game 5. But you know what they say? You know what they say? Close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades.
That's right.
These
baby.
are hand grenades. This is esports, and Outplay is going to take that win once again in favorable fashion. 3-0 still the undefeated team. People will say they took that one loss, but I don't
This
care.
is like 50-50? Okay, that wasn't a 50-50.
Undefeated the whole season right now.
And what a marvelous game. And like I said, Trex, in game 3, right, from game 1, game 2, you could have argued BTK should have been able to win, if not in the position to just go ahead and take it away from Outplay, maybe even just call it a throw inside of BTK. But in game 3, Outplay stopped playing around there. 22-9, under 15-minute game. They came out the door spanking butt, man, like a wild rodeo. They were talking about horseshoes.
Interesting.
We're definitely saddling something, and it was BTK,
to say the least,
in spectacular fashion. Look at this. This was insane.
This was a good fight for BTK, but Yato got fucked by Reshi again. How did Yato even get fucked by Reshi here is what I want to see.
Look at this. Definitely.
What's his positioning? Okay, that was such a poor time to ult. He tried to go for Hoon, but it's not his job to go for Hoon. He should just be playing to like run around and slow and shit. He ulted really, it's just a really weird spot to ult here. If he just didn't ult here and kept peeling, he could have avoided basic. But basic went on Joy Bodge anyway and killed Joy Bodge. But like Ereshi went on Yato so easily, and I can see why. Because he plays so up front. Like he doesn't play as safe as a mage should be playing.
Take out with your Reshi here, but this right here is the play I could not believe. MOBA Zane in that condition you're talking about, in those 1v3s, in those 1v4s, normally comes up so huge in the 50-50, but in this case, it wasn't even a 50-50. No retribution. We saw the Boston Tea Party take out best player, and the one man with retribution on the map couldn't get it done. That definitely put the nail in the coffin for BTK.
Listen, I need everybody to rewind, go back to that clip, because what was ISO doing in the midst of all that chaos? He was clearing the mid wave. I don't know if it was a calm call, if it was like a
Iso's their MVP. Iso played pretty well that game. The last game, I would say Iso definitely did the best.
Just clear wave
Actually, I think it might be between T and Iso in that last game, because T didn't make some insane plays with the Minotaur, picking off Haya and Wayland. It was really clean.
Does it cost them the game?
Who do you think is a better mage, me or Hoon?
Already, is it not too soon for this production? This is cruel to have to watch this again. Looking at BTK here, trying to hold back up against Outplay. We saw the Darkness Falls from best player, able to get it done. He was providing so much, and that was one of his.
I think Iso's MVP. I wouldn't say. He still made mistakes. Like, the things he could have done better. He played good though. I wouldn't say like he played. Maybe he played the best on their team. I don't know about that. Maybe. I guess it might be fair to say he played the best on their team. But he still made mistakes.
Outplay was able to pick it up.
He wasn't like flawless.
We were talking about this man.
In terms of the most mistakes, it was probably Yato.
Take out who you need. Finds Yato, and here comes the rest of.
He got picked off like so much.
Dipping and dashing. He finds the crossbow tank.
I think they're still playing. They're playing Berserker, I'm pretty sure.
Keep an eye on T. At this point, MOBA Zane is a lost cause.
After this, I think they're aren't they, chat? Isn't the losers playing like right now?
Soon. Keep your phones on. Stay watching, because we get to watch BTK play again. Yeah,
they're playing Berserker, man.
In a little while, but before any of that, we're gonna throw it back to our beautiful host, Xena.
Thank you.
Oh, it's
Trex.
Pika.
Hey,
Hi, Pika.
We've got Pika ML here with us today. Welcome, and how are you doing?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I am good. How do you feel about that last match between Outplay and
Deku eyebrow piercing so ugly,
It
look at
was
it.
really close match. I was really hoping Zane would get that retry, but you know, Hoon clutch it, and then outplay get to close the game.
That was so close. I was like, wow. He didn't get that red even. Can you tell
Like
us
the
a
stream, chat.
little
Like the
bit
stream.
about
Like the
yourself?
stream.
So I'm Pika ML. I used to host community tournaments, and I'm a
Pika's a
tank
good
main. I
man.
used to stream on YouTube, but then I took a little bit of a break.
Oh, tank name. What was the tank that you usually play?
So people know me as the Atlas.
The
main,
whiffer. The
but
whiffer.
I used
The
to
failed
play, like,
Kufra
a
ult.
variety of tanks like
I remember that
Kufra,
clip.
Hylos,
The whiff.
Fascia.
The big whiff.
Mainly all of them. Just name them all.
Okay, you play them all. You basically can do them all.
These
feel
interviews are
like,
kind of awkward, not
Atlas
gonna
is
lie.
Tough for me. That's he's a good one. But
Is
how
Pika
long have you
alive?
been playing
Yeah, I
Mobile
think he's
Legends?
just focusing on like
So
his work,
I have
maybe.
been playing since
Maybe he's busy.
season 2.
Since season 2. Wow, that's a while now. Are you still addicted to the game?
Yeah, I still love the game. I still play the game. You know, it's a fun game to play, and I like how the esports scenes is finally growing in North America.
Yeah, that's super exciting to see that they're finally going to all these other things like MSC.
It's amazing. Yeah,
ESF.
finally.
Yeah, that's crazy. So I hear you used to be on the professional side of esports. Do you plan on going back to it?
Not everyone's so
No,
good at spinning
I
the camera like you
think
chicken.
I'm
Okay,
done with
you can
esports
point out
for
the
Mobile
facts.
Legends.
That
I
doesn't
think,
mean I'm insulting them.
I'm gonna try to work behind the scenes and try to help the game grow more in North America.
I'm not insulting them. I'm just saying how it is, man.
So
I like Pika. He's a nice
So
guy.
you hung up the phone.
What's bro looking at?
What do
I
you
am
do
trying
for
to get
it?
a
With
ranked
that, Steve,
lobby
with,
right now,
helping
but
with
no one's
Mobile
online.
Legends stuff and having it grow.
So I helped host some of the tournament games when NACT was when there was like 128 teams.
Yes,
I helped host
Carlos
some of
wants
the
to
lobbies.
rank.
And also, I'm gonna be in Vegas as well. So if you guys are going to Vegas,
Eat my
don't
dono?
be shy and make sure.
Deku piercing?
you say
Yeah,
hi
I
to
know.
me.
I'm just ignoring your shit posting donos, John, because I'm not
I
reading
saw
that.
you last time. It was fun. Who do you want to win this next match to take out the second spot between Ackerman and BTK?
I'm close with all the players on both teams. To be honest, when I first entered the competitive scene, I was a BTK fan, so I guess I have to go with BTK on this one.
Bro said was. He said I was a BTK.
So, where can people find you? Like for your social handles and all of that good stuff.
So on YouTube, you can find me on YouTube. Just search up Pika
Pika
And then
ML.
you can also find me on Twitter. Just search up Pika Diff.
Interview boring as fuck. I'm looking for a rank lobby right now. I'm trying to look for players, so that's why I'm just still here.
Social channels, be sure
I'm
to
just
check
looking for the
them out.
rank lobby
Do you have any fun plans for coming to Vegas though? Like since you said you were
to
going
play
I'm
while
gonna be
waiting for the
working
next
behind the
series.
scenes, so I think the first day, me and my friend in Vegas are gonna go visit the Color Rocks, but I'm not sure what we're gonna do after.
Alright, so all work, a little bit of play.
Yeah, all work, a little bit of play.
Alright, thank you so much for being
This is so
here and
goofy.
chatting with us. We're excited to have you be there
Oh,
in
whatever.
Vegas. But I'll see you later.
Mute them?
All right, thank
Oh,
you.
I'm just
for inviting
waiting
me.
until I get
Bye,
a
everyone.
teammates to play with.
The lovely.
Alright guys,
I
Bo, what
love
do you guys
Pika.
think? You love Pika. You guys known him for so long?
Person on the left,
Yeah,
mad
he was at
weird.
Vegas last
Me
year.
or her? What the
Yeah.
fuck?
I didn't meet Pika in Vegas, but he's been a long time player. I've been here since season 3. He's been here just as long as me, so he's. for some
Chiniso
people,
showing
he
true
might be
growth,
a
but
new
is now
player.
yet picked up
He's
to
just
overthrow
a
Huna Shark. Yeah, I think Chiniso if he picked up the
Well,
pace.
Congratulations
Especially
to
Tees
Outplay
Mincy.
for taking that first spot at the grand final. Outplay's defense is so good. A lot of
but
games have
the mid lane
gotten so
synergy,
close to them
oh,
being
is like kind of
the
rough
other
still.
team, but somehow Outplay keeps bringing it back. It's like flipping on a switch when things get rough, you know?
Yeah, I mean,
So this
time and time
leads
again.
up. This leads up to our MVP, which is Hoon.
Hoon,
What do you
I think
think
it's well
about that?
deserved. I think it's well deserved. Hoon
Oh,
has
yeah.
been
Hoon.
a very
I
important
think
member of the
Ureshi
team
deserved
since
it,
the
not
start of the
Hoon.
season, and even today, day. I mean, some of those polls on the Faramis.
Because I think Areshi's the one who got all the picks on Yato, not really Hoon. And Hoon kind of did shit the first game. I think it was more deserved to be Areshi than Hoon.
Game 3 shot clock buzzer beater. Okay, he came up big in that pit.
I think they just gave it to him because he got he stole the last Lord.
But like, let's see where the grand final's gonna be held, guys. Let's check out that location.
Because what started all those like really good fights was the fact that Areshi got onto Yato. And sure, it was Yato's kind of fault for throwing, but it's still like Areshi made the play. Best player deserved it? Nah, you did shit the poker game. He still got the Lords. Yeah, okay, you could argue that maybe his retries are the reason why. But, like, that's just, retries are 50-50. I don't really think it's something to base off of.
Las Vegas, and I live here, so I'm like super excited.
I want a dual queue with it.
HyperX Arena, a bigger venue, you know? Are you guys just as pumped?
I'm definitely.
I'm online, chat, looking for a lobby, but I'm still just like waiting until I find like a third.
Tickets, I already have hotel, all that good stuff. So Vegas, last year was amazing. Last year was a blast. We thought there was only going to be like 40, 30 people that would show up to the event. We had like well over 100 people. The tech team ended up bringing out microphones just to mic the crowd because it turned out so well. The whole community got together, and with the USA being so big, we don't really get to see each other. It's all Discord. It's all like, you don't even know the faces of most of the people you're talking to half the time. But you know, yeah, a lot of long distance relationships here. But we make it work, and at least once a year now we get to.
When Lucky stole it? No, I think it's because Zane, he wanted to have a safe retry, but it's late game, so Faramis can actually do a lot of damage to the second skill. So Faramis probably did a lot more damage than Zane was expecting because he wanted to secure the retry.
It hasn't just been for the competitive players.
He was playing too safe with the retry, and because he played too safe, he lost the retry.
Now we're talking about pretty much the pinnacle of meetups. Okay, the HyperX.
All right, I'm queuing now. When we get a game,
all the guys,
I'll swap back.
Everyone is there that needs to be there. Definitely got to show up. I know you're going. I'm definitely going. Like I said, I missed out last time. I got to get a little bit of my action too. So I'm really hoping to see everyone in the community, man.
Yeah, and speaking of the HyperX Arena, we have Outplay, aka TOB, who are going to be the first team to be guaranteed a spot there. And speaking of TOB, as you guys saw, they got a little bit of a makeover. With the base down to about 10%, the Nexus goes down. Down goes the next one. It's a 5-man wipe and another double kill for basing. So much going on. Making the most out of the situation. Best player finds the Lord though. Yureshi into the backside. Down goes Alex. Yureshi locked in, zoned in.
That was tough to watch. Yeah. Tad. Alright, we're waiting for the next series now. Music? Yep. Even the retry has lowered the enemy, same damage done to the Lord. Yes, it is done to the Lord. I think he retried too late. Zane tried to retry safe and retried too late. Because like late game, a mage is gonna have a lot of burst damage. A Faramis second skill, it out damaged. It probably does over 2,000 damage, and it out damaged the retry. He probably wasn't expecting it. I mean, even if he got that retry, game might have still been over though, with half his team dead. No invite, chick. I'm done. I didn't see you go on. I was already queuing. Carlos, I'm literally looking at the NACT screen. Not my game.
Time to drop the beat of the clutch.
Your team is banning.
Sir, what's your command?
I will choose my own path.
is banning.
When I win, Chick says nothing. I'm done with fakes for real. Congrats on the win. I didn't know I needed to congratulate you. What are you, like a child seeking approval?
May the blood of my enemies flow from my spear.
I am the power of light incarnate.
I am a friend, but guess not. Okay. You haven't won the grand finals yet, alright? I'll congratulate you if you win the grand finals.
Your team is picking.
You go to the grand finals. That doesn't mean you won yet.
Is to trick the Reaper.
Music is very high. Alright. I look forward to what your good titles will be. Yeah, that is a question. Carlos, my chat. Someone said best midget one.
Sniper ready. Give me a target. The enemy is picking.
Cause like they don't know what you look like yet. That was so funny.
I will protect you.
Best Mario. Mario Italian, not Mexican. That doesn't make sense. Oh, what the fuck am I playing? I'm playing EXP, I guess. His Dez is playing jungle. Versus Glue. Yeah, I'd like to go Julian. Go Badang for fun. Badang is fucking absurd, man. Like, I get so heated when I die to a Badang. I get so angry. It is the most tilting shit ever to die to a Badang. I'm like 5'9", guys. I'm joking, which is still pretty short. All right, if you're taller than me, it's fine, man. I consider myself short or average height. I don't know, however you want to call it. Actually, I'm not average. I'm below average. Pretty sure 5'10" is like the American average, male average.
Your team is picking.
The strongest ninja has arrived.
Do you think something would change if you in there?
All right. Think something would change if you're in there? I don't know, because no matter how good I play, it would not overcome how bad Yato is playing or how much he's getting caught out. But if I was in there, I would be pointing out to Yato why he's getting caught out or how he should stop getting caught out like that. I don't know if BTK is telling Yato to not do that shit, or if they're just quiet in the VC just playing. I don't know what their VC is like. So I'm not going to be unrealistic and say, oh, we're going to win just because I'm there. I can't change what the mid lane, you know? Like it's like in M4. You know, if I did the best I possibly could in M4, but I can't like control the entire team.
No one gets to lay hands on the goddess.
Your ping? Yeah, this blows, bro. Look at this ping. I'm playing Badoofus. Like the only difference that would be if I was there is shot calls. So I'm very vocal when I play. I don't know if they're vocal. What's that doing? Badang is fun, Badang is fun, Badang is fun. I'm beating a glue. Holy shit. Badang is so fun. I hate this hero so much because it's like the hero that everyone unexpected, like nobody respects his hero. And it's so, he's so fucking annoying. Nobody respects Bedang, but he's so annoying.
Mere mortals do stand a chance against the gods.
Request backup. An ally has been slain.
Oh, I do damage from my dash. Time to fuck up glue again. Come here, bitch.
My power.
Oh, it's funny.
Anyone can make life shine. Anyone.
Maybe I should just go for tower plating. I don't know. Is that greedy? I wonder if I can get any more out of doing this instead. L, L, L. You don't have ults. L.
This cloth belonged to a noble hero who inspired me.
Dude, this glue isn't building armor. That is like the biggest mistake. Not building armor. It doesn't matter if you go on me. Jungler's an export. 14th of May is grand finals. It was like a 1 week break, and then it goes to that. Bro, like, what are you trying to accomplish, man?
Strange. Enemies here have no constellation power.
Initiate retreat.
Don't flicker, don't flicker, don't flicker. What? What did I die to? Must have been a ricochet. That was just really late. If I ulted for shield, I would have lived. I didn't know I would get ricocheted by that though. Passive? No, it was just like a ricochet. That was just really late. Assuming. Otherwise, I don't know what the fuck it was if it wasn't that. Oh, now he's scared. Oh, you're scared. You're scared?
Initiate retreat. Request that enemy has slain the
It will
turtle.
strengthen my cloth.
Yeah. Okay, bud. What in tarnation? There's tower lock.
Team destroy the turret.
Hurry up. I need to stop the eclipse.
Turret has been destroyed.
Cloth is repaired.
They were all close games though. I'm glad they were close games. It made it really entertaining to watch. They didn't just get absolutely destroyed. No way you're trying to take a gold crab blue. Help! Help! Fucking export. Oh! Hanzo. What? Where's the Hanzo shadow at? Even I didn't know he was getting fucked.
Your team destroyed a turret.
Try as many times as it takes.
Our turret has been destroyed.
Chat, the easy peasy in chat is not the one that was playing.
Witness my power.
Come here. Yeah, my team's kind of selling. Like, my Leslie's doing really fucking bad.
Let's go get them.
I'm just gonna split push and farm.
No one gets to lay hands on the goddess.
The enemy has slain the turret. Initiate retreat. An enemy has been slain.
I'm waiting out the stacks.
Enemy has been slain.
Bye bye.
Your team initiate retreat.
I'm really fucking at glue.
Show me your power. This cloth belonged to a noble hero and inspired him.
You destroyed a turret.
Bye bye. Fuck off.
From our battle.
Can't chase me. This is so cringe.
Strange. Enemies here have no constellation power.
Enemy
Stronger
rampage.
cloth now.
Initiate retreat.
Shit.
My power.
Alright, I'm good.
Out of my way.
Waiting for like an insane engage. Oh, I only get one there? I only get one there. That's insane. Yato is 15. Yato and T are both like 15, 16. I think T is 16. Oh, it might be 15, 16. Yeah, they're young as fuck. You aren't Moba Ding. Oh, you're right. How silly of me. I'm not Moba Ding.
Your team destroyed a
Correct.
turret.
I won't give up.
Our turret is under attack.
We need to protect her. Protect the world.
I have the most gold. By far, actually.
I remember those eyes with the color of a
Come here, Glue.
bottomless lake.
Beat the shit out of you. Bro, his glowing wand.
Initiate retreat.
Show me your power.
Ouch.
Take this.
Dude, I'm playing 1v2 down here. Is my team gonna get the Lord or what? Alright, now I go top. How are they still like struggling with the Lord? Come on. I had 2 of them on me, guys. Man, really? Okay, I got Wayne, guys. Come on, guys. Alright, he's dead. Nice. Make a play. Come on, Hanzo. Okay.
Our turret is under attack.
Da, 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 da. I go full damage. Well, ask him. BOD. Maximum damage. Out here bullying bots. Bro, I'm not gonna bully. I was X-Borg 6-0. I wasn't that a single time. I'm trying to split push to win the game, but team is struggling a tad bit.
Anyone can make life shine. Anyone.
Mega kill.
Nerd. Nice win, loser.
Witness my power.
We bully these guys? Like, come on. You got Leslie here.
You destroyed a turret. Your team destroyed a turret.
In this night, I take pride in this title.
He's not gonna walk up to me. Whee! Give me that red buff.
Out of my way.
Launch attack. Request backup.
Mere mortals do stand a chance against the gods.
Alright, on.
Anyone can make
I'll just clear mid first. I don't want to walk into a Wan bush, because then I'm just dead. Oh, she's there. Wait, this is my time. They don't know, chat. I'm buying this if I get the opportunity. They don't know, chat. They don't know. They don't know. They don't know. L L L L L.
Victory.
6-0 export. He seriously didn't die once. Oh. Thing? The show says it's resuming, but I don't know when the draft starts. I don't know how soon it starts. You don't do to play Brawl, just talk about us, what you think gonna happen. I'm sorry? What's your prediction for this next series? I think BTK is gonna win. Unless they're so insanely tilted from losing the TOB getting 3-0'd that they just make the stupidest plays, I still think they're gonna win. I think when they played the last time versus them, like, they just don't pick the Kagura and they probably 3-1. Can you hurry up? I need my immortal. I'm still watching this next series, Chapo. I won't be done for like 2 more hours. Dang, 3-0. Yeah, DJ, I assume you just woke up since you're in like Asia. They were all close games. Like back and forth. BTK actually had the lead the first 2 games. And then third game, they're actually really behind, but they came back. They're all like much closer games than before.
5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them. All troops deployed.
I'll flood hell if demons try to stop me.
I'm waiting for my ult. About to get a savage here. I need to get out. Yo, our Nana just full cleared the wave. Took all the XP.
You're a petty annoyance.
I love that line, you're a petty annoyance. It's such a mood. Oh, I didn't get that shit. Oh my god, I'm throwing. Oh, nice on 4 now. Get rid of his armor, please. Only 2 stacks. This is so underwhelming for an Arlock game. Just because they were surprising us outplay really just so strong. It was the games are really close. I'm gonna be honest. The games are pretty close. BTK kind of just like sold pretty hard. Like if BTK just doesn't make certain mistakes, they could be winning. If Yatso doesn't get caught out so much, they could have won those first 2 games. Both those first 2 games were lost because Yatso get caught out. Even the 3rd game he got caught out. That's what that wasn't like a losing factor. All right, can I flicker roll Arlot? It's actually really hard to the timing of it. Hey, I got it.
Nothing escapes my vision.
I should go petrify, not execute. Why not execute? Oh, the draft started.
You destroyed a turret.
Stop this resistance.
I presume you guys don't care to watch this, so we'll go to the draft.
I mean, this is everything on the line, right? Like you said, going to Vegas, you have to win this series. There is no more.
Everyone just goes to Vegas.
Lower below the lore. Isn't a sub tier to the lower bracket, right? This is do or die again for BTK. And this is also do or die again for.
God, this just reminds me of
We saw
M3.
what they brought.
Like going into loser bracket, getting swept by Onyx.
And that was a thriller in Manila.
It's like it's so shit to go into another match so quick.
For a game 5. Bless our hearts if we don't get one here.
I mean, it's definitely what everyone wants to see. It would definitely be a blast. But, I mean, you called it. You said 3-1, man. You said 3-1. Ackerman feeling strong for you.
Yeah.
So, what are we thinking about? Do we think that BTK is just taking too hard of a hit from that loss previously, 3-0?
You watch MPL Malaysia? No. The only MPL I watched is Indo. And that's just because the fact that I might go, like, you know, the idea of going over there and playing for over there. That's always why I watched MPL Indo. I might watch MPL PH,
especially the way that they took
but mostly because I got so many views watching the MPL Indo live stream that if I get the same views watching PH, I'm not shitting on Malaysia. It's just that like I watch for a reason, not just because like I watch.
Ruling 5 games in a series that we thought would never end with the timers. They were running up 30-minute games, and then after that, all 20s. And you have to do that potentially again today. We saw Yato get shut down in Game 3. I questioned what his mental looks like if he falls behind, especially up against Hoon. Game 3, we saw exactly what it looks like. I mean, for like the first 4 minutes, it was a death round the clock.
BTK, Farsa ban, that's smart. Apple is kind of like a really good Farsa. Probably the best Farsa in NA, I would say. Even better than Hoon. That's just because it's her like one trick. She can play Eve too, but I think her Farsa is probably the best hero. Then Hoon probably just has a bigger hero pool out of all the mages. I think Hoon even still has a limited hero pool. Like, if he doesn't get the Faramis, Farsa, or Valentino, he was looking pretty sloppy.
They are prepared for this game, I feel like. They're not just throwing in the same
Not gonna lie.
They're banning out the Fanny. They don't want Kush to have that. They're taking out the Farsa this time. They're taking out the Melissa. Last time it was very Valentina focused. Just a little bit different, focusing a bit more on
Melissa banned in BTK. Yeah, Zia's just a Melissa spammer as well.
Talking about spreading
Not
out
like just, I'm not saying like it's an insult, but he is a Melissa spammer.
Essential, especially when you're talking about Nicolette from the side of Ackerman. You dubbed her, I don't know if this has already been made a name, Trace, but you said she's a positional mage. Hadn't heard that one before, but you should coin that. A positional mage is exactly what she is. Maybe a step or two below potentially mechanics with someone like Hoon, but when it comes to staying alive, when it comes to finding the right angles, finding the back line, keeping her KD,
yeah, Apple does have really good positioning. They're kind of right about that.
As long as needed to be an impact out there.
Like just because she's the last one alive isn't because she plays for KD.
Better than Nicolette.
Yeah, I would almost like, honestly, to talk about Nicolette for a second, I could almost debate the fact that she has possibly, out of all the mages in NA, even Hoon, even Yato, she has some of the best positioning and best map awareness and IQ in the game. It's why she's able to pull the Lu Yi off so well. No one else can, but she makes it work because she knows her positioning. She knows good map awareness. She knows how to make plays. And last night against BTK, when we saw her on the Eve, when we saw her on the Farsa, she was just, I mean, she's able to just go deathless sometimes. She's able to always come in at the right exact time. She never sticks her neck out like we saw Yato doing against
Yeah, they shitting on Yato for that one.
She's, like I said, probably one of the top positional mages in NA right now, and if she can pull that
shit on Yato like Yato was doing. No shade at all whatsoever, haha.
Because of what I'm saying right now, but they do have to
they gave Ackerman a
Yato.
I absolutely do want to take it away, and glad that you mentioned Yato here, because now that we've kind of praised Nicolette for kind of that positioning thing, you kind of pointed out the glaring opposite coming in from Yato on his mage, and he struggled, especially up against Ureshi coming out from the XP for the side of Outplay. Now you have to face Galaxy, right? And that's another XP laner that really likes to give those backline mages a hard time in the game. And the question that I'm hoping to see answered by BTK is, can Yato fix that? Can you start to match the positioning? Because we know what Nicolette's going to give us. It's going to be a kill here, a couple assists here, and very little to, if any, deaths in that middle column.
Prediction score? I think it'll be 3-1.
Either way. Sometimes he looks
for
like
BTK.
Someone like Nicolette, like whom sometimes
unless they're like so tilted that they just play like absolute dog shit, I think it should be a 3-1.
That they come, he was.
If they keep their mental level, like, okay, Ackerman's not as bad as Outplay, we can win this.
Open it up so
they're
strong,
fine,
and then all of a sudden
right?
it's like he
But
was
if
just
they're like
allergic to
mad,
staying alive, just
or just like they're mad at each other, they can't focus, they're tilted, they might just lose.
Make those type of mistakes.
It just feels like he's been very like hunkered down in the mid lane. And that game 3, I think it was, or game 2, we saw Hoon when Hoon was playing the Fermis and Shark was on the low. They were moving, man.
Yeah.
And Yato then in game 3, he's just getting picked off. It's like he's got weights tied to his feet sometimes, just hanging out under that tower.
BTK plays another game. Yeah, they played because they're in the loser bracket. So now they go versus who the loser. They go versus the loser bracket. They're in the loser bracket. They're not out entirely.
Because Ackerman, they're ready. They took the loss last night. They went on. They beat Empire 3-1, and they've been waiting. They probably watched the past 3 games, trying to get everything they can out of BTK right now, and they definitely want this win.
The thing is, Ackerman can't really get a lot from watching how BTK lost. It's not like TOB, even Outplay. They didn't really stomp the early game. Actually, they actually was more like they came back. All the games except for the last game. Last game, Outplay fucking stomped. The fact that BTK, like, honestly, I'm not shitting on BTK or Outplay. Well, actually, it's more like I'm shitting on Outplay. But the fact that Outplay lost that lead they had in the last game is actually like so amazing to me. Like, that lead was so fucking huge, and they threw that lead.
For the same thing, they had the Kaja in the Minotaur, right? Very
BTK throws late game, and it seems like Outplay kind of like sometimes chokes the early. Maybe they have like the ego. I don't know.
Balance it. You want to be able to kind of shut down them without hampering.
But like losing that 3rd game lead was so insane.
You don't just need to try to stop someone else's.
Most definitely. Now they do like the ban there with the Diggy. I like the Lancelot and the Fred are both open right now.
I'm not sure if it's to credit BTK or if it's to Outplay's like mistakes. I'd have to like analyze the game more
Holding off to the end. We do know the Akai still a possibility for MLBB
than what I was just watching. You know.
Play anything other really than those 3 recently, but the Karina's still there. The Martis. You know, I mean, I think even last series we could have made him see
finals. Whoever wins this goes to Vegas. Outplay's already going to Vegas. Whoever wins this goes to Vegas.
On the gun right now to pick something
like for sure. You know what I mean?
Kaja's still open. Yeah, Kaja's still open. Kush is going to lock in the Akai here. So it's got to make MLBB now think a little bit. I don't know if the Fredrin is what they want to go for because he can get pushed away. The Lance, though, could be a possibility.
And that's exactly what I was thinking about the Lancelot, especially since they already have the Kufra, you have the Minotaur. It's a great option to go ahead and pick up now, obviously. Still some options out there to kind of respond to that, but I feel like you have the overwhelming presence. He's going to need something to deal with the Akai, because last time they matched up yesterday, Kush pulled out the Akai and was very successful. He pretty much shut out Zane from contesting those pits. Lance offers kind of that ability. Something we're seeing here is Lilia.
Yato's Lilia. Now, I'm kind of scared
on
to
the
like
Fred.
Yato now.
Yato playing Lilia. Interesting. Lilia. Lilia is a comfort pick of Yato, so maybe he'll do really good on it.
It's not as meta anymore. We don't see him pick it up all the time. I don't know how it's going to do against the Valentina. But Yato does, in theory, have a really nice Lilia. Back when he was with Area 77, him and Gauss Cuda used to dominate lanes with the Lolita and the Lilia combo, things like that. But I need to see him and Joybaj moving together, not this old split-up thing that they've been doing recently. I think if they move as a unit, they can make things happen.
And it doesn't just stop there, right? I know previously you were talking about you felt that was happening with MLBB even at times. Kind of feel like he was moving as an individual piece when they really should be grouping up. Sometimes we see them, but then they just go away from it. And I feel like that's when we see a lot of the issues start to arise. They stop with the tight-knit formation. Now you're talking about pickoffs.
Wait a minute. Come on, cup. Let's look at it.
Here, and it leaves a lot of openings for the upper team. Speaking of openings, though, the Kaja was on the board. It was available to be picked up, and Ackerman is going to double down on some more of that suppression type skills and more of that lockdown paired up with this Akai.
I'm not even looking at the draft right now. I'm trying, waiting for it to get more developed. Okay. So BTK's comp is really dependent on the Kufra and Minotaur ults. If they get really good ults, the Kufra Minotaur ults, it could work really well. But if they fumble their ults, I think BTK is not going to be in a good spot. They are very dependent on their engages of Minotaur and Kufra. So it's really up to Joybaj and T this game. Because Claude cannot do shit without like preset, considering, you know, Akai can cancel his shit. Ah, fuck, I need to go to the bathroom. I'll be back.
This is game one in a best of 5. BTK back at it again, going up against Ackerman in the lower bracket. This is the revenge match. Someone is going home and somebody's going to the grand finals.
That's right. Like you said, Trex, the stakes couldn't be any higher. A trip to Vegas is on the line, and with a trip to Vegas being potentially a trip to MSC, a trip to IESF, and again, a little more higher up on that cash prize for these rewards for the team. So a lot of pressure on these young rising stars. A lot of questions will remain answered. We're going to see which team can rise up to the occasion here, Trex.
Yato gonna keep vision on this Litho Wander here. Goes the shuffle, as you like to say. JoyBaj coming around the backside, does not connect onto anyone. It did seem like Kush able to get that Litho Wander, but
wow, already a skirmish. Seems like Kush got the Litho though. Had to back off.
And now with a little bit of moment here, we gotta set that pace, right? Set that tone, because this is a beautiful story. If anything from yesterday is to prevail here. We need
I feel like Issa would have been a better spot if he went Beatrix in like 1 or 2 of the games last game. Claude is so reliant on these very scary engages.
Best of 5 with everything on the line.
And he also requires like kind of a setup.
Zane is gonna have to be the rock here, the core of this young star-studded team that he does have. ISO.
JoyBaj got a good spot here. Kush has the ult. Chooses not to use it though.
Pretty much
if Kush uses the ult for JoyBaj, he basically just forsakes Turtle. So he made the choice to not use it for JoyBaj to get the kill and take it for Turtle instead, which is like smart.
He knows how to hold it down in the gold lane. Maybe provide some assistance to him. But speaking of assistance, these teams are moving towards the turtle pit for some of that wiggle wall baby tricks.
He should just ult on Arlott. No, because you ult on Akai, but Akai's just gonna ult. It's not gonna matter. And now Akai's dead. Now Mid-T's dead. JoyBaj might get a play here. Tonak with the ult on JoyBaj. No, they just back off. T should have went on Galaxy. There's no way he's stopping the Akai from ulting.
Right, not on the board. But
onto JoyBaj here, but JoyBaj still has flicker. Wow, Tonak doesn't even flicker there.
The synergy just not there.
That's some good pressure though, right there.
But Yato didn't have bobs
throughout the game, and you're talking about flipping the game on its head. JoyBaj just needs to stay locked in. We know that Kufra is amazing for him. Speaking of the Kufra though, we were talking about some of these setups, right? I really like that JoyBaj gets to have the set tank, especially up against point on the Kaja. The same reason why we didn't like when not BTK, but Outplay kind of put that on to Shark or vice versa, because that single target set, especially late game, if you're not actually playing for the pickoffs and going for the 5v5s, you're at a disadvantage no matter what way you slice it. When teams are grouped up, the set tank is the better option. And I like that JoyBaj has that advantage. Speaking of JoyBaj,
Tonak ulting JoyBaj here, getting low in her tower, has the flicker out.
Making his way around, but Zane has
very weird to be that aggressive from JoyBaj. I mean, I guess he's looking for an engage, but like to be in a Kaja's face like that, he's just gonna ult you.
Had the Atlas against Shark's Kaja. You go in, if you don't hit it, if you don't make it count, you are getting pulled in by that divine judgment, right? You are suiciding if you don't make it count. So JoyBaj has some pressure on his shoulders, and one of the main win conditions for BTK right now is if he can land those without getting pulled in.
That's right. If he can land those without being pulled in is the question. Indeed, Nicolette here. Pretty aggressive positioning. I take a note here. Has the
Kush getting dogged on here. He might be forced to ult. JoyBaj with the ult goes off. Kush, he did not need the ult. He actually got out that perfectly fine, but he used his ult. Maybe a misinput.
Keep eyes on Nicolette.
Free turtle for Zane, basically.
Like we said, the heavy spin has been utilized. So now Kush
about a 1k gold lead for BTK here.
I think he will go ahead and
Tonak with the flicker ult. Is it gonna kill Iso? I don't think so. Oh, Zia actually quite low here. Iso looking for the turnaround play.
Maybe pick up a kill. DMI's back.
JoyBaj. Oh, whips the jump.
The foresight on that one.
Unfortunate.
and escape death.
That would have been a free kill for Zia. On Zia, I meant.
Indeed, and honestly,
Nice play from Iso.
Looks like it might have worked for Ackerman there. They tried extremely well. I like that they went for the trade because, like you said, it's kind of a lost cause going for that turtle when Panda.
Is he panicked? Oh yeah, he definitely panicked.
Heavy spin. So it's a pretty well thought out idea. Obviously, it didn't fall through for him, but I like that they have the right mentality. We can't get it here. Let's look to trade it over there. That's exactly what you need at this level of the game because those little trades over time do add up. At this point, we're just looking to see the execution fall through for the side of Ackerman. Speaking of execution, though, BTK poised and ready.
Joybaj going in. Push, able to pop the heavy spin, though. Joybaj going to get stuck against the wall, and Zia
wants
to find it, does. Gets
Push
the kill on the
though.
Joybaj.
Apple with Zang pulled on the tower.
Pulled under the tower now,
That was fine.
away. Yato also popped the black shoes, brings some of that health back. They're going to keep up the pressure here. Kush looking for an angle around the side, but him and Nikolai decide to finally back off.
Backing off. It's just a one for nothing.
Clear the wave. Both teams back off.
All right, both teams backing off. Now we're back into a bit of a Cold War. Ackerman doesn't have too much of a gold lead, right? They're up 2 kills, sitting at about 700 gold lead. That's not bad for the side of BTK when you're looking at things overall, especially since they do have ISO in the gold lane, and he hasn't taken the death, like you said. He escaped that gank from earlier, so having some good potential.
Kind of a greedy engage from Joybaj. I don't know what he's thinking there. See with the ult on the Kush, but Kush is just gonna ult T under power but back out. He's gonna flicker anyway. Tonak and Apple with a flank here. Mincio goes off, but Apple not in a good spot here. Looks like she's just gonna die. Try to flicker out, but oh, 1 HP! Apple gets out.
Nicolette finds safety in the midst of death.
Yato flickers out. Zancy back out as well. Wow, Apple actually got out there. That's insane.
Able to push him to the side, but everyone escapes unscathed.
And that's just the beauty of when you have Nicolette on your team, man. Somehow, some way, gonna be able to find a way to get out of trouble. Speaking of getting out of trouble, getting out in a lead here, a little bit out as far as items. Both Nicolette and Yato went in for that Enchanted House. Both of them have that CDR. They're both gonna be able to offer in that poke. Nicolette with a dip and a dashing. Lolita in Yato's hand with those blooms. Able to make those plays. Speaking of plays, though,
oh, Kush gets ulted. Has the heavy spin though, a counter. He's quite low though. Has to back out. T is here, looking for an ult. But gets ulted by Kaga. Zane wins the retry. Iso going in. On Zia and Tonak. And Tonak's dead. Apple 1 HP. Can she get out?
She's slippery. She's able to get away quick.
She gets out.
Not able to get the chase down, but still.
BTK gets the retry.
Even with 2 turtles over the side of BTK, Ackerman holds a small lead.
Kush getting jumped on. Not enough damage from Claude though. Oh, Iso gets sniped by Zia.
God. Zia
greedy for the tower.
Snipes him out of existence. No tower for BTK just yet.
You know, earlier tricks we saw a play.
It's kind of a bad play from Iso.
Isolated, but this time a face shot and ISO aided from the side of Zia. He's having a great game. 3-0 and 0 on the Beatrix. That's what Ackerman needs. Gold lane secured right now, especially up against ISO on this Claude. Now you got the kill on him. You're putting him a little behind. That's going to give Zia what he needs, especially since he spikes a lot earlier than Claude. Sure, the DHS comes in handy, but you need another 2 to really get the job done. Zia only needs 1. You get that Blade of Despair, then you're just building flat penetration items at that point. Maybe some survivability in the form of like a Wind of Nature and such, and you have a game on your hands.
Oh, Giovanna Kush here. Still has the heavy spin though, uses it to push him out of the blue buff. Pins T. T gets ulted by Tonak. Still his ult though. Pulling Zia into his ult. Flicker stun from Joybaj onto Zia. Zia shut down.
Getting a little bit of gold into his pocket. Galaxy pops
BTK looks like they're trying to force some mid tower here. Ackerman not sure how to respond. Gonna back off. Actually, BTK gonna back off. Not gonna force it. Maybe go bot tower.
Bad spot down in the bot lane, getting chased down. Able to get a little bit of damage onto Joybaj here as Yato, ISO, and team want to try to take this tower.
And, you know, looking at this as Nicholas trying to hold down this tower with Valentina. With
Apple doesn't care how low she gets because she has the ult.
There it goes.
Comes out and it's a good
Dude, Lily ult is so good for Valentina. She can just straight up suicide and it won't matter.
It's not some crazy set, but it does give you another life and even more mobility on the.
They got the tower though. Zane going on Kush. Apple flickering out. Strange.
Something I was going to point out is that it's kind of the only option, right? Obviously, T has the King's Calling, but there's no one really to counter out on BTK with the King's Calling, so it's not really something to utilize unless maybe you're able to catch ISO, but with the BMI, with the sprint, it's a little hard to make it happen. for Nicolette. This Black Boots ultimate is pretty much all she has to offer here. You know, Trek, you pointed it out, and I feel with you strongly on this. Nicolette on the Valentina isn't our favorite to see, and right now this isn't even a match that's favorable for the Valentina. So now we got 2 negatives for us, and that could be something to keep an eye on for the side of Ackerman.
Yeah, Nicolette picks up the King's Calling. She picked it up last time during the last turtle objective. Wasn't too detrimental in the fight. I think at this point she's just kind of reaching, trying to grab anything that can help out the team.
Oh, Tonak with the mask. Joy Ballage looking for an ult here. Tonak jumping on Galaxy. Galaxy's dead. Tonak still has his ult though, saving it. Flicker ult onto Yato. Yato though, he gets out just fine. Zay gets the entry. Tonak is dead. Ackerman falling apart. 3 are dead on their side. Zia is pushing bot. Forsaking the Lord.
On the chase, moving on to this mid-tier tower, tier 3.
Zia now resetting. I feel like Zia should just keep pushing. I don't know why he reset. I guess to defend the base, but like, oh, Kush is dead.
Dive into the home run field, able to
okay, Zia actually, it was a good thing resetting because I didn't think Kush would kill himself.
Gotta try to recover some ground on that boss side.
You know, if there was any question about how BTK was going to come into this series, well, sweet lambs and gentle giants, here is your answer. BTK is still here to play, even after taking that unfortunate sweep earlier. They're not going to let Ackerman walk away with the series for free. They're going to keep the pressure up, keep the tempo up, and that's exactly what they need. We talked about it at the draft. They have a lot of picks here for the counterplay, and they've kept most of the players for Ackerman in check, as you can see. I mean, they're sitting up on a 2K gold lead, and in between this level of competition, that's
I'm going Lord bot, not mid. I don't know why Zia went bot instead. Maybe he didn't care for the Lord.
Because this is only under the 11.5-minute mark, Trey.
And not only that, Yato playing a much better game this time. And I think, like I said, some of those backline mages, he sticks his head out a bit too much, but on the Lilia, you can do that. You want to do that. You want to get in
oh, hold on the Galaxy here. Trying to get out. He gets pulled back under the ult. Galaxy dies. Ult from Zia. T is quite low. Kush here looking for the flank. Gets knocked up though by Joybodge. Kush with a 3-man pin, but backs off.
Loses it. Has to run away.
Kush dies. Galaxy dead. 2 are dead for Ackerman. 3 are dead for Ackerman. Flicker pull from T. Zia flickers out. Kills Kush. Wait, 3 are dead for BTK. What the fuck happened? All of a sudden, 3 are dead for BTK. I don't know what the hell just happened.
Nicolette gonna chase him out of the base, and once again, BTK having a little bit of trouble breaking those base towers.
That's right, and honestly, gotta give that up to the side of Ackerman.
What the fuck happened?
For them, picking up that double kill there, that's huge. He's still having a great game.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell happened. Like the stream, please like the stream, subscribe, all that goes up if you're not already. We appreciate it very much.
Maybe even say that he's
trying to get the 100K subs, help me out, all that good stuff. Let's watch.
Have the claw. The later this game goes on, ISO becomes more and more of a threat, especially since as far as DPS goes, I think you have to give the edge to ISO since he has the AoE with the Blazing Duet. He's able to get in and out of the fights with the BMI. But speaking of getting out of things,
Toinks is Totenak. Yeah, I call him Totenak because that was his name before the tournament. That's his name for a long time before he changed it to Toinks. I don't know why he changed it to Toinks, but I'm still calling him Totenak.
It's like they think they can just take the game, or they're supposed to
Ackerman, you know, not really scared here, just walking up, no fear. T in a very good flank position, looking for something here.
They could have just done some chip damage onto those towers, backed off, ate up the jungle, but because they lose 3 members, they lose their map advantage, and they could have Ackerman huddled up in their base right now, and they could just be cleaning up the jungle.
Apple doesn't really care that much about walking up. Can Lilia still ult in mid-tower ult chat? Someone tell me that. Can Lilia still ult? I'm assuming no, but it's not really a dash.
With the First Lord, it's only a First Lord. It's not in hands.
But that's also something I never thought about.
It doesn't even have the charge passive to take down a high ground tower, right? You need
yes.
More. You
Seriously?
Just
damn.
At least
that's so good.
Towers, but hang on.
T with a pull attempt doesn't matter. Galaxy with flickering out of T's ult. T wasting his ult kind of early here. Zane going at Nicolette. Big bonk on Tonak. Tonak is quite low, but Zane also low as well. Gets out just fine. Joybodge getting on Apple. Apple flickering out. Iso dying to Zia. T 1 HP. Can he get out here? Flickers out. Kush gets the entry. Zane 1 HP. Zane's gonna die. Joybodge is gonna die too. It's only T and Yato alive.
On the rise here. T and Yato left.
Can Apple pick off Yato? Nope. That's all. What a messy fight. He fucked up his ult. And that's just immediately about like they should disengage that fight, play back, but they still played super aggressive.
They have all their members up. still need some of the spawner from the side of BTK.
Ackerman probably gonna get the mid high ground, maybe not. Maybe.
They're just gonna look to
yeah, they will.
The high ground here in the mid, and this might be a nice and easy pickup for them.
Put on 2x speed, or am I behind?
They're gonna play this one smart. They don't want to get too aggressive, and that is the mistake that they did not make, like BTK made last time. They're gonna eat up the jungle. They're gonna wait for this lord, and I don't think they're gonna push too hard. I think they know they have the advantage now, and they can play cool.
You know, I would love to see after the high ground tower maybe one member from Ackerman go up to the top side because the lord was kind of being stalled out from that midway. They could have had all three of these things, but they do have overwhelming mini pressure at the top. They'll probably still get that tower anyways, just on the strength of the minions. But look at the siege here, Trek.
Snipe on his Zan doesn't do too much damage. They lose the bot high ground. Wow, I am behind. Holy shit. Oh, now I'm caught up.
That top side finally. So
Totnik is a bad word backwards in Tagalog.
Oh, on the Joy Bodge here, but T misses the stun. Kush does ult though. Interesting ult. He probably thought T would connect with the stun, but T whiffed. But then Kush thought he didn't whiff.
Exactly
what ulted anyway.
To do controlled aggression, something maybe BTK can take notes from.
BTK no longer has momentum here. Ackerman with the two tower gold lead, 2 high ground. Like I said, this BTK's comp is so dependent on getting picks with the Kufra and Mincetar ults. If the Mincetar ult fails, and if Kufra fucks up, BTK is just gonna get wiped. Because Ackerman has so much more damage than BTK. Lilia bombs are too reliant on her bombs connecting, and claw damage gets them low but doesn't finish them off. But Ackerman, like, Beatrix is a fuck ton of damage. You know, it doesn't rely on DHS, so it does a lot of damage regardless. And then Valentine late game isn't so reliant as Lilia is on, like, skill positioning. And then Arlot also has, like, a ton of base damage in his kit.
To go ahead and land onto those sticky traps that they have planned for them. This is
now I think T is going to damage Mincetar, even though he has like DHS at least. So I think he does some damage if he ults people off, but still reliant on him ulting. Oh, Joy Bodge getting picked off here by Kush. Flicker's out though. Can he live? Tonak with a flicker off his aim, but it's meaningless. BTK looking to turn this back around here. Oh, Kaja dead. T looking for a flank here. Nothing happens though.
Trying to fight back here with the Venus.
Wait, that was so bad for Tonak to waste his flicker and ult on Zane when the rest of his team was distracted with Joy Bodge. It was really well played Joy Bodge getting out because that looked like really bad for him.
Has set up BTK for such a nice wall wiggle here, especially because.
But I don't like this though. I don't like when BTK forces a 50-50 when all they have to do is just kill the jungler. Because it's always a 50-50 no matter what. ISO with the flicker, not flicker, ghost, sprints, whatever you call it, has to get out though. It does not do a lot of damage to Arlot because, like I said, low HP, Claude cannot execute. Kind of a 50-50 retry here. T quite low, not good for him. Joy Bodge quite low as well, not looking good for BTK. Joy Bodge, heavy spin from Akai. T with the ult. Galaxy is dead. Lord goes to Ackerman. So far it's 1-0. BTK should just back off, defend this Lord.
Good trade, I feel like, over the side of Ackerman.
That's a darn good wall wiggle.
ISO was too distracted there going on Galaxy. He needs to play with the team because he's like their main source of damage.
Ackerman wanted to go for. T was able to open up the base of Ackerman all at the same time. A member gone.
ISO should just be going Beatrix, man. Why are they forcing him on Claude all the time? I feel like ISO's Beatrix is so much better.
These wall wiggles are so important. Speaking of things that are important, though, we do have a pause request coming out from the side of BTK, and obviously
BTK pause. I wonder why.
With that siege coming down, a little bit of breathing room here. How are we feeling right now?
I don't know. I'm trying to blow up my voice before we get to Vegas, so I'm feeling good about it.
Should we reset the Lord? Yeah, it might have been best to reset it.
Ackerman does hold a what? A 2,000 gold lead, 1,900, 800, something like that. Lord coming. I think they could not lose to this Lord, right? Depending on how ISO plays this, if he can get the right position and melt it down, they can survive. How are you feeling about it, Deku?
I mean, honestly, I feel like the odds are good for Ackerman. They already have taken down 2 of those high ground towers, right? They have a lot of options to work with for this laning. At this point, it just comes down to execution. Obviously,
no longer pause. Shit.
I feel like that's why they're kind of trying to stall this out. But that minion is going to fall in the mid lane, and now
BTK does not have good wave clear. It's basically just Lilia. Claude does not do much for wave clear.
You're going to commit to an outrageous play, or you're going to.
They might be able to kill a Lord before it connects, though.
Yeah, I mean,
and it's not going to connect anything at all, though. Lilia with the ult. Kind of weak to getting picked off now by Kaja.
Brings down to about half health, and ISO does the rest of the work. Ackerman not going to be able to siege that to its maximum potential. Looks like they might try to pull the card here, though. Force it in. Snipe shot comes out, does not connect. ISO going to live to see another day here. Should be able to clear these waves, but Ackerman's still waiting for the possible mistake as BTK holds it down in the base.
I'm sorry, did Zia pop Wind of Nature there on accident, or did he buy it more?
Oh, jump on the ball. Ballage gets pinned by Kush, gets pulled out by Galaxy, gets suppressed by Kaja. He's still alive, tries to do a play, but still dies. T with the ult, isn't going to matter though. 1 HP, misses the pull on Totenak, flicker from Apple on the back line. 2 are dead for BTK. Meanwhile, Ackerman still 5 man alive. Not looking good. Zane has the front line now. BTK still have their damage dealers. They could clear these waves.
Pushes the envelope.
ISO taking big damage from Valentino. You might need to buy an Athena shield.
Got enough damage, got enough items, should be able to melt it quick.
Totenak flicker ult on the ISO. ISO has the immortality though. Can he get out? No, 1 HP. ISO. Oh, he gets dies. But Galaxy dies as well.
Might just go down here.
Yato quite low.
This is a base defense. If we're gonna call one out ever, but Zia finally
Apple dead.
Mobazane on his lone summon. Ackerman might just take game
I don't know
one.
what's
The
going
minions are there. Mobazane
and
still
GG.
up. Appraisal's Wrath can't connect because he's taken out in midair.
They need. I feel like they should stop going Claude.
Number 1.
That's commanding tricks. That means so much here. Getting that first game of a series is such a momentum boost for a team no matter what. And for BTK, that's 4 losses in a row, okay? Because they took 3 already up against Ohio. And now, or not Ohio, Outplay. My mistakes there. Living in the past here. Back to the present. Now you lose to Ackerman. Again, mentality in question. How many losses, how many straws on the camel's back does it take until it breaks here? They're gonna have to really hunker down and figure out what they can do to even up, at least reset the series 1-1 here, because we don't want them to fall down 2-0.
Most definitely don't want that. And that game was definitely back and forth. Ackerman held a lot of control.
I want to look at the draft.
Swings back into their favor.
They should have picked Kaja here. Right here in these 2 picks, they should have went Kaja and Mincetar if they wanted to go Mincetar. I don't know why they left up that last pick Kaja. Kaja's fucking them so hard. They need to like stop giving it, or like pick things that'll counter it. Kufor can counter Kaja, like Kufor got countered by Akai.
And it kind of spells doom for them from there on. Gold did end up in the favor of Ackerman, and taking a look at some of these items, Galaxy does pick up some magic defense to deal with Yato, and I think once a couple people start picking up that magical defense, same thing with Toinks, same thing with Kush. Well, Kush, I mean, the Radiant picks up the helmet as well.
But Lily didn't really do shit that game. I know his KD is good, but like I feel like his damage was really lacking in the late game. It's really hard for him to connect anything versus their comp.
We're moving forward right into the replays, looking at some of the highlights from this game. This wall we'll go here was so good.
ISO TP'd back way too late. His Wind of Nature ran out, then he died to Zia.
Here created so much space. Look at him getting
then Teague got lost all his HP to Apple. Probably doesn't have any magic resist.
And now are you. Zia picking up that double kill, and they just kept going triple.
Honestly, the Lilia pick did more harm than good. It gave Valentina so much capability to do whatever the fuck she wanted, because she would always just TP back.
So taking a look at this, Nicolette once again 35% kill.
Damn, Yato actually did the most damage on their team. That's insane.
Once again, she is holding up so much pressure. She didn't have the greatest game, but still she was always involved, in some of her zoning towards the end onto ISO there was extremely important. But Zia, Kush, and Toinks also playing a good game. Zia, she started off good, then had a little rough stage, but towards the end still making the shots count quite literally.
Apple kind of carry though. I know Zia's like 8-1, but he got some nice early kills set up for him.
Get the job done.
I mean, the snipe was also just ISO stupidity, but I think Apple like did the most for them.
All right, if we're gonna do the ping pong thing, winning first game is really important, right? Yesterday, BTK won first game and they just went back and forth. But when you win first game in a best of 5 and everyone goes back and forth, a little bit of math for you guys, it ends up on the team that won first.
That's right.
So this time, Ackerman securing the win. So even if they go back and forth, Ackerman could win game 5. So at some point here, BTK's got to pull off at least 2 in a row. Maybe 3, but just to make things easy, 2 in a row if they want to take this. But Ackerman, after that game, definitely looks like a favorable team.
And you know what? You could call it maybe Ackerman coming in with a better game plan than yesterday. You could call it that they have the fresh legs up against BTK, who's seeming a little exhausted, going through the same thing Ackerman had to endure yesterday when they survived their first match in the lower bracket for semifinals. We're going to see if BTK can dig deep.
Damn.
Because game one is not going to get it done if that's going to be the continuation of the story in between BTK and Ackerman.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't want to really like give the excuse of like, oh, BTK just played 3 games, because I mean, yes, it's a different team, but Ackerman did take a long 5-game series for BTK and then went on and 3-1 to Empire. Yes, I would say this is a little bit of a different series than Ackerman versus Empire. No hate to Empire at all, but still, it's a little bit different. But still, I mean, I'm sure these guys play ranked games for like 5 to 6 hours sometimes, you know, just go in all night. I've seen Zane on stream, so I don't think there's quite a stamina issue. Yes, maybe some morale, but that's esports, like we've been saying all night. That's part of the game. That's part of this. They got to pick things up and pull it together if they want to do it.
That's right. There's a fair point to be made there, because Liquipedia isn't going to put not
Wait, is it actually playable where you set his ulti? You mean like how it, that quote-unquote bug fix they did, but when before that you could do your ult again, even if it got destroyed? Maybe not play, like he'd be playable. I mean, even right now, you consider anyone's playable, but he'd be a lot better. That bug fix ruined him.
BTK on the back pedal has to try to right the wrongs, get this reset, find 1-1. Once it's 1-1, it feels like a new series all over again, because it's equal grounds. You just got to even it up. You don't. Well, we don't.
I feel like they should stop putting ESO in Claude. He's doing work on it, but I think Beatrix can do a lot more. I feel like his Beatrix is better. Because they're going to late game a lot, and if you're consistently going to late game, I think a Beatrix will do more than a Claude.
But I don't know if we've seen many
Claude needs like setup, and if Joybot are struggling to set up, it's not gonna work well. Of course, you could say Beatrix needs setup too, but Beatrix autos will just shred any squishy, like 2 auto, 3 autos. Claude, since he's like DHS based, it takes him longer because when they're low HP, you can't really execute them. And if Claude's ult get cancelled, he's like a sitting duck.
It is those little things like we talked about.
So you have to play so much more scared on a Claude because your hero just fundamentally has to be more risky when he all ins.
For these two teams. Speaking of some things though to paint up, Ackerman's already starting to ban out. You talked about this a lot, right? That Ackerman likes to ban out things from T on BTK's lane to give Galaxy a little more ease, a little more breathing room, if you will, in that weak side of the map. It looks like they're going to start to set that up again for him here, and I think that's a great option.
Yay, right. I used to be a main. Want to reverse.
The Lapu there. So I think that'll get to slide through potentially, right? I wouldn't expect him to ban that again, or ban it in the 3rd slot here, maybe go for something else. But it does force him in a direction and not let him have either or.
I feel like T should just pick the Lapu. He does a lot more on it.
I think BTK should probably like ban out
his Yuzong is just like meh. Yuzong, his cooldowns are too long to be like reoccurringly useful.
Yes, it wasn't like anything
or just get the Arlot. Like his Arlot's pretty alright too, as long as he doesn't go damage. His damage Arlot's kind of meh.
And at least if you ban that out, what is that going to? Are they going to first pick the Lapu, just to pull it away from T or something? Like, I think at this point, if they do go for that, then at least you get 2 good, solid picks. T might not have the greatest, but still, we have seen him fall back on other things. Not always the best. He did finally have some good Terizla games last night, because he was having a little bit of trouble with that. Same thing with like the Dyroth and some other picks. So I don't think it's completely out of the realm for T, as long as he knows how to.
It is rough for them to go into this, mentally.
Out of,
like their mental is certainly not good right now.
BTK pull the YZ in the first pick on the blue side, right? They took that up to kind of deter some picks, so that's still Ackerman.
They did that versus Ackerman, but it's not going to work versus outplay.
T's availability. Something though I really want to talk about: mid lane, Yato and Nicolette. Something they both like to prioritize is the Pharsa. So now I'm wondering, how do we look at that? Are we going to allow BTK to pick this up? Because if Pharsa slips through this first half, or through the first pick, I'm willing to bet the bottom dollar that Yato gets it, right? And if he doesn't get it, now you're talking about letting Nicolette get it. Either one of those locking in Pharsa is a little scary. I would beg to differ that I believe Nicolette is the scarier Pharsa player, having that positional advantage, but they both had showed their prowess on it. I feel like that's going to be a contested pick here between both of these teams. Oh, nope, they're going to ban it out. Off the table.
But that means the Arlot's open. That means I think that's why the ban took so long. It's like, man, what do we ban here?
What do we give?
Pharsa, or do we ban out the Arlot? They ban out the Pharsa. I think there's a big chance. The Eve is still open though. Ackerman now also wondering, it's like, do
Paramus?
Faramis is still open, Fredrin's still open,
Yeah.
Kaja's still open.
A lot of things.
A lot of things still on the field right now. So let's see how things go. I still think that maybe Ackerman just goes for that easy EXP lane pickup first, possibly the R-Lot.
See what the picks are.
It's the battle of give or take. I do think though, it's rough. Like R-Lot could be locked in. Okay, it looks like they're gonna go for it. Well, I think we know exactly what's gonna come over from the side of BTK for sure. Regardless.
R-Lot first pick side of Ackerman. I wonder what they're gonna counter it with. They get the glue this time. Adding the Faramis. Okay. I like a change of pace. Nice change of pace. I like that. I like that. A change of pace is always nice when you're refreshing your mental too.
He can still pick something and still be sustainable. So we have some answers. We have some of that front line. I'm excited to see how Yato plays on this. Are we finally going to see him move around a bit more? I felt like when he was playing on the Lilia, he was moving a bit. Nicolette is going to pick up the Eve, so maybe try to contain the Cult Altar a little bit.
Yeah, and that was one of those things we talked about previously when we saw the Eve and Faramis matchup. You know, kind of look to split or contain, like you said, and put it in these team fights. Something you pointed out, so that I think that's a +1 to you. You kind of did say they'd probably go for the Eve there, so good read from over there from Trex. For those first picks. There's going to be a Beatrix locked in. I do like that. It is a nice option up there. Now I'm wondering though.
It's been great on it.
Yeah, amazing on the Beatrix. Now it brings up the question: will BTK look to lock in their marksman? Claude is still available, and you know ISO likes to play it. If they don't lock it in now, it becomes an option to ban out from the side of Ackerman.
Yeah, it's like, but do they want that here? I guess you do get to escape the world manipulation, so it's not
there
a bad
goes.
pick. Yeah, they're gonna go for it. We're gonna see. This is game number 5 in a row.
Okay, I want the Claude again.
But I mean, it has worked. It's not like it's a bad pick exactly. Marksman's like
I don't know.
well, like as long as it's unbanned, you can play a lot of marksman.
I don't know, man. I don't know about the Claude. He's doing good on it, but I feel like he'd be doing more on other marksmans.
First, if you want to go DHS, you have those options. Claude as well, with such the heavy control mages. And
I feel it's best they play different heroes to reset their mentals. I feel like playing new heroes is a nice reset. You play the same heroes you're losing on, you associate those heroes with losing, and it's hard to like mentally to play them over and over.
Obviously, you know that'll probably get lost.
I feel like it'd be best for him to play another marksman.
I definitely like it. Something else I expect maybe to get banned out, especially since Kufr just got taken out. Maybe we see a Lancelot ban as well, because we know Kush exceeds and performs extremely well on that. Even something.
I feel like they should ban Akai and take Lance.
Yeah, I really think it'd be the Tank Slot. Tank Slot would be an ideal ban for me. The side of BTK, especially since we haven't seen Mobazane step into that unless he plans to get in his bag and go for the lanes. I think it's an option to take off, because yesterday he really wrote it out. Like you said, 3 games in a row, getting 2 of those victories. That's a nice win rate, but he hasn't pulled it out today. And if they're not going to use it, I definitely think you take it away from Ackerman here.
I think that's what he's going to do. They decide to ban out the Kaja, so now I think a high chance that we see Mobazane just because there are going to be first pick up pick up the Lancelot here, and then maybe Kush picks up.
They banned Kaja instead. Okay, that's actually fine. Kaja ban. That's good. That's good.
Played it well last game, so I mean it's definitely a possibility, and it just adds a bit more CC, a bit more things.
I feel like BTK is just having a lot of issues versus Kaja. They should either pick or ban it. I feel. I think that would make. I would put BTK in a much nicer spot. Is getting rid of the Kaja.
So yeah, just a lot of possibilities. Both teams though definitely taking their time. BTK being behind this one game.
Has ISO went 0-4 with Claude all day?
He hasn't won a single game with Claude. Yes.
They call the read. They call the read.
You can put it like that.
Yeah, I like you said, we were feeling it. The Lance was definitely an option to go for here, so that's a solid ban. Honestly, it was either, in my eyes, it was either up for contention for you ban Lance and ride on the fact that BTK hasn't pulled it out, even though there's a couple glaring things to point out that he will, or you could have went for something like the Lolita, in my opinion. The Lolita would have been a nice safe ban as well, but they can also pick it up too. If BTK doesn't go over, they can pick it up for their side, because Lolita Eve extremely strong, does well into the Faramis as well, does good into the Claude with the Blaze Duet. Either side, honestly, that Lolita is going to be a nice, I feel like that's going to be the contested pick now for both of these teams.
I almost want to say Mobazane just picks up the Akai, right? Maybe just Mobazane picks, because I mean I feel like Karina. Okay. With Fredrin open.
I'm not sure about that.
Yeah. I feel like the real contest here was either Fredrin or
Karina.
Of course, Kush could play some
I don't know about the Karina, man.
Like that. possibilities were out there.
I feel like tanks a lot. Oh, they banned the lance. Ackerman actually banned the lance. Arena.
Though, feeling comfortable with it. I guess with the Colt Altar, you do get even more sustainability, and his job right now is I think right now we're looking at possibly just trying to maybe rack up some kills here. Maybe the neutral objectives in the early game aren't going to be as important.
You know, and oh, wow! Oh, so they're gonna double down on that Hellkurt pick from yesterday. That worked out for him. Can't be mad at that. Can't be mad at that.
Hellkurt
locking in with the Grok.
Hellkurt has not,
especially you know, if you get
done good.
Darkness Falls with a wall charge out of nowhere, that
why not Mars? Mars kind of fell off.
Set up Eve as well.
Not too great.
For a nice roll manipulation.
He's good for early invading, but he's really useless late game.
Amount of effect is that AOE CC with the wall.
Like really useless.
Stop Framus and the rest of the company from advancing forward. It's a nice knockup, nice stun, nice damage as well. Honestly, Grok does a lot of damage for a tank. And on the swing back, Atlas Trex, do you? Are you feeling Atlas?
I mean, Joybaj. I mean, he can make it work, right? We've seen him get the
Atlas can work here if they perma-focus Beatrix. That's the only way Atlas works. But Joybosh is not alt backliners when he plays Atlas. It's kind of annoying to watch.
I don't know why he's not just like playing the Franco. I feel like you get kind of a lot of the same effects here. And now with the Grok as well, putting out walls can maybe stop some of those charges, or just get wild charged up when you're trying to engage. So it's not going to be easy for Joybosh. Quick thing to point out though, in the playoffs, Hellkurt's sitting at like 100% win rate right now.
Well, ride it if it's hot.
I mean, ride it if it's hot, man. I mean, I know a lot of people are like iffy about it, but the reality is when it's been getting picked, it has been winning. We just saw Best Player win with it. We saw Ackerman win with it last night. It's been doing okay so far in the playoffs, but we are now jumping into game number 2. Ackerman up 1 right now in a best of 5. BTK falling behind, trying not to go home here. Can they take the dub?
Can they indeed? And honestly, BTK has to take this dub here up against Ackerman. Again, like you said, the momentum, right? It's all about that momentum. If you go down here up against Ackerman, the series feels pretty set.
Oh, Joybomb trying to go for the steal. Kush actually not retreating.
We already have a
pause from Ackerman. Interesting.
Down, kind of
wonder why.
A little bit more. Looking at those compositions again, I feel like both of them are going to be looking for some nice team fights. I do feel like though Ackerman has maybe some better potential in the late, just because
BTK needs really this. Yeah, BTK has to win this game. Like if they don't win this game, I think they're losing.
Kush, but we saw what Best Player did with that.
As optimistic as I want to be, it's like if they lose this game, their mentals are so bad. They're so bad. They need this game to fix their mental and pick up the momentum. Losing this game would be so bad for them.
For you on your composition. So I feel like that's something Ackerman has going for them. It almost feels like you know, you have a concealed play, or you can use the Darkness Falls. I feel like they both bring like that same kind of effect after a certain point in the game.
I think one advantage, though, that BTK has this time going against the Darkness Falls is they're a bit more of a pocket composition. Yato isn't a very backline mage like he was with the Farza, so there's not.
Should Zane just go lane instead of jungle? That doesn't fix the mid lane issues. Mid lane, you know, it's like Joybaj and Yato. They make too many mistakes. Zane's like fucking up his retreat, but.
But it's not exactly going to deny them.
Tonak with a flicker, can you get out though? No, Zane has to back out here. Did not do any damage at all at Tonak. Tried ulting him, but he couldn't get his passive off, so no damage.
A lot. He desperately wanted that kill. And that would have been nice if Mo was able to pick that up. I feel like any advantage a jungler gets, especially.
There's a flicker from Grok though, and a Hellkurt ult. Hellkurt won't have his ult for Turtle, which is actually really huge.
Looks
like they're committing out to T here. T is not 4. Lose quite a bit of health. I'll have to reset. If T doesn't reset, I don't. He's greeting here. He wants to go for the turtle, but he is really low. Like Kush could probably just one-shot him. He needs to go on someone now before he gets popped. Okay, he's trying to commit to Kush.
for this fight.
He ulted. He's gonna go on Kush still, which is really good. Kush has no dash. Can't get pulled back though. T has to get off. Ulting Totenak. Totenak has no flicker, but he ults out. Galaxy. T dead. Yato with the cold alter. Is it gonna matter though?
Going over the side of Nicolette as the cold alter just gets the rest of the team.
Should Zane just go gold lane
BTK
instead of
got
JT?
turtle, but T died. T was really greedy in what he was doing.
Even the gold agrees. The gold is currently even, so neither team really getting that plus advantage in that. Just making a smart trade in between the two. So nothing to complain there. Nothing to take away negative from either
This
side.
is the NACT tournament semi-finals loser bracket. Or I guess the loser bracket grand finals. Whoever wins this goes to Vegas.
Gentle spot for both teams. No one has a clear advantage. No one's getting snowballed on. There's no one getting fed in either of the side lanes. So this is a healthy start.
Yeah, and a plus part about getting that turtle and getting some of these things is T, even with taking the death, still holding a level advantage over Galaxy. Galaxy finally hits level 5, but still he's a little bit ahead in the XP right now. It's not a whole lot. It's nothing to call home to mom about, but still, you would think that T would be falling behind drastically, being on the glue and then taking that death and losing some of that early game advantage.
Right. Speaking of advantages, since we're so early in this game, right, nothing too much has been picked up.
Oh, Galaxy quite low here. Has no flicker. Cannot get out. Zane with the kill.
Will find it.
Nice pick.
Exactly what I wanted to see from
That's what BTK needs is some picks.
Right now on this arena.
Right, and you know, we were looking at Nicolette's item there briefly. She had the Mystic Container and
Totenak with the ult on to Joybodge. Joybodge not in a great spot here. 1 HP. Cold alter goes off from Yato, saving Joybodge. Joybodge still 1 HP though. Actually, can he get out? He has flicker. He chooses to use it now.
Forced to use the flicker, able to just get away, and still a safe game for both teams.
Okay, no one's dead. That's fine.
Though about it with the Mystic Container and the 2 monoliths, I'm not sure if Nicolette plans to go for the Enchanted Tower.
Oh, Zia quite low here. Yato looking to bully.
For both, so that would be interesting to see, especially with this second turtle coming up. But look at the pressure there on Kush.
Yeah, ISO doesn't have that blaze to do it. You know he wants to dive so bad right there. Decides
oh, T 1 HP here. Can he get out though?
Spot, goes pretty deep, hits a split.
Chooses not to ult, which is smart.
Just try to get away to safety.
Might have just been suicide if he did.
Decided not to there.
Iso getting some free plating topside. Pretty good for him. That's a Claude.
You know, that was such an annoying mechanic there from Glue. Almost got taken out by the Stingers with the split.
Ult from Totenak goes off here. Kush 1 HP gets pulled by Atlas. Kush is dead. Totenak has no ult here for a set.
Gets some nice damage on Joybodge and Moba Zane. Nicolette brings
Zane, not in a good spot. Gets out just fine. Zia has rocket launcher, doesn't connect anything.
A camp on his way out.
And that's real nice there from the side of BTK, especially since a lot of games they've kind of spent on the back end. It's nice to be
2K goalie for BTK so far, looking good. Looking good so far.
Only up in 1 kill, nothing else too much glaring difference, but Zia might be in trouble here.
Quick snipe on an Iso. Good amount of chunk. Zia does have flicker. Hellcurl goes off in hopes of saving him. Not sure anything's gonna happen. Zane, Red Trees to get out here. If Totenak had ult, Zane was dead, but he did not.
Charge or the wall or anything to keep him under that tower too long.
You know, 3 members around that turret, Zia all alone, and the darkness falls. I feel like the only ones that got confused there were Ackman just running
They're gonna lose bot tower here because they did rotate top.
Things cleared up. Nicolette did opt in for the Ice Wand for the first
time. Oh, maybe
so
not.
It's gonna start building into the Enchanted Talisman for the second.
1 HP bot tower, barely alive.
Nice amount of chip damage there onto that bottom tower.
Oh, top tower though.
Get some rotations in. It could be helpful.
Iso trying to clear his mid wave, but top tower is not looking too good. It might go down. Actually, Ackerman's gonna back off from this. I feel like they could have done some damage, but they choose to play it safe.
For you. BTK looks a little comfortable in this match. Specifically, Yato also looks comfortable. He hasn't provided too much of the side lanes. You see he's been clearing, but he hasn't really navigated the map too much. You kind of talked about that. Clear and then right, just like this, just sitting around in the mid lane, not being proactive. I would like to see him move around a little bit more, but I'm glad to see that he's not giving kills to the other side, but that might change quickly.
Oh, I'm surprised they didn't just ult onto Yato there.
It's like wild charge. But no, Moba Zane get an out.
I was really surprised he didn't ult on Yato right there. I thought Yato was just a goner.
A 2,000 gold lead advantage. Joybodge looking for a possible set there. Ackerman though, I think they feel comfortable in their late game here, and as long as they like don't take in too many deaths, it's okay if the gold gets a little bit.
Totenak quite low here. Has to ult out to live. 1 HP. Joybodge maybe looking for potential play. Chooses to back off. Flicker from Yato. Why?
Right, Cold Ultra does get popped there. You know, I'm kind of wondering. Ooh, this
Oh, Joy Botch 1 HP here. Zia fucks the flicker, flickers into the wall, dies for it. Oh my god, you hate to see it. T looking for a play on Apple. Apple 1 HP, can T kill? T committing to the play here. Apple 1 HP dies. Tonak has the ult to get out. Oh my god. NA flicker, NA flicker, NA flicker, NA flicker.
You know, something to be noted out here, right? Nicolette and Kush have both fallen kind of in this early stages.
Kush with the ult, trying to defend mid tower.
It's not a feed festival out there, right?
Oh, Tonak ulting. A bit of miscommunication from Tonak and Kush. They could have killed Iso right there, but Kush focused the wave. Ackerman is a mess right now.
As you said, Deku, yes. Kush and Nicolette not having the greatest start.
And that's
Apple. Glue. Looking at someone to jump on. Chooses not to go, though.
I think you're safe. To top.
I think I'm gonna say, oh no.
Oh, now it goes on Galaxy. Pulls him. 3-man pull from Joy Bodge. 3 are dead for Ackerman. What a play from Joy Bodge. Wonderful ult. Apple ulted a bit too late. We're not going to commit to this mid tower though.
The tower falls and BTK is on the rise.
Well, you know what? I can't be mad about being interrupted with that one. That was a great 3-man set.
Nice play, nice play.
That comfortably put
good job, Bodge.
In a nice spot in this match. And look at him. He knows he's having a great game right now.
I like to see Yato on other mages. I feel like he needs to like freshen up, reset his mental. It seems like Yato's probably the most affected.
Still have the heart out
mentally, I meant.
And the know-how to make these type of plays, make these type of game-changing moments happen, and keep themselves competitive throughout these matches.
Yeah, I don't even want to talk about the morale anymore because BTK is definitely playing to maximum capacity right now. They're giving it a good game. They're on point. I'm sure their comms are doing great right now. Ackerman, though. Ackerman on the behind here.
Ooh, that was nasty.
Maybe the super chat artists.
They want to. We know they do have it in them. Zia's only taken a death. Still could output some damage in some of these fights.
Exactly what they're gonna want. And right now,
T trying to zone a bit.
That wiggle stuff
not caring about the damage he's taking. Tonak alone.
That's exactly what's going on. Toinks looks like he wanted to try to give some vision there, but looks like Ackerman is deciding to call off. You know, it's interesting to note here, they haven't contested a lot of neutrals, and while that's fine, they haven't been very proactive on the opposite side of the map. They haven't been trying to find trades that make plays anywhere else. So you're just giving it for free. And look at this. Mobazane says if you're giving that, you might as well give it all. Look for discount shopping and cushion.
Oh, Zane stuck, but Joy Bodge here. Pick up the pace. Ult's onto him, but can they burst Tonak? Tonak with 2-man ult on Zane and Bodge. Bodge. Cold Altar goes off, saves Bodge. Zia 1 HP. Does he have Flicker to get out here? Flicker's out.
The final slash comes in to save Zia's
the Apple dies. Zia 1 HP gets out with the Flicker.
Is the only one to drop, but what do they get? They get more presence on the map and another 2 towers to drop along.
Kush destroys the ward.
I like that play from ISO.
Pushing top. BTK is shoving mid here. Not really scared about the Kush push. The Kush push. Oh, Iso gets pulled in by the final slash. Has a really good dash out though. I feel like if Galaxy stunned instead of dashing, Iso was dead. But Iso managed to dash out just in time.
Line up there looking for Kush. Kush able to get back to base safely though.
Right, and Ackerman looking for a way to get back in the game. I mean, they're down 6k gold right now to the side of BTK. I think this is one of the largest deficits we've seen so far throughout any of these matches. So for BTK, that is a nice position to be in and a nice feeling to have as well. I mean, look at them right now. Mobazane looking like a roamer. He's playing deep into the jungle of Ackerman. This can obviously go well. It can also obviously go wrong, but they've taken over so much map control, especially since taking that mid tower that pretty much both sides of the jungle have been free. We saw them do this in the orange.
Oh, committing on the Galaxy or under tower. Galaxy the final slash. T cannot pull him back though. Flicker's out. Tonak 2-man ult. Oh, Joy Bodge fucked out the Flicker ult here. Not looking good. Kush though gets destroyed. Does not have damage anyway. Joy Bodge chasing Apple. Stuns her. Can force the Purify. Gets ulted by Zane. 1 HP. Apple. Final slash goes off from Galaxy though. Cold Altar goes off. Zane 1 HP. Stuck under tower. Can he get out here? No Cold Altar to save him. Zane is dead. T goes in the tower trying to help him.
gonna collect that gold. Galaxy
T, just ult out. You don't want to die here. Be very bad.
Dash out of this, or maybe just trying to bait the rest of them in. T still up with
T, you can walk out. Your kids are taking the aggro.
grab out of there. But
okay,
he's ready.
whatever.
He's gonna walk his way out.
I don't think T knows that if Glue's little shits take the aggro, he can walk out just fine.
Such a cheesy character. That shouldn't be allowed for anyone. That would anybody else. That's a kill right there. But T using and abusing what Moonsun is offering to him right now. And you know what?
T, let your kids take the
aggro. It's a great place. They're still sitting up comfortably. 12-3. We're right underneath that 12.5 minute mark. The gold lead has increased. It was 6K. Now it has reached the links of 8K now, which is phenomenal for BTK. Already having a big lead and able to increase it further says volumes about a team's macro
sacrifice the kids.
About macro decision making, this Lord has spawned in, and I'm wondering what's the call from Ackman. Are they again going to give up another neutral objective with 0 profit anywhere on the map, or will they gung-ho it, Hail Mary, and they're up 1-0 and maybe make a play?
Free Lord for BTK. Ackerman doesn't even try to do anything.
Has BTK's roam game improved since the champion SP?
What's the champion SP? I don't understand.
Push 0, 3, and 1 deck.
What is champion SP?
Well, we can't stop there. Nicolette's 2-4-1, and you know what, Trix?
When is the finals? May 14th. There's a 1 week break, then finals.
Start of regular season until now. When Nicolette and Kush have a great KDA, when they're online, when they're synced, things are well. But if they are ever falling at the wayside, if they're taking deaths early, if they're starting to get punished out there on the map, Ackerman falls apart, and you can see it right now. Their main go-getters, the main hustlers for the team, aren't popping off, and it's trickled down effect to the rest of the members, and that's how we're looking at this lopsided match right now. BTK
should have walled the Lord Wave, no?
With Ackerman like a pinata.
Yeah.
Let's see if they can smash open.
I suppose it doesn't matter much.
Connect onto that inhibitor.
Oh, Kush having forcing the ult. That's not good. Being forced to ult to back off there. It's a lot of turnaround potential wasted. Oh, Todak with the 3-man stalling with flicker ult. Galaxy with the 3-man final slash, but cold altar goes off. No one's in immediate danger. Oh, flicker ult from Dodge. Brazil flickers out. Doesn't die. Nobody's dead still. Literally nobody's dead still. How is nobody dead still? The fact that Ackerman is applying this much pressure to BTK,
this is the mistake they made last time.
and BTK can't secure anything is kind of bad. You'd think it's even looking at this, but BTK had like a 9K gold lead. They've definitely improved to start, that's for sure. Oh, T with the 2-man committing on Zia here. Trying to run after him as well. Zia going on Galaxy. Galaxy can't do much. Zayd getting Zia in the 1v3 situation here. Can they stop him? Taking way too many tower shots. Zayd kind of killed himself there, but he still got Zia, which is pretty huge.
It's a 2-for-1 on the map. Mobazane for Galaxy and Zia.
Can they get this mid tower? It seems like a CAD. Oh, go! Kush falling
down
to Jorbaj's ults.
Galaxy, Kush as well. They're gonna try to lock on his mage.
I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't like this. Why are no. Don't force the base like that.
Yato, Joybaj, you gotta get out of here, but Nicolette wants to get it. The double, looking for the triple.
Oh, he's so wide. You've done that before.
Gets away. The defense is real.
Immaculate. That's what it was. That was like a turtle show, right? They just pulled their neck in, let Nicolette lead the way there with that real manipulation. Trex, this is game changing. These are the type of moments that define a team, because that could have easily been a game.
Oh, that's not good. That's not good at all. Akron's basically be even goal BTK.
We did see the initial siege. They did back off there. They bit off way more than they.
And they have Lord Prio.
The start to disappear. ISO should have been additive with the BMI, but instead he actually.
Zia getting flicker ulted. Cold Altar goes off. Zia gets popped. Cold Altar popping now. BTK getting bursted by Kush though. Yato spawns instantly though.
And all they get is Zia.
The thing is, Ackerman doesn't have Zia for damage.
In a matter of seconds, jumps up to an 841 KDA. Just when we counted her out, she's here to play.
We must know bad math. We aren't too good with arithmetic because yes, Nicolette is starting
T trying to zone Kush here. Taking quite a bit of damage though. Might be forced to ult.
Looking to add more.
T just ult and get out. I don't know about what you're trying to pull here. Your Eve late game is gonna fuck you up. Yato quite low. Galaxy having to flicker out here. Iso with the chase. Iso getting ulted. Iso has ammo. Cold ulti goes off. Saves Iso. Iso's dash can get out. Kush dashes on him. Joy Bond is here. He can't pull Kush though. Kush forced the retreat.
Whiffs it hard. No fatal links for you. Mobazane is back on the map though.
Kush doesn't have retreat, so they might try to force the lore, but Zia is here to do damage. So is Apple. I'm not sure they can burst it. They're trying though. It's already half.
The Dark Knight falls to try to get some vision.
Kush is retreating 5. Focus the Lord, focus the Lord, focus the Lord. Zing gets the Lord. Tronak with an ult, but fucks up.
Able to get the knockup. Out comes the
T with an ult, T's dead.
Wants to keep going, but he's shot down, and a godlike kill goes over to Nicolette, but the minions are closing in. They gotta go back to base because Ackerman is on the rope still, and that is the problem when you're down those towers.
But you know what? Something they do have going in their favor. Yes, they do lose the Lord. Now they have to try to defend. But T's down for another 20 seconds here. It would be wise for BTK to try to stall this out. Try to maybe let him get on there. I don't think it'll be enough. It's only one cannon minion there. This is where the decision making comes into play. Will BTK try to commit with 4 members, or will they back away, Trey?
Oh, Kush is the ult. Tronak with the stun. 3-man ult. Cold Altar goes off. Gets canceled immediately. Parker's dead. Kush is dead. BTK really quite low though. Iso 1 HP. Can he get out? Seems like he does. Holy shit. I'm not gonna lie. I panicked there. I actually, like, my heart sank. I thought BTK was gonna lose that fight. But they all get out 1 HP.
There they
Holy
go
fuck.
Again, Trek's trying to force things that aren't there. That is a problem. You cannot give up kills like that. Obviously,
oh, dang, going on Zia here. That's gonna happen though.
Game, but let's say this was that could have been a potential game ender if there's no Lord there. You cannot give up those 5 kills. You can't make those kind of faulty plays this late in the game. We're approaching 20 minutes here, Trek. In between BT and Ackerman, it's always reached this point. At some point, someone's got to learn. We can't keep doing this. But look at Bosch over the wall.
Yeah, he's hunting, man. He's on that
Such a biased BTK homer. Okay, man.
They have to commit. They have to make the plays happen. But if they don't, they walk right into Nicolette's real manipulation. So they have to be a bit more precise about it.
The Baj I know would have went for that, but Trex, we got to pay attention there too. He did not have the flicker. He was trying to sniff the set, and there
BTK 4 magic. Yeah, kind of right.
Extra right to close the gap.
I mean, yeah, you are right.
So he had to sadly walk away there, but he definitely wants to go for that set. You can see it on him. That's a Baj play if I've ever seen one. But forced to back up. I feel like now, unless things change drastically, like now, potentially,
Dodge.
Things could be cool.
No dash. Can't get out here.
Baj.
Gets ulted. Oh, Baj still gonna hold everything. Quite the patience he has. T. Going on Kush here, 1 HP, has to get out. No CC though.
Should be able to get away from this, and even the
Grocko can kill literally anyone with Beatrix. Like, it does so much. Beatrix does so much damage. Like, Beatrix can actually pick people off with pick heroes. That's why I don't like Claw that much. I know he's like pretty good, but as a snowball though. But when you're late game and your picks really matter, Claw doesn't suit that.
Like we said, either the momentum swinger or the momentum starter here for BTK. They need to be able to secure this. Lord coming up in less than 10 seconds. Trek stakes couldn't be higher right now. We're crossing over the 20-minute mark.
Chick such a biased BTK homer, ahaha.
Making sure that in the top side they're going to have control there. I'm wondering who's going to get control in that mid lane, because that's also very important. But right now, BTK working on that Lord. They have full control of the river, have the lane. Cryo Ackerman might have to give this up for free.
Wow, they're forcing the Lord. Push here, looking for a steal. Getting pulled back by Jorbaj though. Ult goes off.
It's low.
Look at the victory.
Goes to Kush. How'd he make it in? He sneaks in and finds it. Mobazane though, able to find a little bit of damage on the Toinks there. T in a bad spot. Zia trying to lock on. Kush able to get taken out, but we know there's an immortality.
They can't commit to Kush though.
No, they don't. Yato can't quite get it, but BTK still closing the grass. They found a member.
Toinks is dead. That's all their set potential. Are they gonna look for an end here? I don't know. Apple still has Purify. Tronak gets pulled in, or T gets pulled in, has to ult out, still lives.
Split once again. Lord now marching. One member down for the side of Ackerman, but they do have a Lord there. BTK does have ISO. Lord now switching over to the bot lane here. Gonna make his way there. ISO also making his way there as well.
What a Hail Mary play from Ackerman. If someone told me Jesus was outside riding on the bicycle right now,
Yato quite low, getting caught out here.
was unbelievable from the side of
Joy Ball is not a good spot. Gets ulted on. Loses a lot of health. Cold goes off. Yato's dead. He doesn't. Joy Ball gets bursted as well.
Bombs come out. Joy Bodge goes down. 2 members down.
Zane gets Kush. Trying to commit on Nicolette as well.
He doesn't have that real manipulation. ISO in a bad spot.
Zane needs to get out. Iso's here.
Zia finds a double, and Mobazane doesn't find Nicolette. Lord at about 60% health.
Seems like they're gonna commit to the Lord lane. They need to stop that from pushing.
Case scenario.
Yato's up in 15 seconds. Can they defend it in time? Do they have enough time to defend? T kind of needs to go in early. Try to at least. I think they're fine. Zia's too scared to go in. Zia just swapped from rocket launcher SMG, so he's gonna get on for free.
Get to the backside once again. That is gonna buy them enough time to survive this out. Gonna pull Zia.
Not enough.
But the health is still there. Not enough at all. But T's okay with that. He can kind of hang out in this moment. Zane down to 50% health. Don't know if you want to get involved.
Living quite a while. Cold altar comes off. Can save T.
Here, able to save the day with that cold altar.
Joy Boy here, just see if he can pick up something.
Flying out of hell like a
Ult Tonak. Did they have the burst to kill him though? Tonak has no ult. Yato 1 HP, has to flicker out. Tonak is dead. But Joy Bob's dead as well. Yato's dead again. Iso's up. Dude, just reset. Play together. That's such a greedy play. No Iso for damage. He gets pulled out. Flickers on the Zia. But loses the ammo. Not enough time. Why don't they trunch?
Pops the winner Truncheon. Push finds the kill.
This is insane, Tricks. Just like that, things have went from worse to worser for the side of BTK.
Galaxy with the ammo. Zia's dead. Apple as well. Iso gets out. BTK, they're looking for the play. Apple is choosing to die, so her team isn't dead as well. Zane, he's gonna run it down. See if he can find someone. This is huge for BTK.
BTK
nice play from Iso.
And it's a 2v2 currently. Mobazane gonna move straight over to this Lord.
And that's exactly what he needs to do. Like you said, them timers are long right now. Trek Galaxy's put away for over a half. So is Nicolette. They're both off of this map. But look at Kush. He's
looking for a steal.
Sly dog. He pulled it off last time.
They're not clearing all the bushes. They should clear the bushes first. Clear all the bushes first. Clear all the bushes. Iso. Bursting him. They still don't know where Elker is.
Watch Zia though in the bottom side. Kush gonna come in.
Oh, Kush absolutely whiffs the retreat.
Over to Mobazane.
So early he retreated. He fucked up so bad.
Those are some big death counters
Zane
on the
gets
board,
the retreat.
and all 5 members of
it's looking really good for BTK. Tonak and Kush are both going to be dead for this. Mask goes off.
Who do you call? Some say Ghostbusters. I say MOBA Zane, baby. Comes up used with the retribution, even though Kush went undetected. Undeniable had
what the fuck is going on, man?
But just a little too early and a little too quick with the
BTK versus ACK matchups have been bloodbaths.
This could be the final siege of this 25-minute game.
Listen, 4 games in a row,
at the wrong time.
BTK has not been able to get a siege off just yet and get a finish.
Flicker ult from Zia. Zia gets picked off. Zia's with the nature. Can you live? No, Zia's dead. Apple, quite low as well. Apple 1 HP. Iso's gonna tower lock. Can he actually make it this time? No, the Lord is not in range. Oh, now it is. Hit the base, hit the base, hit the base. Nice. Okay, holy shit.
The game. It's 1-1.
Oh my lord. They needed that win so bad.
And that is huge, Tricks. I'm talking about gigantic strides for BTK. They had lost 4 in a row, done with the lose streak, and now evening up.
Oh my god.
1-1.
What a fucking game.
This is exactly what the Bloodthirsty Kings needed to stay in this series with them Ackerman boys.
Yeah, I mean, now it's the ping pong once again. But if Bloodthirsty Kings want to come out on top, they got to win another one here. Ackerman, I mean, it was close there. It was close. Ackerman could have taken that. BTK could have taken that. I think if BTK wants to come out on top in the series, they got to step it up just another notch. But it's the same exact story for Ackerman. Both teams giving it their all right now.
Holy shit.
Gave it their all. But again, have to go back to what Mobazane did. I mean, the mentality on that guy, right? You lose that initial lure to Kush on a Hail Mary play with just Torch skipping the vision, and then you come up
What a
so
fucking game, my
scared.
god.
You didn't even know
It was
this
just
man
like throws
nearby.
back and
You have to
forth,
contest
man.
with the Darkness Falls. There's things coming left and right. You don't know what's going on, and just commits it with the retribution.
Most definitely. Now taking a look at some of these items, T, someone I kind of want to focus on because I think he was extremely detrimental in that game. He picks up the blade armor, helps him deal with Z a little bit. Also, with all that physical defense, along with the antique harass, he's able to deal with some of the damage from Kush as well. He's able to be that bulky monster. I mean, he saved the day there. Lord was coming, and that final push from Ackerman when all hope was lost, T was able to get in the backside, push Z away from base. And I mean,
NGL Zane had me scared a bit. W that retro.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie too. Honestly, because of how inconsistent he's been with the retries, I almost expected Kush to win that, and I was so scared for that. Like Kush, when Kush ulted, but then Kush whiffed so hard.
There, after a while, you're doing good math. You're up high up on that scoreboard there. Speaking of high, I mean, BTK finishing 29-19 there. I mean, it's just all over the place, man. They just had a great, phenomenal game, and honestly, they had to dig deep, okay, because there were a lot of mistakes, like you said, in between both of these teams. For a second, for a moment, it always seemed like BTK might be coming up short again. They might come up short again, but able to overcome what Ackerman did. That was a strong performance from them.
Most definitely. Now, with that being said,
Why BTK Ackerman play again? Because Ackerman went to loser bracket, and then BTK lost the outplay, so they go to loser bracket.
Back over to our beautiful host, Zena.
Thank you, Trex. We want to welcome the OP Mage player, Hoon. Congrats, you guys, for making it to the grand final. How are you feeling today, knowing that you secured the first spot?
Thank you. Yeah, it feels great, but we kind of expected it already, so just excited for Vegas.
Oh, you expected it? Well, I guess most of us kind of did.
Dude, surprisingly, he's interviewing like right after winning, though.
Versus BTK. It seemed like you guys were having a bit of a hard time in the early game for the first two games. How did you guys turn it around?
Yeah, we definitely misdrafted first game, and then that kind of costed us a pretty bad early game. But I think we just put up a better synergy between each other, and then just found a way to win.
Think they pre-recorded the interview? No, it's live.
Early game, you know.
Is it pre-recorded? No, they're talking about after they won. How would it be pre-recorded? Are you thinking?
You guys have a really good defense.
How would it be pre-recorded if they just won?
Did you expect you guys were going to reign
Hello?
terror like this whole tournament, like the way you guys did, basically going undefeated?
I mean, at first, not really, but then when we kept playing and be like, wait, we're actually better than everyone. So yeah, from that point, yeah, we kind of expected that yeah, it's gonna happen like this, but it just didn't come off easily. We prepare a lot for draft, we prepare a lot for all the team fights and stuff. We watched the games together and all that. Yeah, we put a lot of efforts behind the scene, actually. I think that kind of paid off.
Who are you looking at?
You're doing an amazing job out there. But who do you guys want to go against in the grand final? Ackerman or BTK?
Not sure. Anyone.
Why have you not been interviewed?
If even BTK comes or ACK
I just don't want to be.
Personally, I want to see ACK in the final because, I mean, none of them were actually on the stage and then show themselves on the camera. So, kind of want to see how.
I just don't want to do interviews because all the questions are gonna be is about Indonesia. So that's why I've never cared. Also, it's like
were you guys gonna bring any goodies to hand out? Like
I just don't want to.
Ooh,
it's more like
for OP?
How should I put this?
Oh,
nah.
We might have some, but not a lot. So maybe a few people, only for a few people.
Oh, I hope I get one. Just kidding. But anyways, thank you so much for taking the time to chat with us.
Focus.
Is there any place on social that you want everyone to follow you if they wanted to follow you? Like,
Oh, you get nervous? Dude, I've done live interviews for 10 times more people that watch the NACT. You think I get nervous?
I think best player. And please follow Team OP. the channel.
Well, I am looking for it. That's the channel for their channel, right?
Yep.
But I am looking forward to seeing you again at another, North America Mobile Legends event, and seeing you on stage on that grand final. Thank you so much for taking the time to chat with us.
Thank you.
See ya.
All right, we are back. I love the confidence from Hoon there. It's like whoever wants to come and challenge us, we got this. But I don't want to.
It's so fast after the game. Even like 5 minutes. They have like 10 minutes after the series.
It is 1-1. Ackerman.
They had a good amount of time.
And they are slugging it out right now. BTK and Ackerman are looking to give us one of the best series we've seen thus far in the NACT playoffs. But Trex, here we are back again. Draft for game 3. Things on the line. Again, this was almost a game that could have potentially been an elimination match, but things have been reset, right?
Basically, it's so fast though after the game. Like give them 5 minutes long.
In my eyes here, it's the equal distance to win this series. BTK, we were talking about where their mental's at. Clearly, it's on Vegas right now.
You said they were slugging it out, and I got this vision on my head of like a Rocky movie, except both fighters are Rocky.
What's the score? 1-1.
Both just bloody and punching each other.
1-1.
But yeah, anyways.
Gotta cue the song.
Don't want to get copyrighted, but anyways, BTK up against Ackerman. Like you said, essentially now it's just a best of 3, right? BTK back on the blue side. They lost on the blue side.
God, all this does is makes you want to compete even more.
I almost feel like blue side won like almost every game last night as they went back and forth. I'm pretty sure it did because it went back and forth, and BTK had first pick last night, I'm pretty sure. So yeah, interesting take. This time blue side is not always dominating. Ackerman able to get the turnaround in game 1. Now, with BTK being on blue side, their draft looks really similar to game 1 right now.
And it's funny that you talk about the blue and red side, because I believe like towards the end of the qualifiers run for NACT, I believe you dropped a video, or maybe 0ML, when we had on here, so was talking about how blue and red really had no difference, right, in the win rate category. So it feels like, at least for this tournament itself in the present, it really hasn't mattered too much on who gets blue and red, which is funny, because sometimes you normally do see a rise in one or the other, but right now things are even Steven. So I guess if you're a competitor, if you're one of the teams,
even Steven,
you don't feel too bad about whichever side you're taking up on.
Most definitely, and it definitely has been like a dead even. That's why I found it so interesting, like last night when it was BTK versus Ackerman, because the way they were just going back and forth. Maybe it had nothing to do with, maybe it's just the way they were playing. It probably did have nothing to do with the blue side. But yeah, I mean, it's just the back and forth between both teams. This time things are switching up a little bit. BTK is going to ban out that Valentina. I'm wondering if they're going to try to steal the far.
BTK actually banning the Fanny in the first 3. Interesting.
Time it slips through the ban phase in the past 2 games.
I think it will slip through. I think they can. I think, like I said, the threat of the Farsa, if you're talking about between the 2 players, is Nicolette. I feel like they take the chance, they take the risk, you give it up, because if you go Farsa first pick on the blue side, I mean, you're leaving a lot on the board there, right? And while Farsa is good, it's still not even the number 1 pick for the mid lane, right? So you're giving that up for a lot of priority. They're going to take the Paramus, though, so that's good, right? You get your prio, but you know what that means.
I don't know. It means
you know what that
like it's the Farsa. Let's just
without a doubt.
Let's paint a picture, as you like to say.
Right?
First pick Faramus. I like Yato on Faramus.
Right now, all right? So just imagine, right?
Just get Beatrix Issa. Okay, they banned Claw now. I really hope Issa just takes Beatrix.
Damage, but doesn't have burst damage. And she was sitting at like 2-4-1 or something.
Yeah.
Was able to rack up like 5 or 6 kills in a matter of 30 seconds just from dropping a well-timed real-world manipulation. Imagine if she was dropping a feathered airstrike.
Arla open. Okay, Ackerman take Arla. They didn't do much with the last game. The glue is still open as well, so I think they're just gonna take glue again.
Feathered airstrike in those situations, people wouldn't have been getting slightly melted. They would have just been disappearing.
I hope he just goes Beatrix glue here. Oh, they took Beatrix.
They have that. I think they maybe save it for the 3rd pick here. They pick up the Beatrix, and they still get the Arla, which, like I said, last game Galaxy had some major plays to turn things around.
I was about to almost pop my eyeballs out of the sockets here, but again, like I said, they do have that last pick. before the end of the phase, so they're able to prio something else. And I like they go for the Beatrix because that's something ISO has kind of relied on heavily for them. And again, Zia has been performing like a monster on it, so it was a contested pick. That was the contested pick this time. Previously, it had been the Farsa. Now we're talking about the gold lane. So I think that's a great adjustment there. Deny that from ISO. Now you set yourself up for a better picture.
Yeah, they get the carry. So we're finally going to get to see him. This is the first in 5 games that we're going to see him play something other than the Claude.
Okay.
Not as much movement on the carry, right? Your positioning is very important when you engage onto these team fights. It will work
Kush plays
well
Fanny
with the Fermis, I feel, just because you want to kind of stay grouped up with your teammates and you're going to really capitalize off of that Cult Altar here. A lot of it's still going to, I think, come down to how T's able to zone for them, which so far he's done pretty well.
You know, but I do feel like this is a plus for ACK, right? You have the Beatrix into the carry matchup. Love the Lolita, by the way. Very strong here into 2 of those picks over there, without a doubt. But the Beatrix, I really feel like has the edge, right? Obviously, carry does the same amount of damage, but she is single target with those speedy light wheels. Beatrix has the advantage when you're talking about the Neru's Passion, especially since most Beatrix players now in the back pocket, unless you like to still play with the Renner, which there is an argument for in cases you should use it, you're going with the Bennett. You're using double AoE weapons. You're going to end up winning the DPS battle against carry. So I like the setup they have in the gold lane, and putting in that Lolita now helps negate carry's damage even further with the Bulwark Shield.
That carry getting punished hard AF. Yeah. Carry kind of gets countered by Lolita a little hard, but late game, still fine. I don't know.
BTK, I feel like it's just simple, right? We have to ban out the
It's not entirely doomed.
Maybe they decide not to. Maybe they feel comfortable dealing with it. But if I was going against Nicolette right now, it would definitely be on my ban list. Now, taking a look at some of the other things, both junglers still need to pick. I think it's pretty interesting.
There we go.
I think it's interesting that both of these teams have really been like saving their jungle picks so close to the end, really trying to possibly get counters in. The Tank's-a-Lot's still open, the Fredrin's still open,
Fanny.
the Karina's still open, Fanny's still open, and there goes the coup for a ban.
Focusing Nicolette has opened
No,
up
Fanny's not banned. Fanny's not banned. Fanny's not banned.
Oh, Fanny is banned.
Fanny is banned.
Okay.
Fanny's banned.
Ooh, I was about to say. They got rid of that right away. Okay, all right. They're good. They're good for now. But there goes Tank's-a-Lot.
Yeah, Kush will get the Tanks-a-Lot. I think we just see probably MLBB pick up the Fredrin here. Joybaj is going to lock in the Grok, which honestly I feel like the Grok has been a little underplayed over the past few nights. I think it's like just a really good tank, and
Lancelot.
I'm surprised we haven't seen it as much. I think
Okay.
it's a set tank, has a good defense, able to get vision. It does a lot of jobs for a team, and MLBB going to once again lock in this Karina.
We got to double down on it. Ooh.
Another signature pick from Nicolette.
Yeah, it is a strong pick from her, but we haven't seen much of it from her because obviously, you know, some of those higher priority mages. But now that the pool's been dwindled down, you know what I mean, bans coming out, Lunix becomes viable here. And honestly, it's not bad. Going in, especially into Glue, going into Grok, Karina even, it's going to be another tank. And if you can get to that backline on carry, who has to play very close range, we know she has one of the shortest ranges of marksman. Now we're talking about fancy plays, Ruby DDs really all up in your face, bursting you out, and Nicolette can definitely perform that combination.
And this is a hero that Nicolette likes and plays it aggressively early on.
Yes.
You know, a lot of people talk about the Lunox as a scaling mage, someone who has a great late game. Well, Nicolette turns this late game mage into a early game mage. She knows how to be aggressive with it, and you pair it up with the Lolita, who has a great early stage as well. There's definitely some possible picks, so it's going to be very important on how Yato responds to this, but it's 1-1, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, I'll see how the series goes. I just wait for the round to finish, chat, because I don't care much to like talk about it. You okay? No, I'm just doing other things while I wait. You know what I mean?
Ground zero, we're back at even. Who's going to win the next match?
That's right, and now it's up to the teams to build up the story they want. Do you want to come out in the lead, the potential victor in this series, or will you take a back seat and maybe let someone cash in on your dreams? Time will tell. And I have to say something, Trex, we'll probably have a lot of time to tell because both of these teams since yesterday have not ran us any.
Galaxy having a rough time versus T off the bat.
25-minute game And I don't think there's been a single match between BTK and Ackerman, including yesterday's matches, that have went.
Galaxy's gonna be forced to flicker. He's 1 HP. T's gonna solo kill Galaxy, I'm pretty sure.
They push at the
Yeah,
limit.
he's gonna solo kill.
5 games last night. I don't doubt this could go 5 tonight at all. Galaxy
Yep.
bad spot though. T.
Galaxy just did not respect him at all.
First blood, a very good start for the side of BTK.
And Galaxy loses so much. Tonak, get the XP, you fucking idiots. Oh my god. I hate that shit so much. When I die in lane and there's free cannon minions in my lane and the tank or mage, it can so easily path to it and just choose not to. Like, you're literally just throwing gold away. Look at the gold lead already because Tonak missed, or not Tonak, Galaxy missed like a wave and a half. And now he's fucked because he's getting perma frozen by a glue. This is already GG. It should be GG already. Because Galaxy's lane is just absolutely ruined.
That could lead to a lot of things here for T and the rest of BTK.
Yeah, I mean, T took a death in the laning phase last game and still was winning his lane against Galaxy early on. Now he's got a kill this time. He's a little bit ahead, so I think Galaxy's going to be in big trouble. This means Ackerman bringing some of the resources down that way, which...
Zane's playing Karina again, which is interesting.
This turtle needs to move up to the gold lane.
Hey, for the retry.
Now turtle down to about 70% push. Puncturing through, look for something. T gonna hold down that front side.
Thank you, Zane, for not doing damage. Don't do damage. Just fight. Oh, he's forcing retry. Oh, nice. Good ult from Bodge. Bodge called Alter. 1 HP. Can you get out? Apple committing onto him. Dude, Bodge left too early. He left the call Alter way too early. But BTK looking for the turnaround play here. Tonak and Galaxy both getting pulled here.
Grab, slam, bring the boys back. Galaxy
can they kill?
Brought low once again. Yato here to help. Galaxy able to get that final slash though.
No, but the dark form.
Yato in a bad spot will go down. Nicolette.
Zane's here to clean up.
Maybe another one here.
Zane clean up. Big play from Zane. Oh, triple kill. Triple kill.
Might just be next. Make that a double.
Nope.
Zane on the rise, walks into Kush, but
I think he could have got a triple. On low MS, he probably gets triple. It looks like the delay is really bad.
What's those commercials? The bounty picker upper. That's what Boba Zane is right there, man. A way to
the bounty picker upper.
Pocket some kills. I mean, a double kill, and we talked about this. Early leads for these junglers in the form of kills like this is huge for their advantage because now Kush, who has suffered a death, Mobazane, who has suffered none and has picked up 2 kills plus the assist, probably looking pretty nice and healthy as far as the gold economy looks like, and that can transition into things like those item leads, which makes him even a bigger threat. Maybe turns out Kush a little bit more and able to take advantage as far as XP down the road.
Ackerman losing their minds now?
Last, 2 games, we've seen teams have a little bit of an advantage in kills, but not this much of an advantage in gold this early. It's only 4 minutes in, and BTK's leading almost 2,000.
Zane finishing the cursed helmet. He wants as much damage he can get. Oh, ult from Joybot goes off. Tonak though charges ult. There's no flicker to follow up.
From that one, Zia trying to get locked on to ISO here, but BTK still controls.
There's a massive EXP gap going on right now. The Galaxy's getting bullied by T.
He hasn't picked up a kill, but he did lock in that corrosion side because he is going to be a little staggered behind him. We know you got to go for that expensive first item, that Blade of Despair.
Joybot getting poked out by Apple quite a bit here. She has her dark form.
Included into this fight, that item difference might mean some significant impact.
Joybot not his ult. Zia somehow gets it. Joybot just too low to make a play. Oh, ISO. Not looking good here. Apple dark forms on ISO. Can she get out here? No, ISO's dead. Apple might follow suit though. Can they burst? No, she gets her life form off.
Wait, no, the Brilliance comes out just in time, and the Numenon Blast does not lock on, but Yato still gets away, along with Nicolette getting away with that sneaky kill.
You know something that's actually funny there? So for that turtle contest, Kush used the
It's actually Apple V9, bro. He's the only one making plays.
I just thought that was hilarious that even happened. Kush basically lost the retry battle to no retry if anyone else would have contested.
Apple said fuck it, she's gonna pick a late game mage because they've been going late game every single game, so she gotta pick something that's really good late game that can kind of solo carry, like
it's a love tap.
Lunox. Not looking good here for ISO. Joybot's here to help out.
Today,
They might commit for the tower. Yeah, that tower's gone. Joybot's not a good spot though.
take that tower though.
Flicker's out. He's still dead though. He's still dead. Still falls.
Push, able to help Zia.
Not good so far. They get bot tower. They're gonna. It seems like they're gonna commit the Galaxy here, but nothing's gonna happen. Apple is helping him out.
And speaking of scaling, Zia just locking in that.
I'm surprised Apple isn't Dark Falling on T right now. I mean, he could just ult out anyway, I guess. Which is why.
Threat in these rotations for the side
2
of
times.
The gold leads pretty even. BTK leads it slightly, right, by 700 gold. So things are pretty nice. These type of things kind of take up smart time. We can start to dictate the flow of things with proper optimization, since the gold economy is fairly even between both the teams.
We haven't seen any big setups from FwydChickn yet either.
T is kind of disrespecting them a tad bit, which is fine for now, but doing that later is kind of suicide.
Like you said, he could be a looming threat to get that threat on.
Galaxy in trouble quite a bit here. T looking to invade. Push. Gets his blue and backs off.
BTK is going to hold on to that lead a little bit more, and it has increased, right? It was sitting at that 700 now.
Press the Y button. Sometimes it doesn't work.
Whatever decisions they're making right now that we are seeing happening, it is paying off for them. It is literally profiting for them as JoyPodge has locked in that dominance, ice on that anti-heal, which is going to be huge for them, especially when you're talking about going up against Nicolette, talking about Galaxy on this R-Lock.
Galaxy has the Radiance. Zia not in a great spot.
Nasty tank emblem that he has for that hybrid defense booth as the
T in a 1v2 situation topside, though he won't die because he has a glue.
Or maybe T working on them.
Hey man, T's 2-0 right now, and I feel like he's just, from last game to this game, he's been playing so well on the glue. Something that we haven't gotten to see him play a whole lot this season, I feel like. But right now, he's definitely strutting his stuff. Zane wants to come in split, trying to lock onto Kush here. Decides not to
Bit of a presumptuous ult from T. There's no way they'd be able to burst anyone under that tower, considering they're both tanks.
And Zia possibly setting up for something.
That's right, maybe setting up for something, maybe setting up for nothing. We are going to find out, though. They've made contact.
Whoa, JoyPodge just ult canceled, bro. Seriously?
Darkness, Zia gets the kill, though. They're doing so well at translating those kills over to Zia.
And it's really good. Last time we saw Zia start off with the BTK was about 3.
That was clean from Telenac. The only way JoyPodge lives there is if he flickers ult. Flicker ult as well.
Should be able to get away. Zane's feeling good right now. I mean, but eventually, though, Nicolette will be able to shred him, too.
That's right. Speaking of shred, Ackerman looking poised and ready to catch someone off guard, and I see Yato look for the rotation. He might be in trouble.
I see T as well, trying to come in.
Ooh, T with a big engage. Can he get anyone though to bring back into the team? Galaxy with the ult. Not gonna do anything. Not gonna do much though. Nothing's gonna happen with that. BTK with about a 1500 gold lead. Nothing too crazy. It's still anyone's game as of right now.
BTK has great positioning right
now.
With
the ult on Apple.
Finally,
Apple uses life form. Can she get out though? Has to flicker out. Thornac with the peeling ult. Oh, Galaxy pulling T on her tower. It's not gonna matter. T flickers out. Zia with the machine gun ult. Not gonna do much though. Everyone has used all their ults now. It's just a slugfest and no ults. Lunox does have her dart though. She's coming back right now. 0 ults on both sides right now. T just got his back actually. So did Arlot.
That's right.
EXP's have their ults. Seems like they're trying to start Lord here. T getting chunked quite a bit. T pops his ult, but he gets bursted in the process. Oh, but he managed to jump on somewhere, but it doesn't matter. He's dead.
Able to find the kill. ISO pops a speedy light wheel, maybe a little bit.
Zane trying to focus the Lord here.
Not able to get the big finish.
He's gonna get the retry. Kush gets the retry. JoyPodge ults in, dies. BTS is back out.
JoyPodge next. That's 2 members down for the side of BTK. Ackerman finally taking the lead here.
And that's what they want, right? Being able to take the lead, not only in the economy, but maybe in the series, but hang on, see.
No hip, they do take that tower. Feeling they might move on to this purple buff next. Mobazane is alone, all he's got is Yato. ISO finally showing up. Mobazane is able to secure his own purple buff, that is good, but Lord still coming.
That's right, and the forces of Ackerman are still coming, not just that Lord. And look at this, they're playing towards the opposite side of the map. They're gonna let Lord do its thing in the top, and I like that, right? We've seen some teams be a little over-ambitious. They're gonna let Lord do its flow, whatever, but now they have been pushed back. I'm not sure if they're gonna try to recover. It's like maybe this Lord may go to waste since they weren't able to get the outcome they were looking for. We do see the members grouping up, though. We could maybe potentially lock into a concealed play.
Points is on the backside, but they're not going to try to push it because the rest of BTK are coming around the side as well. Securing back their jungle, securing back their camp, so I don't think they got any towers out of that Lord.
That's right. No towers at all. And, you know, honestly, considering how both of these teams have treated those first lords, not getting a tower as opposed to losing like 3 or 4 members doesn't sound that bad. Because, yeah, because they have not been having great success with these lords. They like pick up a tower or two and then just like throw everyone's life away. So I feel like this is a neutral outcome here for Ackerman.
Apple and Z have all the kills on Ackerman. Like, all their kills are on the right people. But BTK, they have kills on T and Zane. So it doesn't really mean much. Now Ackerman with like a 1k gold lead.
Right
now it's just like whoever throws and whoever makes a good play to win this game. FwydChickn does have ult though, uses it to pick off Galaxy. 2-man ult from Tonak, not really gonna do much though. Cold Altar goes off. Not doing too much though. T pulling Kush back into the fight. Kush uses the ult to get out here. Oh, Zane! Kush is quite low. Can he get out? T kills Kush. FwydChickn zoning him off. Tonak with the flicker out. Is it gonna matter though? Looks like he's a goner anyway. Apple with the Ruby DD, but she doesn't do any damage. It's not looking good for Ackerman here. Oh, Zia with the ults. Doesn't matter. Zia getting chased by T. T with the regen lives. That tower dive. Oh, barely gets out 1 HP. What a play from T.
Need a little bit of money in that.
Ackerman just got wiped.
And this is exactly what they need. Like you said, a shutdown to his hands.
Apple did a Ruby DD, do 0 damage. She doesn't have enough items yet. I don't know what she was thinking there. She should have just dark ulted and spammed it. But she really Ruby DD'd and 3 tanks. Can you imagine Ruby DDing on a Glue, Grok, and Karina tank? You don't do the damage to kill them without dark form.
And that's going to be very important with that lord that just spawned in.
You just never know with these two teams, man. They are just always back and forth. Once again, it is a slugfest. One guy punches the other in the face, then the other one gets punched back in the face, and it's just back and forth, back and forth. But in the end, only one will be victorious here. It's
Ruby shitty.
Lord is back up. We got the wiggle going on.
That's right.
Robo, please stop coin flip secure. Dude, I literally, I 100% agree with you. He keeps coin flipping them. He needs to just secure it.
Oh, not able to get the Numi on blast. Mobazane takes
oh, flicker off and Tonak on Zia. Zane on Zia. Can he kill? Zia dashes over the wall. Zane's still on him. Uses the retro to kill him.
Will be next.
Chasing Galaxy now as well.
A little bit of trouble. Mobazane ready to rumble, looking for the kill. Can he get it? Trying to find
Galaxy dead. They're gonna push mid. Yato 1 HP. Not expecting Kush at all.
Alone. It's a 4v1, and they might
trying to push for the high ground here. Zane's gonna be a solo ward. That is the smart play. Get the ward just in case. Maybe try to put priority on the tower. I don't know why he tried to like. He should just hit that right away.
Split up the attention was good because now Mobazane still reliably finds them a +1 even though they don't get the high ground.
MOBA, please stop coin flip.
Oh, that did it really shitty. Oh, Yato dying. Doesn't really matter too much though, because Faramis does respawn faster. But Kush should probably be able to get out here with all his dashes. Yato dying doesn't really matter that much. He has enough of his passive stacks to just respawn for Lord push. But it would have been really worth if they were able to kill Kush.
That's right, and you know what, Trex? This is a great situation for BTK. They were on the back pedal of this game.
They could maybe end here, but the thing is, Ackerman do have a lot of wave clear. Oh, pause. From who? Oh, alright. Well, let's pause. I'm gonna run to the bathroom. I hope the game doesn't continue by the farm back.
Listen, even though BTK finally pulled it off last time, I will say their Lord pushes are not looking too great right now. They're like 6-1 right now, but 6 being the fails. So if they want to try to take this here and make a huge advantage, they gotta do it right. There's still 2 tier 2s on each opposite sides of the map for Ackerman. I think those are the goals here.
That's right, definitely the goal. Speaking of goals, looking at the replay, we know what's at stake here, right? Looking for that lore we were talking about, the wall wiggle entertainment, but then deciding to focus down on Toigs, courtesy of T on that glue. He's been coming up huge for them for some of these engages. And then look at Mobazane patiently chipping away at Zia with this Tankarina. He runs through 2 members. He is completely locked in and focused. He knows exactly who he needs to shut down to give BTK an opportunity to stay in this game. Then you're looking for the 2v1. You get his left, I get his right. and that way we win the fight. And they go ahead and split the attention here. We saw them go for the push. They didn't pick up that high ground tower, but Mobazane did lock up that lord for them, and that's kind of where we're at now in the storyline. We're kind of sitting, waiting.
Quite the long pause here.
BTK can get it done again.
Well,
they end
only a
the
minute and
win
a half,
streak,
I guess.
maybe starting up the win streak.
Definitely a possible win streak. BTK want to try to close this out, and if they get it to
Maybe he likes playing Karina so he can do more. So he is getting a lot more. He is getting a lot of kills than Karina. Because Karina can actually like chase the marksman. So maybe that's why.
This pause is going to be a little bit longer, Decky. So we got some time to talk. We got some time to hang out. 1-1. Let's build up the pressure
Look at this
here.
chunky motherfucker.
So,
ow.
do you think BTK takes this game? Let's get
I mean, if you ask me right now,
I miss you so much. You know when I travel.
Down the lane, right? That's always a good, strong way to take a game. But it depends. Ackerman has had solid defenses across all the series.
He's a chunky boy.
Neither one of these teams have really ended off
very chunky boy.
If we're going off the history here, I don't think BTK closed it out right now, but I do think they have got the understanding of what they need to do. Right, they're starting to lock in on the key targets instead of dancing the wall for too long.
What's his name? This guy is Klaus.
Like, okay, let's not keep watching.
All right, we're back in the game.
Let's help him out and start winning these fights first. We can maybe end off that. But Trek, speaking of end, we're off the pause, building up a little bit of momentum here. It's 1-1. Someone potentially get the momentum.
You got the tower push, low pushing, but it's not even gonna charge. What the fuck? It's not even charging. Damn. Oh, Toynak only getting Tino with the ult. Hold Alta goes off. Yato loses it first. Needs to get out here. Yato with the P. Can he get out? 1 HP. Had to purify. It's out just fine. Lord did not charge.
Coach Deku looks
They're not pushing any towers. There's not really much use of a ward if it doesn't do anything. T getting pulled on a tower gets out though.
Get pushed onto the tower, but once again he's on this glue and he is bulky. Now, back to win conditions real quick. I think ISO is really important here. We saw in that last replay, he kind of waited for Nicolette to come in. Nicolette tried to get that darkness off onto Yato, try to get that Ruby DD or whatever you want to call it onto him, and then ISO comes in at that last moment.
I'm just not reading donos.
that ISO decides to be involved in this fight is extremely
certain ones at least.
Same thing for Nicolette. It's both kind of waiting for.
If you guys we appreciate it very much. If you like the stream, subscribe as well. All that good stuff.
BTK has such a
my cat is very hairy. Oh, BTK, come in for this move up here. Tonak with the ult gets canceled.
Oh, gets stopped by the wall.
Good wall.
So clutch.
Great
so
wall.
clutch. We were all nervous for a second there.
That's a
we're
wonderful wall. I've never been more amazed with a piece of rock in my life, man. That's just a phenomenal wall because it's toys with a lane that. It's just a piece of grok, man. A piece of grok. Because like if that Nubian blast does land, I mean that potentially at least maybe 2-3 members get wiped out right there immediately. And I'm not sure exactly where the death time is at, but with that Lord spawning in pretty soon, that could have been detrimental for BTK. But out of the hypotheticals back into the realm of reality, Galaxy looks to be in an unfortunate spot, and BTK pops a conceal somewhere over here and starts to scout out that jungle. He's the only member on this side of the map. Maybe he's trying to ward off any potential clearances, looking for the wave prio. The weird part is, though, the person waiting for him happened to be Joybodge out here, as well as with Namo, but ISO here. If they find anyone walking through this path, one wild charge, a pop of the speedy light wheel, they could be over for that member. And Galaxy right here.
He's showing the top wave.
I don't know if they have vision on.
Wait, Zia.
I don't know if they have vision over there. Zia might walk into it. People going back to base. Joybot just hanging out there.
They have good sandwich.
Right now?
He's with ISO
right now. And Weezy with
Bass goes off from Tonak.
Okay, they see.
I'm not sure they know. Oh, but the flank goes off. Iso going on Zia. Zia's dead. Double flicker from Joybot and Iso.
But at this point,
with the double flank.
It is a failed mission. Nicolette and Galaxy too far away. Back at the turtle pit though.
Oh, but Kush gets the red tree.
Take it. Will they be able to capitalize back on this? Push on the run. Very low. ISO looking for the finish. Immortality pops. Push. Should not be able to get away from this one. Punctures through, but Mobazane finds it. It's gone.
Dude, they need to stop coin flipping these.
He is coming, but BTK has the numbers advantage right now.
And that was such a lovely setup from the side of Ackerman. They were able to keep the vision right on the pit. They were able to get the vision as well.
Oh, two-man ult from Tomac goes off. That's on that Joy Ball. Galaxy with the dash flicker out. Oh, Yato dies.
Will get that on Yato, and Nicolette picks it up. Mobazane still working on the Lord, but they do find their first.
They get the mid-high ground, but
I'm sorry, BTK.
They could have gotten a lot more if they got the Lord.
Had the names swapped in my mind there for whatever reason, but great setup from the side of BTK. Had good vision, had good pick control, able to find the kill and the Lord all in one swoop. What a coordination! There's
Joy Bod, you're not in a good spot here, man.
House for a moment there.
Yes, that is very true. I thought the same thing for a second. It was the first thing on my mind, actually. Joybaj, though, he's going to lose a little bit of map space on here. Mobazane, he is alone. Don't know if he wants to try to force this purple buff. Kush not there, though, so I guess he could go for it. Nicolette, though, doesn't want to make a play just yet.
Right, not just yet. Patient is the side of Ackerman right now. They're going to look for another good pickoff. We've seen them look for a pickoff before. It didn't work out for them earlier on in the series. But right now, they are content. They are huddled up. Look, both of the teams are trying to make plays.
Looking to dive on Arlot here. But the thing is, they don't have the damage without carry. Iso's being dived on. Iso has no flicker. Iso's dead. BTK have to get out here. T, just go clear the mid-wave. Oh,
another one,
no.
Galaxy able to find it. It's 2 men down with 40-second death counters on the map. Mobazane with a thumbs up. But
they're trying to get out. There's still one mid-minion, though.
Try to get out of here. Zackerman's going to push the
He's going to wall it off, stall as much as he can. Joybot's getting dark ulted. Big damage from Lunox. He can get out. He gets out just fine. T trying to kill the minion here. Getting all out ulted. Getting chunked quite a bit, though. Mid-minion is dead very soon. No way to push. Yato will be up soon. Actually, Iso will be sooner.
Still pushing the aggression.
Still 12 seconds on this respawn.
Death counters there, and they want to try to get as much as they can.
10 seconds.
Nicolette pops the darkness once again. Looking for some more damage on the Joybaj there, but
not going to commit anything here. They're just going to back off.
That's right. Those death timers were at 10 seconds, but another important timer, Lord, coming up in about 20 seconds. And Ackerman has all the control, but look at this. They have a nice bush.
Oh, Joybaj looking for a play. Flicker up on Toinks.
Mobazane makes it to the backside, though. Nobody able to lock on to ISO there.
Joybaj flicker ult on Apple. Zia losing his ammo. 1 HP, can he get out? Zia dies. Kush dies as well. Actually, Kush 1 HP, can he get out? Kush is dead. Galaxy getting jumped. He's trying to zone Apple alone.
Trying to make
the enemies
fry.
He bought Winter Trunks for lift.
Galaxy on the run as well.
Galaxy dead as well. 3 are dead for Ackerman. The BTK end.
Now they want to say, no, Lord. We want to try to ram this in. We've got your base tower, and there's only 2 of you left. We've got a canyon. We've got a cannon, a minion, and 3 more coming. Can they get the finish here? Conceal play out.
Ult goes off.
Nice positioning. Stun comes in.
Apple uses light. It's not enough. Iso tower locking. BTK win. BTK win. Land the game. Holy shit.
Are gonna send Ackerman
why was this game? This game looks so close for no reason. They had like a 2K goal lead in under a few minutes.
Orange buff Ackerman looked like they had to jump.
Okay, well, 2-1. It's looking good for BTK. 2-1.
There's no vision on it. He goes for the flicker, but what's happening to the rest of the team? BTK said, "Okay, you want to fight? No problem. I'll knock you into the middle of next week, looking for Sunday."
This is very true. Now, BTK, man. I mean, both teams consistently trying to make plays happen. Ackerman, they thought they had it there. Like you said, they're all sitting in that bush. Toinks goes for the flicker in, but Mobazane's already at their back line. It's too late, and everyone's distracted by that point. ISO's all good. 2-1. BTK holding the lead.
And that's what they needed, Trix. This is what we were talking about. You get this 2 wins in a row there, right? Now you're in control. Now Ackerman has to play to your pace because
match point for BTK. Can they clutch up?
Man, this is playoffs. This
is the big question.
This is the hype. This is what we wanted tonight in between BTK and Ackerman for what the 4th rematch, I believe. 2 regular seasons, 2 semis. This is crazy, man. This is an amazing series right now that we're getting, but things that we're also seeing post-game stats here. BTK obviously pulling it out in the end, getting the win done. You know what? It's actually crazy because we've been talking about them needing Yato, right, to kind of be that glue, kind of be that confident guy. He only went 3-6-10, but BTK was still able to find a way to navigate that. Mobazane leading it. We were talking about he has to be the rock for this young star-studded team. And I think 7-0 and 6 is a great way to show, a great way to elevate the rest of the team, bring the confidence. I mean, look at this man leading the way. This was after they made those sensational plays down on the bot side of the map on that orange buff, the Uno reverse, the signed, sealed signature onto Ackerman's face. They put Ackerman's name in the death note, and you know what happens when that goes down.
You got about 60 seconds, and within those 60 seconds, heart attack time, you're out. Nothing left to do, and Ackerman pays the price for that one. Now let's take a look at some more of these stats. BTK, more damage to the turret, more damage taken, less damage dealt, but still able to get the win there. Now, let's actually break that down, because BTK was tanky, and the reason why I think they have more damage taken here is they have the Cult Altar, they have the sustainability to hang out in those team fights and just outlast Ackerman too many times there.
That's right, too many times indeed. And you know something here, Trex, too many times we've been in a position where it feels like a team has the advantage. 2-1 to the side of BTK, but we've been here before. We saw this already yesterday. Things aren't always as close as they seem. BTK has the advantage, but Ackerman still has the will to make it again. There's a
Ackerman won this game yesterday when it was at 2-1, so not over.
Someone has to get it done to take that coveted spot. The second
Zayn doing good in the Carino
into the grand finals.
That's for certain.
Play, who's comfortably waiting, as you heard from Hoon, in Vegas.
Look at this play. Look at this play. I thought this was it. This looked like it was almost it for BTK.
Oh, man.
He brought MLBB Zayn. And actually, no.
Tonak?
Galaxy. I didn't even notice that. Galaxy whiffed that so hard. He hit the final slash and knocked all 3 of them toward his teammates out of the Numion blast there. I thought they dashed in.
I actually want to rewatch that too.
Look at this play. Look at this play. I thought this was it. This looked like it was almost it for BTK.
This was a really good ult.
And actually, no. I thought this was it.
Oh, did Galaxy pull him out? Oh, he did pull them out.
I thought this was it.
Yeah, that was kind of troll.
Oh, man. He brought MLBB Zayn. And actually, this play.
Well, I mean, that wouldn't have hit anyway if he, because if Tonak didn't flicker, that wouldn't have hit. Or that would have hit.
This looked like it was almost it for BTK.
Oh, man.
He brought MLBB Zayn.
The thing is, Zia hit no one with his ults.
I didn't even notice that. Galaxy whipped
And then he's way too close. Flickering out doesn't matter.
Both teams are giving it their all.
Yeah, that was interesting. Draft.
BTK capitalized on it. Match point draft here. Can BTK 3-1 this? Deku.
You know what? Anything is possible right now, and we're seeing it unfold between our eyes. I mean,
could go to a game 5 or they 3-1.
Right, 4 games in a row. Here they are now, 2 in a row. You need 1 more to send Ackerman back, right? This is what legends are made of. Can MLBB Zayn, can Yato, ISO, Joy,
Galaxy Imposter.
Can Galaxy get this done? Or not Galaxy, T. I'm so sorry, T. I ruined the ending for you. But can they get it done up against Ackerman? That's what we want to know here. This is what matters. We've been saying it all night. This is esports.
This is definitely esports. Welcome if you're new here. You don't gotta knock on the door, just come on in, because BTK is looking to close it right after they finish up Ackerman if they can. Now, here's the thing. I think Ackerman can definitely win a game here. I don't know if Ackerman knows what it takes to win a game in a row. But consistently, these 2 teams have been neck and neck throughout NACT. So if there's any 2 teams that have such a close match, I definitely feel like it is these 2. So I don't want to count Ackerman out just yet. I say it time and time again. Nicolette, in the midst of things, puts her big girl pants on. She gets in.
Never say that phrase ever again. Never say that phrase ever again.
This is a big hill to climb.
What the fuck?
It's possible. Now, bands coming in, BTK sticking to the same thing they've been doing, keeping it tried and true. The Joy ban, the Melissa ban, Ackerman this time switching things up a little bit. They go for the Claude like they did last game. They take out the Wanban. This time they're banning out the R-Lot. Do they have something in store for the EXP?
I think they do. I think that is the plan, or at least they don't plan to prioritize the XP. Last time they went for the R-Lot first for their draft, and maybe now we kind of see
big girl pants is crazy. It sounds like a it just sounds so weird.
And that's exactly what needs to happen. You don't want to repeat.
Big girl pants. So I guess he's trying to see the big boy pants. But they have different meanings, you know, as a saying. That's overthinking it, sure, but he's thinking big boy pants and thinking big girl pants, but it sounds so wrong saying big girl pants.
You had Joybot, you had ISO.
Apple with the first pick. Valentina, they get finally. Esau Beatrix, let's fucking go. Holy shit, they finally put Esau on Beatrix. Double standard much?
What you have to do in this kind
Not
of
necessarily.
Everything is on the line.
When you say big boy pants, you're asking for a guy to man up. You know what I mean?
Treasured Yuzong pick of his. Ackerman give it over, and they give it over for the Valentine.
But when you say big girl pants, it sounds like you're saying the girl's a fat ass.
Beatrix here. So now, with so many marksmen off the map, Zia could still pick up the hair.
It's not really a double standard. It's just different. It's different meetings. Oh, Kush. With the fanny.
Nice tricks.
It's early though. It's early.
Who cares?
It's very early.
Who cares?
There's still
We're facing elimination.
Yeah, go for it, right? But there's the Kufra.
Don't overthink it. Well, that's the first thought you're gonna think. You're not gonna think for a girl to man up.
Facing elimination.
Does Joyboss not like Franco?
I don't really care. Actually, it's a joke.
I don't know if I'm.
T-Rex made a mistake just not thinking about it. He's the one who didn't think about it. I'm overthinking it for sure.
Did he?
Yeah, I think they.
But I still think it's funny because it just still sounds wrong.
Exactly, they didn't put it in, but maybe it's just more of the consistency.
Even Fanny, they got the Kufra though.
A little easier for him to pull off than the Franco. I don't blame him. You don't want to go for. You're looking to win the game. Both of them need to go.
Kaja might have been better. You're kind of right.
So just pull out.
Kaja might have been better.
That's why I'm all for this Fanny in the first half. Forget those counters, man. You got a game to win. Put it exactly. I would have been. If you go for something safe for here, I'm gonna be upset. The viewers are gonna be upset. Put it on the line, man. Put your money where your mouth is. You're regarded as one of the best fannies in North America. You're facing elimination. Vegas is on the line. MSC is on the line. IESF is on the line.
Think of the glory.
Pull out the fanny, the glory, the story, baby. Let's go.
Are you not entertained?
Are you not entertained? Pen on the paper. Let's write this narrative.
All right, now back to the second ban phase. Diggy will get taken out from BTK. I like it. That could be something that could be a thorn in.
Ooh, they got out the hair. Nice.
The hair is banned. So
this
now
is good.
This is good. This is good. I am definitely entertained, Deku. I'm definitely entertained. And the drafts
I'm for certainly for shizzle entertained.
Say, man, like all the things, like we're thinking of stuff. We're like, oh, with this. And then they're a couple steps ahead, man. They're on
there
it right now. And there goes the Akai ban. There goes the Karina ban. Is Mobazane gonna fall back to the Fredrin here?
Fall back to the Fredrin, or does he go crazy and go for the lane?
I feel like Zane. Oh yeah, they banned the Karina this time. So is he gonna go back to the Fredman?
He did pull it out. He pulled it out yesterday.
I feel like Pack's probably better versus Fanny though. I think you should go Pack. I think he'll go Pack.
He hasn't pulled it out tonight.
It'll do quite a bit versus the Fanny.
No, he could.
He can. He could. But will he?
I gotta see it.
Which one do we see better against the
Esports?
Fanny, give it to us. Instead, Yato's gonna pick up the Faramis again, which I think with the composition right now, you have this Yuzong, you have the Beatrix. I really like the Faramis once again with this, and honestly, whatever Zane, I think the Fredrin works a little better. It gives me more Ube vibes here. Especially going up against Fanny. Zia forced to fall into a Brody here, which I'm not saying is like a bad pick, but still, it's definitely not something we see him on all the time.
I like the Faramis pick also for the reason that you have now a second life up against Kush on this Fanny. You can't just fly by once and get the kill. You're gonna have to spin you're gonna spin the block a couple times if you want to find that kill. Mobilin's gonna go for the Fredrin. He locks in that Ube that you're talking about. So there it goes for you, and he's gonna double down on what he's known for, and that is the Fred, the walking petrify.
Yeah, I would say Kush's major option here is early laning phase kills here.
Yeah.
Try to get on ISO, because if we get into the if things stay as a stalemate when it gets to mid game and everyone's grouping up, I don't know if he's going to be able to get any pickoffs on anybody really. It's definitely not gonna be easy. Coming into possible match point, Deku, take us into this.
I mean, on that
it'll definitely be interesting.
Even if they do group up, the split push is still there, and we've seen it be done by multiple players on the Fanny. That's the thing. That's the advantage you always get with those cross map picks. You know, the potential's there. The Fanny, the Ling. Even if you're not having a hot game, even if you're not finding those kills in the team fights, you can still look to open it up different. Tricks, here we go.
This is it. Match point for BTK.
Match point for BTK.
They're looking for revenge against Outplay. They want to try to make it to the finals, but Ackerman wanted just as much. Who will be the unstoppable force here?
Zia
Can
on
Ackerman
Deku, man,
prevail,
really?
or will BTK keep them at home?
Zane is playing the
That
Fred,
is the
man.
question that needs to be answered, Trex, and I can't wait for it either.
They fucked up the wall
way.
top,
This
it
is gonna be a
seems.
great story. Either Ackerman matches this up, right? Evens this up
2
for
times?
one more sweet
Okay.
game, or BTK shows us how to come back from a
Anyway, it just stopped.
shows us how to come back being down 4-0 basically and win back to back to back to back, baby. That's some good esports gaming right there, and it's all possible in between both of
T didn't really do much in the YZ last game. We'll see if something changes. Or last time, I guess, not last game. My eyes hurt from watching this chat, I'm not gonna lie. I've been staring at the screen all day.
More, right? Like who's
Kinda need a
dig
break.
deep this game? Who's gonna be able to pull everything they got out and try to get the win here? Now, let's talk about early game. Let's talk about mid game. Who do you think has the advantages throughout this?
I mean, you're talking about early game, I automatically look towards the side of Ackerman. You have the Fanny, you also have the Brody. Fanny's going to look to go for those early kills, look for those rotations to the side lane. Might
Oh,
even
you're
just
placed
ignore
9 p.m.
that first turtle, especially since you have high and dry. Go for the solo laner that's potentially going to be in the gold lane right on that one side of the map at the moment. Then you have Brody. You want to get him out of the lane. If you can open up the towers, you get Zia moving on to Brody. He has the early
Oh,
game fight,
Yato.
just like the Beatrix.
Good first kill. Point Kush under tower. Kush quite low. Kush dives. What a play from Yato.
Through the wall. He thought he laid a booby trap, but he's gonna get whacked. That's a bad start for Ackerman.
What was that? That is so unusual of Kush to make such a mistake to fall like that.
Kush
But
with the
if you're BTK,
panic.
you're not complaining.
Definitely not complaining. I mean,
Galaxy committing on his aim here. Not enough damage though.
Ain't gonna be able to take this turtle. Galaxy
Has to get out.
backside T is
Taking
gonna
some
help
big
out with
damage.
a couple shots. Galaxy now getting
Apple with the follow-up
locked
ult.
up from that bouncy ball. Force Flicker pulled back in.
Looking for a
Nikolai
play
gonna pull out a
here.
Black
Surprised she
Dragon
doesn't commit.
of her
Backs off.
own. Ready to attack there. BTK takes the first neutral objective though.
I'm still just so lost on that, man. That death to Kush, it looked good, and then just like that, it turned
Sometime,
into
bro,
a negative for them.
sometime.
It happened faster than a night
Sometime,
fight in the
bro.
phone booth there, Trex. That was just completely upside down in a matter of seconds. You don't normally see Fanny struggle to execute the kill early on, and you definitely don't see Fanny take the death early on either. That's not a plus for Ackerman right now.
Yeah, that is definitely a rough start. And we were talking about confidence earlier for Yato. If you need a confidence boost, that'll give you one right there. You're feeling yourself after getting a kill on a Fanny in the first
Oh, good ult to Joy
Especially
Bodge.
when it tries to trap you. Wait a second, Joy Bodge.
But Joy Bodge
backs off
flickers
from
out.
his
Can he
flicker.
live? Doesn't seem like
Yeah,
it.
doing a nice amount of
One memory
damage.
goes
Torn
off.
apart
Zia's
memories,
dead.
gets the finish. Zia
That was a really nice
gonna
ult
pick
from
up that
Tonak,
kill.
I'm not gonna lie. They waited for his whole team to get there, then they ulted on him.
Keep the gold
He
lead
flicker
close,
ulted too, he didn't even just like ult normally. Oh never mind, he did ult normally, I lied.
I'm wondering who's able to pick that
Joy
up.
Bodge is the one who
Mojo
flickered.
For the retry. I believe Mobazane was able to win.
Bodgy Bodge.
If I'm not mistaken.
Most I think he was. I wasn't able to quite catch him. He's got an orange, he's got a blue, so either way.
1-1.
he's good right now.
About
Like
even
through the
gold.
waves, and this time Yato and Joy Bodge are moving around together a bit more, and Nicolette is the one that's kind of stuck on the mid side.
Oh, Joy Bodge taking some damage.
Okay, bit of
Or doing
engage
some
here
damage
with
to
the Trex,
Tonak.
but it's not
Nothing too
gonna be
crazy
much.
though.
It's gonna be a bit of a cold war. We got Turtle up in less than 30 seconds. Now we're on the gold lane side of things. ISO versus Zia. Both of the marksmen, though, aren't going to have that Blade of Despair. So it's going to be kind of that double Legion Fury Hammer. So we're not really going to have that idle spike like we saw last time. There it is. Yeah, we're getting exactly
Wait,
that.
Beatrix is Journal Armor.
Both of the marksmen. Actually,
Damn.
though, ISO opted in not to go for the double Legion. He
Yeah,
went for
they
the
got a
anti-hero,
lot of
which is
Dreadnought
a
armors.
great
That really
idolizer
reduces Fanny's damage.
Zia.
It's smart to
Gonna be looking
prioritize
find
it.
kills with the Kuroko
T
Strike
should have gone it too, but he went for the cheaper option. I mean, he's going dominance anyway.
That's gonna be a big
He's first item dominance, so that's fine. Tonak getting ulted here. When Cold goes off, he flickers out. Doesn't get sniped though. Yato getting full committed by Kush, but Kush does not have damage. Iso, can you finish off Kush? Oh, T is here to try and pick up the scraps. Kush gets petrified. Kush is dead. Tonak 1 HP. Zane looking for a bog moment. Can't really get one. Yato really low here. Has to flicker out. T dying to Galaxy. BTK need to get out here. They're overstaying quite a bit. Take the W. Take the kills and dip.
That's right, and they are on top right now. They're up 1,000 gold.
Faye, my god, she's having a rough game.
Found 2 deaths in this match. You were talking about win condition. You asked about what they need to do. I said Kush has to jump out, right? He needs to find those kills, maybe focus that weak side of the map. But instead, Kush happens to be getting focused. The hunter has became the hunted. He is struggling
I mean,
right
like,
now.
if you look at BTK's comp, there's not a lot of like pick potential with a Fanny. Only really on Beatrix, and Beatrix has some heavy armor. So the fact that Fanny isn't snowballing is pretty shit. Because she can't even get, she's not going to be able to do damage until she gets Malefic. So she needs to hyper farm. Yeah, I look to invade this blue here. They have a pretty good lead. Joy Bodge ulting onto Tonak here. Tonak has his ults. Full altar goes off from Nicolette. Nothing too crazy though. Zane going in on T. Or Kush, he gets the blue buff. Zane though, caught in a weird spot, taking some tower damage, but no one's gonna commit to him. Zia flickering on Zane. Oh, but the cold altar goes off. Zia's in a bad spot, flickering to his death. BTK looking to command his mid side here. Kush getting his recall canceled. T does not have Petri, but they're zoning off for the mid tower. Are they committing for it? It's quite low. Just hit it. It's dead.
ISO gets the final hit. Push.
BTK finally with the momentum that they've been missing out this whole time.
And you know, if I was him, I wouldn't either. Like we said, he's struggling so far. He's behind. He doesn't have the lead. He doesn't have the advantage. He's down 2 levels to Moba Zane on the Freddy. The block of cylinders for whatever reason. Look at this.
Oh, Fanny dead again. Oh, 3.
That is like, you know, you said it was a win condition. I said it was going to be really hard to get kills.
What a dead monkey you are.
Laning phase because of the cold ultimate. We've seen it a few times now. He's not able to get those final hits. He's also walking right into the petrify from T every single time. Zia looking for T, but he's not going to find him today. No torn apart memories. No finish for him. Instead, he gets finished. Now Mobazane going to be as aggressive as ever. No bust for Kush as well.
Yeah, at this point, I mean, they're reducing Kush.
And he paid actor kick W.
He's about as worthless as gum on the bottom of a boot at this point. A Fanny that's 0 and 3 is a Fanny that's not for me. 5-2, down 4K gold from the side of BTK. Things are looking grim for Ackman. They need to try to fix things, and I'm not sure if they can with Kush at the helm with the Fanny. Without that purple, without those kills, you're literally down a member.
Oh, Toink's gonna get shattered down. Kush still cannot engage. And you mentioned Kush not being able to do anything. Who else? Zia sitting at 1-2-1 right now.
BTK with the 5K gold lead.
Not where you want to be.
Another pick on Totenak.
Again is to try to get early game.
Trying to go on Galaxy or Joy Bodge misses.
For Ackerman is what right now, Deck?
Yeah, I'm spacing out a little bit, Chad. I've been doing this for like, it's going on 5 hours now.
Nicolette, but Nicolette's on the Valentina this
game. The thing with watch partying MPL is like they have long breaks, so I can take a break, reset my mental, get some food, but they have no breaks in between these games. It's like 5 minutes in the next game, and like I didn't realize that I needed a break. You know what I mean? Kush getting jumped on again. 1 HP gets out barely. T looking like he's gonna come on Zia here. Zia flickers out. Totenak on a 2-man ult. But not enough damage from Zia. God, this is such a GG, bro. Brody is an early mid-game hero, and the fact that he's behind is just so doomed. Why no breaks? I mean, I like that there's no breaks. It's done faster, but I just didn't realize that I needed a break. You know what I mean? I never, you know, since I've only MPL, I watch party. They always had big breaks, but this is the first time it's like I'm watching something for a while without a break, and it actually like I didn't realize I have like a headache. My eyes kind of hurt. I didn't realize I needed a break. You know what I mean?
Bottomless pit of what do we do? What do we do?
Oh, BTK securing this blue buff, taking another one from Kush. Kush very confused at a loss at what to do. ADHD? Fuck, maybe I do. I don't know.
9 minutes.
Needed the brawl? Dude, I'm just starving. I'm an 8. Have an 8 to breakfast. Kush trying to salvage whatever he can get here. The split push. Now he doesn't have a lot of energy to get out here. BTK might look to close on him.
That's really the peak of his highlight.
I think you have
Oh, big ball from Joy Bodge. What can Kush do?
Look at T. Look at T.
Oh, you whiffed the Petri. Dang it's the Lord though. He shouldn't be using Petri for Kush though. I get that he wants to kill him, but his Petri is best used for Brody.
Cat and mouse at this point.
literally not necessary, but it's like you said, it's the entertainment value now. It's just for fun. Zane's able to do his job comfortably, even if Kush made it to like a site, right? He's down.
Want to save Dragon? Oh, that's the smarter play. What do you think SMH for?
Zane right now down 4 levels.
Of course, you want to save your Dragon for the board push.
This is a
Zane with a 4-level lead on Kush, 5-level on Totenek.
They just got to play extremely defensive. If we want to talk about any win conditions for Ackerman, it's pure defense. Try to last us out about 10 minutes, I would say. Maybe get Nicolette online. I will say if Fanny could start doing some damage still, maybe get
Fanny at 1 HP gets out barely. Or doing some damage to the bot tower here. Falls.
He almost got soloed by MLBB Zane on the Fredgen right there, narrowly escaping. I don't know. I just don't think there's anything Kush can offer, even like as far as split pushing. The team is in so much of a deficit, they can't really stall out like a 4v5 or 4v5 and even give him the opportunity to try to go clear out these waves. He can't be a killer right now, and he can't even be a cursed helmet at this point.
There's definitely not a whole lot he can do. BTK taking their time with it though. They're not going to make any mistakes like they have in this night so far. They know they have a huge advantage. They don't need to rush it like you said. They have late game possibilities. They have sustainability. They have all the answers right now. All they got to do is wait for this next Lord and just keep on slowly moving forward.
8K gold lead.
Speaking of slowly moving forward, it's been a
pretty huge.
For BTK.
Once they all get wiped, I can't really see them losing this game.
Over the weeks,
good positioning from T.
Again, the doubt was there, but the perseverance unmatched. The confidence was unwavering.
Nice flicker.
They started out this series.
Yato getting out there. Galaxy just got absolutely chunked by Yato.
Come down here
Must have 0 magic resist.
Performing the way they are, hungry for that trip to Vegas to go face Outplay again after losing to them earlier just speaks volumes about this team, man. Weekend in and out. It's just upwards progression of improvement.
Yeah, I mean, I think all of us were worried about the tilt factor, right? We were all worried that BTK was going to come down.
Hell, I was worried about the tilt factor.
3-0 sweep and just possibly get decimated by Ackerman. They even lose game 1 against Ackerman. At that point, all you guys, everyone who voted for Ackerman, they're licking their chops, man. They're like, oh yeah, this is it. This is easy money right here. BTK comes back, takes game 2. BTK comes back, does what exactly they needed to do, taking 2 games in a row, and now we're sitting at match point. BTK sitting with a 10,000 gold lead. They're just a few minutes away
it's like 9,000
win from going and getting their revenge match up against Outplay in Vegas.
And I think
it's freeze me for Lord. Well, Lord is up, so they're shoving the waves. Have all the collapse, and they're gonna do Lord.
Any team to overcome, but up against BTK,
they should shove bot side though. They're giving a lot of free pressure for Ackerman to walk up with the bot side wave, not push. But they're gonna force it anyway. Kush is splitting top side, nowhere to be found. Free Lord.
They don't have the space in the map to even go for the split push. I mean, you see T trying, not T, but Kush trying, but they're nowhere close to sniffing.
Kush should have like invaded camps, not just sit there in the top push. I don't know why he did.
You're not even forcing any type of
invade camps, get some gold.
Losing those outer turrets. You can't
sitting in a bush ain't gonna do you much.
Everything's okay for the side of BTK. This looks like a final parade here for the side of BTK.
I mean, but let's take it back to the draft. Would we still say that Fanny pick was just the pick? Or, I mean, I guess it still could have worked, but again, it was that initial mistake, and once again, it comes down to mistakes.
Big charge on the tower, mid tower gone. Zane trying to go in a bit aggressive.
They have arrived at your front door.
Like, Ackerman has no follow-up for the Rockle, like barely any follow-up with Brody, not like ahead at all. Mid and bot and top high grounds are down. T with the ult. Zia 1 HP by a single sniper shot. Bulldozer goes off from both sides. Iso hitting the base, tower locking the base. Iso going for kills. GG! BTK is going to Vegas. Outplay versus BTK Grand Finals in 2 weeks. Ackerman, they had a good run, but fortunately they fall.
They will be our 2nd grand finalist.
Wow, I was hoping you keep going, man. I was feeling inspired there. No, I was gonna get out there and start playing. That was motivation, right? Gave their hearts, man.
BTK going to Vegas.
In anyone's mind, or at least at this point, it shouldn't be who BTK is. They, at this point, are vetted survivors. at this point. They've been put through the ringer, right? They started out at the start of, even from the qualifiers, down immediately from the roster. The changes, the loss early on, get to the regular season, you start off the weekend slow. The first half was not friendly to them. Then you get here into the playoffs, man. Even getting here to this lower bracket started off at a deficit. 3 losses in a row. Mentality in question, and what do? Backs against the wall, gave it their all here.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like all season, BTK has definitely been doubted. Like you said, they got a rocky start. They move their way through. They're sitting
Nice
at like
fanny you have,
number
Ackerman.
4 early on in the season, work their way up, find the number 2.
Like the stream, chat. Like the stream. Holy shit! I'm not gonna lie. Like this today kind of stressed me out a bit. BTK, they could have had like 2 wins on OP. The third game, they really shouldn't have even been able to come back. But those first 2 games, man, they really should have won both of them. They were both looking good for BTK, but it was just like massive throws. Like I think BTK really have a chance versus Outplay if they fix their issues.
I mean, this was the moment, a parade inside my city. Yeah, if I ever saw one inside of BTK, man. This, I can only imagine, you know, how you're feeling going for this push. You know, it's pretty much sealed. It's pretty much done. The members of BTK looking to make their final highlight clips, their final highlight plays. Ackerman just looking to stall out for a few more seconds to stay out there in the glorious land of dawn, but BTK won't let it last for too long. They go ahead and start picking members off the map. Look at the final push onto the Crystal Basin. Boy, I wish this replay included the play-by-play you had there, Trex, because that was a phenomenal game ender from the players, from you, and I hope it was a phenomenal ending for the viewers there.
Yeah, honestly, I know these scoreboards are up, but I think the real thing we got to talk about is BTK.
What a mind-taxing series.
Ackerman, right? They're going to be going back up against Outplay, and first couple series, first time they went up against Outplay, they take a hard loss. Second time they do a little bit better. Last night, today they do a little bit better, right? Can they do anything in the grand finals though, Deku?
That is the question. I mean, obviously, the stats aren't in their favor. It's been a sweep every time they face Outplay, but I think if you come out there with the heart they showed down here in the lower bracket, I think we have a grand finals on our hand. Anything is possible if we haven't seen much throughout.
I actually wanted to go watch the grand finals,
time and
but
again, players, teams rise to certain levels, rise to occasions, and I think this
Dave told me they don't have they're not spending money on sending people there, so I'm not gonna go there. I'm not paying for it. I would have to pay for tickets, hotel, my own food, and it's Vegas, and it'd be pretty damn expensive to do all that. So if I can't get it covered, I'm not gonna go. I was gonna go watch, not play. Go watch.
Of this season, what was it, Deku?
I wouldn't pay either. Yeah, like I'm not paying for it. I would go if I got it covered, but I asked Dave, and they said can't pay for it. I was like, all right, whatever.
In Outplay.
And now, how are we gonna close this out?
The way it all started.
The way it
BTK.
all.
Watch party is better. Want to watch with you? I wanted to watch party. I wanted to watch party.
This is definitely esports now. Everyone tuned in. Let's throw it back to our wonderful, beautiful, and possibly upset host, Zena.
What a way to end the night. Congratulations to BTK for making it to the grand final. I am not upset. But BTK making a comeback after their loss, you know, making sure to tell everybody that they're not out for the count. But teams who make it to the grand final are allowed 2-day grace period to make limited roster adjustments. So maybe, you know, we might be seeing a different roster at the grand final, you know? So they may have a different take on taking out on Outplay. So our MVP for the series, though, is MLBB.
Oh, MLBB. All right, MLBB.
The boy.
MLBB. I mean,
boy
with those
who lives.
arena games, the boy who lives. That's the real nickname right there. You better show him to Vegas with a little scar on his head and the glasses.
That's perfect.
The boy who lives. He's made it through a Cadabra and back, and he is here to secure
Coomers,
to go
yeah.
against Voldemort himself. Let's see if we can pull this off. It's definitely not going to be an easy one, though. I got to say that.
T-Rex got his big pants on.
Definitely helping secure his team to victory tonight.
Absolutely.
Like a stream chat, subscribe as well, all that good stuff. I am going to call it a night.
Everyone had to buy in. Everyone had to contribute to
Oh
this.
man, she's so tired. Holy shit, this is so exhausting. And dude, I want to watch Party MPOPH. That shit's in like 5 days. I'm gonna have to change my whole sleep schedule for that one then.
Tonight in BTK.
Yeah, definitely everyone. Like T, honestly, I could have gave T this MVP and been super happy with it. Like T did an amazing job.
Yes, they all did amazing. Let's take a final look at the bracket right now, guys. Deku, can you run us through the bracket?
Oh boy. Alright, I'm gonna go now, guys. Thank you all for watching.
Right?
Hope you enjoyed.
Day one, we had Outplay.
I am going to see you all later.
Any sweep from Outplay as they've done all season. We had BTK and Ackerman, the teams you just saw play for their spot in Vegas, went in BTK favor again. We saw Empire Ackerman that same day in the lower bracket. Ackerman held through the fire in the gauntlet, playing so many matches that night to be able to make it here tonight. Today we kick it off in the upper bracket with Outplay being able to sweep a BTK, and then down there in the bottom, as you saw, BTK 3-1 onto Ackerman to go to Vegas.
Yes, these two teams will be going to the HyperX Arena in Las Vegas on May 14, guys. Very excited. But now it is time to end our show, fans. Let's thank the teams that participated in this tournament, as well as our amazing casters, our mods, production team, and the hosts for doing a wonderful job. And our awesome fans as well for sticking around through all of this for these past weeks. We appreciate all of you.
Alright, chat, I'm gonna go now. Sorry, I was just messaging a few people about something. Thank you all for watching. See you all later. I may or may not stream tomorrow. I don't know. That's how I feel when I wake up. Thank you all for watching. See you. Bye bye.
One of the greatest major